Chapter 91, Capic. The following days showed that their optimism wasn't misplaced. Tanya Island was a booming success. People from all over Chicago and even the Midwest were flocking there to see the sights, eat the food and, naturally, to drink the drinks. The three Francois maids had arranged to have their day off coincide so they could visit Tanya Island while there were visitors around. While it had been fun to play there before it had been officially opened, it was so much more lively now the true visitors were around. Isabelle was humming as she thought back to the pastries they had just enjoyed. So tasty. As good as Paris, I'd say. Better, definitely better. There isn't an odor to interfere with the treats. I must say, I never patronize sidewalk cafes back home for that reason. Feelite waved a hand in front of her face in memory. Isabelle looked surprised. Is that why? I thought you were just saving money for clothes. Lies. She paused and mumbled, clothes and shoes. Lucy laughed, well, don't worry about that mess Amos, I have just been paid and this is my treat. Feelite cocked her head to one side cutely. How is that? Payday is not until the end of the month. Ah, you see, I have gotten a special bonus. What? How? It was simple. There is a suggestion box with a reward if they like the idea you submit. Reservations for the top of the tower restaurant are impossible to get because the lower restaurants close down too soon, so the hours are limited. So I said that they should have limited after hours reservations that are very expensive but use mages as waiters to fly food from the restaurants below. It will be magical for the patrons and make it a very special for them. Then she mentioned how much she made for the idea. The other girls looked at Lucy with shock and said together, where is that box? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mr. Rudolph was delighted with life. After arriving in Chicago, he was able to put his engineering experience to practice every single day. He was like a child with an erector set, but one that you can use to build hotels, shops, Eiffel's Tower, and so on. Even entire cities. There was a new challenge around every corner and he was overseeing at least a dozen projects at any time. Now, however, most of those large-scale projects were completed or near completion and the supplies for his real role had finally arrived. His men, and one woman, were gathered together in a warehouse set aside for them with some large and very heavy crates. Okay, it's finally time to get to work. Now keep in mind that you metal mages will still have tasks similar to what you've been doing so far and we haven't even started the rail project in earnest. He grinned widely. Well, vacation is over. Rejoice. He tapped a tall stack of soft-bound books, each one sealed so that it would be obvious if they had been opened. We have the manuals but it will still take a lot of practice to assimilate everything in here. One mage spoke up, why didn't they ship over an instructor, Chief? We have one coming but he's been delayed. Plus we didn't want to have the delivery and the instructor arrive at the same time. The other operators are working on the second generation equipment and are too busy to come babysit. What? They are already designing the MKII. Designing? Hardly. They are testing the prototypes already. He nodded knowingly. But don't look down on what they shipped us. These are state-of-the-art, something the world has never seen before. Rudolph pulled down the side of the crate which fell with a thud. Inside was what looked like an armored knight kneeling on one knee and packed in straw which spilled onto the floor. There it is, the Uberstahl MKI. They opened 4 more crates revealing nearly identical devices, all in the same pose. The sole female mage, Ida, looked disbelieving at them. Incredible. But, Chief, the appearance. I know it's unexpected but the ambassador wants us to impress the world with our technology but also produce something that will generate an iconic image that will be the face of TVD and Germania as well. Emmerich, another of the mages, was helping complete the unpacking of one of the Uberstalls. Hey, there's a package in here. Ah, yes. There's a set of armor that goes with each Uberstall. They are coded to match each device for simplicity. You will not just be operators but also spokesmen for the consulate. He nodded and barked, get suited up. It's time to train. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Antonio breathed the air of New York deeply. The main smells were horse shit and coal fumes, but it was better than Ildoa. Stupid police harassing us all the time. Just because they had a little edge, years of bribes and an understanding gone in an instant. Still, years of experience will be valuable here, eh? Don't they say the Unified States is the land of opportunity? A driver pulled up in an automobile and said in Ildoan, Mr. Bertolucci. Seeing the older man nod, he continued, I'm here to take you to the boss. I got a truck back there for the rest of your men. Much appreciated. The car, while not very luxurious, was a clean, late model job and he was pleased that the locals were taking his team seriously. The boss is looking forward to your arrival if I can say that. Antonio laughed. Sure, sure. You can praise me all you want. He got a sly look on his face. This is a great opportunity for all of us. This temperance movement is like a gold mine, no it's raining gold. There's hardly a need to even fight because everyone can get a piece of the actions. The driver looked askance at him. But we are going to fight? That's why you're here, right? He laughed even harder. Of course we are. We're going to wipe out those fuckers and take it all. Antonio took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a long drag and waved with one hand. Here's some wisdom for you, how you can survive and thrive no matter what. You have to have an eye for strength. If you are weaker, you need to act like you're weaker. If you are stronger, you need to act like you're stronger. When you are the top dog, you make everyone else your bitch, Capaz. That easy? Antonio blew out some smoke. You think that's easy? First you have to have eyes to see and then the muscles carry the load and the balls to do it. But first you need the eyes and people are so shit stupid that they can't see what's right in front of their face. They arrived at the headquarters. It was a disguised warehouse and, in many ways, it actually was a warehouse. Just not for what they told everyone was there. The crates said things like tools or parts or motor oil but it was actually booze, lots of booze. The man in charge stood to one side. Antonio judged he was the boss because he wasn't doing any lifting or moving. Bertolucci walked forward with a big grin. Ah, you must be Salvatore Lucania. I'm Antonio Bertolucci. Your reputation precedes you. Our business is growing so fast that we need your expertise. He shook hands with the older man. And call me Lucky. Everyone here does and we don't want confusion. Undocumented importing is tricky, true. You have to make all the right connections, grease the right palms, and the paperwork. He shook his head. It has to look legitimate and still keep your business running smoothly. Is it that important? The set you show the government keeps the cops out of your business. The set you keep for yourself tells you if you need to break some kneecaps, Lucky grinned. You see? Already I'm learning something. He appeared thoughtful. We'll need help smoothing out our routes from Canada and Mexico. Shipping, for now, we have under control. Don't forget your local sources. You can produce inside the Unified States. It may make the paint peel but folks will drink anything when supplies get low. Any other big issues before we get to work? There was one, but I think the Chicago Familia has it handled. Some puto was making booze in one of our cities and doesn't want to let us in. Capone is talking to her and will make her bend the knee. He laughed uproariously. She's not even an adult and thinks she can deal with us. Alarm bells started going off in Antonio's head. Wait. Someone is already making liquor in a large enough quantity that it got your attention, and it's a girl? How can she do that? What's her name? It's the new ambassador from Germania. She can legally make it at the embassy so we figured that it's only fair that share the wealth. Don't worry, when the boys are through with her, she'll see the light. What? Island. Her name. A bit spooked, he thought back. Some crowd thing. Oh, yeah, Die Kurzeschaft. Die Girakoff? Dio mio. Call them now. Get them away from her before it's too late. But, she's just one girl. No. She's the Diavola. No, the Maestro Dei Diavoli. Unnerved, Lucky tried to call Chicago. The operator said, I'm sorry sir, I can't connect to the party. Do you want me to keep trying? Hello? Asterisk. President Digirakoff, rather than Ambassador Digirakoff, accepted the invitation from Capone. Officially she wasn't invited by the mayor so this wasn't a state visit but instead was a business visit. Considering what was likely to be discussed, that was for the best. Mindful of American mores, she was wearing something that was barely acceptable to her. Black knee-high boots with burgundy pants and a long black coat that vaguely resembled a dress. A white blouse, burgundy gloves, and her cane rounded out the outfit. Her buttons and buckles were all silver, of course. The meeting was at a house just outside of Chicago proper. Tanya noted that pre-automobile boom, there were no real suburbs and the land quickly became farms and a few larger estates. This was one of the latter, of course. She wondered how much the land was going for as this land would be prime real estate once cars were more common. Do you want me to stay during the meeting, ma'am? The driver was a local cabbie rather than someone from the embassy. No need, I have my return planned already. She paid him with a generous tip as he wouldn't have a fare back to the city. Anytime. He tipped his hat and drove off, vowing to stay in contact with the embassy. Tanya had considered using one of her cars but they all were embassy cars or delivery vehicles or the like. I guess I'll need to get a car of my own. It seems a waste for something I won't use often. Ah, well, today is a special case. She walked up to the front door and knocked firmly. The servant who answered seemed surprised at the lack of fanfare but recovered quickly. Ambassador, my apologies. She seemed distressed and was trying hard not to show it. No need. And, please, I'm just representing myself today. Of course. Please follow me, Miss Digirekov, the gentlemen are already here. Lead on. She paused. Will you be serving? Yes. But of course, I won't be there for the meeting. Ah, good. After you serve, you should. She leaned close and whispered something. Are you sure? Won't I get into trouble? Believe me, you'll get into less trouble this way. The maid knocked softly on 2 large double doors and then opened them after a brief pause. Miss Digirekov has arrived. A smiling man said forcefully, good good. Show her in. He was sitting at the head of the table while some men sat at it while others were standing around the room. Other guys, obviously just thugs in ill-fitting suits, were also stationed around the perimeter. Except for noting their positions, she ignored them. The sole empty seat was near the door. The maid quietly shut it but couldn't hide how thick and heavy they were. The room only had high windows shining in from a second-floor annex while the ground floor was lit by gaslight. Foot of the table, at one door, solid. About 12 goons and assorted others. The game has already started. Welcome, welcome. I've heard so many good things about you from the mayor. Sit please. He waved toward a full bar. Can we get you a drink? She noted that drinks, and tobacco, were plentiful. She managed not to wrinkle her nose at that. No thank you. I find it clouds the mind when important matters are discussed. Oh? My experience is the opposite. It lets people work together and allows new business to be born. He shook his head, but where are my manners? I'm Al Capone and I'm in charge of a little import/export business. We have a mutual friend, I'm sure you know. She sat, almost dwarfed by the large chair. That's why I'm here. I'm always interested in new business opportunities. Since you've asked for this meeting, you surely have some plan in mind. Right to business, then. I, and my partners, disagree with some laws that have been passed. Honestly, they are a blow to the freedoms that this great country has been founded. He put a hand over his heart dramatically, though briefly. We are importing things that were legal not too long ago and continue to be much loved. I've heard that you might have access to such things and could function as our chief supplier. She nodded but said nothing. A bit put off, he continued. Yes. And because a savvy businesswoman like yourself knows that buying cheap and selling dear is the way to make profits, you can see how we can make huge profits right now. Demand is higher than it has ever been and it will only get higher. He spread his hands widely, there's more than enough gold falling from heaven, and together we can spread our arms and gather up more than we can do by ourselves, right? Honestly, Mr. Capone, I can't argue with your reasoning. The potential profits will be huge, even staggering. By my estimates, you could be running an enterprise worth $40 million a year in profit alone in nearly no time at all. He was all grins again. Then we should start planning. She held up a gloved hand. You misunderstand me. Such an enterprise would interfere with my plans. Certainly there would be plenty of profit, short-term profits yes, but an admittedly large amount. But money is just a secondary concern of mine and it's what money allows me to do that is much more important. She started to stand but a beefy hand pushed her back into the chair. The man was easily 6'6" and just shy of 250 pounds. Capone, smiling still, but in much less friendly fashion, said, I thought we could talk peaceably and come to an amicable agreement. You just don't understand, you kraut cunt. Instead, I have to give you a little lesson on how we do things here in Chicago. There was a distinct click as the only door was locked behind her. You'll still make a bit of cash but nearly as much as before. He smirked, I'm gonna enjoy schooling you. Without warning, she swung her chin toward the man to her left. Like overloaded trees cracking under the weight of snow and ice, both his thigh bones broke and he started screaming in a high-pitched voice that didn't match his stature at all. Tanya stood up with a feral grin. A few of the more paranoid guards drew weapons and fired even without orders only to see their bullets had no effect. No effect at all. She took this time to leisurely reach out to the other door guard, grab the hand still trying to shoot her, and twist it 360 degrees until there were shards of bone sticking out in all directions. She turned back to them and simply waited. After the first wave of gunfire died down she just said, in a harsh voice she hadn't used since the war. None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. After 15 minutes, only Tanya was left standing. She was surrounded by blood, the smell of feces and the moaning of men. Capone himself was the least injured because she needed him conscious. You're lucky, you know? It would look bad if I massacred all of you on American soil, no matter how justified. He was back against the wall, sitting in his own urine with a mangled hand from when he tried to draw a weapon when she was talking. She had his full attention. So I'm going to explain this to you, and I'll use very short words. You don't get in my fucking way, ever. If I see you, or any of your goons, I'll kill you and they will never find the body. You've seen the big tower in the middle of the consulate, right? What? She swung her cane and broke his kneecap and he barely could keep from shrieking as his every survival instinct told him that if he yelled too much, he would be dead in the next second. Yes, why yes. Ah, good. That part of Chicago is mine. If you can see that tower, no matter where you are too close. If you see my logo, you keep your hands off like it was made of molten iron. Anyone asks you about me, you don't know shit. Capic. Si. She smiled and even the not very bright lights made her look like an angel with golden hair and wonderfully blue eyes. I'm glad we had this talk. Oh, when the police come, just tell them that a party got a bit out of hand. The mayor will help keep you of jail, I'm sure. And do make sure he knows the rules. She broke the lock with barely a love tap with her cane and walked out of the mansion. No one was visible, so she took to the air with a camouflage screen on and vanished into the late afternoon skies. ****. Several minutes ago. A maid placed a cryptic phone call to the police department reporting a disturbance at the estate. She then rode her bicycle to her home in a nearby village. Behind her a phone rang over and over again, but there was no one to pick it up. Chapter 92, No More Lonely Nights. Tanya stood in front of a wall with an image of the TVD logo projected on it. They were improvising somewhat with a sheet as there wasn't a convenient white wall to use for the new image projector TVD Labs had created. In their push to create color movies, they had produced individual slides which Tanya had immediately suggested they make into their own product, the slide projector. In color, no less. Rather unusually, they were having a large meeting of everyone who was available in the consulate. Most of the time, Tanya viewed big meetings as a massive waste of time. The vast majority of people got little to nothing out of them and they were mostly used to puff up egos and spout empty platitudes. Still, if kept to a minimum, they were barely tolerable. I'll keep this short, as the consulate is opening soon. Please, keep eating breakfast, no need to be formal here. She pressed a button and the TVD logo was replaced by an image of a device. First, we're going to be selling these slide projectors at cost to any educational organization. Businesses and governments will pay full price of course, and we'll roll out a general consumer model in the future. People will get used to seeing them and using them and they will be ubiquitous. And since we're the only source of slides, money will pour in even if we don't make a pfennig on the projectors. Colleges will be a great first place to start, and if we offer them our own courses already made, that will be an excellent tool for truthful propaganda. We'll curate some educational courses and pay the people who create them a royalty. If we bundle the slides with textbooks and perhaps records as well, we can endless reproduce quality material with little investment. What her subordinates were thinking was somewhat different. She's doing her best for the children again, and the teachers, too. The main thing for today is how the consulate will function. All the consulates and eventually the embassy as well. We will need to make them the first choice in everyone's minds when they think of entertainment and relaxation. She held up a finger. Primus, we need to keep the consulates familiar and, she raised a second finger, we need to make them novel. Della, dressed in her nurse's outfit to begin the day, said, at the same time, ma'am? Isn't that a bit contradictory? It does seem so, right? But that's a trick of the words. What will be familiar are the ideals that we present, the branding and quality. To put it simply, we want to build up a sense of loyalty. The novelty is just that, we need to keep introducing new things for people to do, see, experience. But they will come back week after week, month after month, year after year, generation after generation. Long after the Temperance Amendment is repealed, they'll continue to come because of the memories they made here, and they'll bring their families, friends, and co-workers. That seems hard, Ambassador. But necessary. If you don't innovate, you stagnate. If you aren't earning trust, you are losing it. There's no way around this. That's why we have a major expansion already planned for this consulate and are quietly buying up depressed land in our next markets. She pressed the button that advanced the slides to show a map of Chicago with the current consulate highlight and the newer, larger area. The map of the Unified States had stars and labels over several cities. Black for Chicago, red for the next expansion and white for potential sites. Excepting they were near rail hubs, none of the locations were necessarily important politically but were certainly important if you wanted to do business. Oscar, who was familiar with the presentation, pointed out, I didn't see a star on the District of Columbus. Oh, we'll go there eventually, but not hat in hand or buying land on the sly. She grinned. We'll enter that town when they very politely ask us to come and hand over property of their own volition. Tanya smiled even wider. In fact, they may even beg us to take the land. ****. Over the past 2 months, those who could afford it, visited the Tanya Island many times. It became less where shall we eat dinner, and more where in the consulate do you want to go. Whether for dates, business meetings, or simply good food and drink, any place else was simply a poor substitute. And, despite holding a near-complete monopoly, the prices were quite reasonable. Higher than in the past, to be sure, but not onerous. Karen, no middle name Smith, bustled around the beer alley. It was one of the more popular bars in the consulate due to having plentiful beer, great snacks, and attractive waitresses. There was a lot of cleaning to do between the lunch and evening shifts, but nothing unusual. The bartender called out from the back, "Everything okay out there?" "No problems, Rick. Just clearing out some fellows that had a few too many." Most of the rest of the lunch crowd had cleared out, but there were a couple left. She tapped one guy on the shoulder that wasn't quite sloppy drunk yet but was getting close. "All right, buddy, time to clear out. If you tell them your address at the gate, they'll get you a cab. How about one for the road?" he said with a huge grin. "Maybe two." She sighed. Another newcomer who didn't understand the rules. "Look, when we say you are cut off, you are cut off. Go, sleep it off and come back some other day, all right?" She pushed some tablets into his hand. "Here. Put these in water and drink them after they stop fizzing. It helps cure hangovers and will settle your stomach." He ignored the medicine. "Hey, I'm the customer here. My money is good. Gimme another damn beer." "Jesus, man, don't do this," his friend tried to pull him back but was brushed off. "Last warning, buddy. We have a list and you do not want to be on the list." The tone of her voice gave him pause, allowing his friend to drag him out. "What, are you stupid? She almost put you on the list, and if she was feeling mean, I'd be on there too." What is that? Do you they beat you up or take your money?" The other man shook his head. Much, much worse, you idiot." He lowered his voice and nearly whispered, "They ban you from coming into the consulate. This is Germania, you moron. They just revoke your privileges from coming here as you aren't a citizen. Now do you get it?" Finally, the enormity of what almost happened and found that his palms and forehead were covered with a cold sweat. He felt much more sober now but didn't want to push it. "Thank you. Jumping Jesus, I owe you a drink." "You sure do. But tomorrow, okay?" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya was staring at the latest attraction with a mix of pride and shame. While she admitted they were a marvelous work of engineering and they had faithfully reproduced her request to the final letter, she wished that she had been in Germania when they were going through the prototypes. "I'm very, very impressed. In fact, you've exceeded my expectations in every way." "Thank you, Colonel." The Uberstahl suits were a niche product, but no less valuable for that. Only certain mages had the power and the affinity to move so much metal naturally. Certainly, Tanya couldn't, nor most of the 203 who were, in the opinion of most, the finest mages in the world. "I know I told them to use the new anodized aluminum cladding to individualize the suits and make them less threatening, but, this..." In front of each suit was a proud-looking operator dressed in matching armor with their helmets under their left arm while they stood at attention. "We tried to follow your suggestions precisely, Colonel. It was a genius idea to give these mages metal armors so that if they are outside of their Uberstalls, they can use their natural abilities to become even more resilient than a normal mage with shielding. Aluminum gave us strength, lightness and, of course, it was a natural material since we had perfected its use with the anodization process. We've woven metal into the flexible portions but couldn't anodize those, resulting in the whitish-gray color. Still, it provided an interesting contrast, and the vital areas head, chest, and so on are protected by solid metal." Tanya bit back any number of things she could have said at this point. Standing before her were the Uberstalls, each lovingly cladded in a different shiny metal color, red, blue, yellow, green and pink. Each had a weapon of some sort, but they were strictly melee weapons such as swords and staves. "Ah, I see you looking at the weaponry." It was actually an idea proposed by Major Serebriakov. If these were actually deployed, as unlikely as that is in Chicago, a metal mage can surround the items much more power efficiently than using a ranged weapon. These are more urban combat, close combat suits. They can run through a brick wall, shrug off all but direct artillery fire and dismantle a tank in seconds. "I'm sure you're correct, but let's not broadcast that too loudly, et." Upon second look, the bright colors and archaic appearance were a stroke of genius. It would be hard to look at these suits and think they were anything other than maskets. Wait, only we know about the differentiation between kinds of mages, or probably at any rate. So that means to a casual observer that knows about mages. A genuine smile split her face, cheering the surrounding people. Obviously she liked it. "Again, this is fantastic work and it will fit in perfectly at the consulate. Since Germanian is not very common here, let's call the suits powered knights and," she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, "we can call the mages powered rangers." The chief's eyes practically glowed. "Those are great names, Colonel. I don't care about being X, but I hope lawyers from my old Earth never find out about this." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The powered knights were a huge success. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. President Digirekov. We can't keep up with the orders for Knight's merchandise. Using a die-cast method and then anodizing them has sped up things, but that still puts us far behind. The man looked frazzled, and was frazzled like someone trying to build a sandcastle without water. Tanya, who was resting after practicing her piano, looked completely unperturbed. So, what's the problem? There's no way we can meet. Then don't. After you get a 6-month backlog of orders, just tell everyone after that we aren't taking any more orders until we clear the current queue. Oh, prioritize inventory for our gift shops, of course. This only applies to external shipments. The man blinked and then slowly took a deep breath. Ah, that sounds easy. Remember that we control the supply. Don't even apologize. We'll honor any orders we've taken already, but after that? Don't worry about that at all. We can't do the impossible, naturally. When I say orders, I mean orders with money attached to them. Waiting for payments is obnoxious and going to court to enforce it is onerous. In fact, for all current orders, tell them we'll swap around the queue to fulfill paid orders first. That's right. We are in control, aren't we? Absolutely. And there's still a limit of 1 figure per person per visit in Tanya Island. I don't want some entrepreneur to buy up our stock at the consulate and raise the prices to outrageous levels. And stay to releasing the figures in stages, so only 1 new figure will be released each week. That will make manufacturing easier. And keep people coming back for multiple weeks. The man's back firmed and he felt the ground stop shifting under his feet. Why had he been panicked at all? I'll make sure this is done, ma'am. Good. Anything else? We got word from General Zetter about Project Home Run and he has tentatively approved it, subject to oversight. He's willing to open the records and give us the data we need. She looked surprised. So soon? How about foreign mages? He said everything. My. Get people on this immediately. The project team has the documents, but make sure only the most circumspect designers are used. Each one will take a different country for consistency. Yes, ma'am. The El Dorado team has started operation but has nothing to report yet. Well, that's a long shot anyway. Even if nothing comes of it, the training and experience will be valuable. The man left and she started to play Chopin's Etude in E major while she thought. 2 small gambles, but if even one pays off, it's like a lottery, but one where I can peek at some of the numbers. Asterisk. The Chancellor sat in a room lit only by a grey twilight. Muller had been prepared to lead the Empire, now a republic, into a new era. But now? All plans were turning to dust before his eyes. Idiots. All Germania needs is a firm hand for a few years, maybe a decade, and our problems will be substantially past. The perils of rampant democracy and capitalism are evident everywhere. He was tempted to get a drink, but he wanted a clear head for later. He had a bottle out for the guest that was coming soon. He didn't have long to wait when the other man arrived. Ah, Bruning, welcome. Sit, please. His words were cordial but his voice was dull. The finances are not so dire that we can't afford gas, Aiden said as he sat down. I find the darkness helps me think. It strips away the illusions. And our finances are about as terrible as they can get. Soon, it will only be slightly cheaper to burn papier marks directly rather than use them to buy fuel. My people have the votes to solve the problem, if you go along with it. I know your plan and it wouldn't stand up in court. Even suggesting that would cost me my re-election. Bruning laughed. Are your chances so good now, then? Would you survive a vote of confidence now if it were to be called? You wouldn't dare. Of course I wouldn't, we are friends. But others would and are thinking about it. Only a desire for stability keeps them from doing it, though. He spread his hands, a gesture barely visible in the gloom. It's just one law, and it only affects one company. They'll hardly notice and all we have to do is convince the public that it's only fair. Fair. It's a word. A very useful word. And the coalition of the interested only has to last long enough for this one law. Your liberal socialists, those under the political office, the disaffected imperialists and all of the communists and fascists. It's a bare majority, but a majority nonetheless. A lot of them wouldn't vote for you, but they will vote for this. Muller sighed silently. For all that he personally disliked the methods, and the precedent, if it kept him in office for another term, he could justify it with all the reforms he would enact. Do it. The last glimmers of light reflected off of Bruning's glasses. I'm glad you're seeing clearly. All will be well, in the end. Asterisk. Major Hawthorne was looking over images of the knights. They were very detailed, and in color. Plus there was a document listing dimensions, weight, and orb capabilities. Sergeant Smith had come through again. There were even pictures of the cockpit open and closed, though there were no schematics of the mechanisms. Excellent work as always, Sergeant. It's a shame we couldn't get more details of the inner workings, but even this is more than sufficient for now. The stressed-out noncom answered with as much firmness as he could muster. Thank you, sir. Hawthorne put down the paper and asked, so what do you think of them? I'm hardly an expert on mages or their tools, sir. I just want your opinion. Please speak freely. Smith said carefully, it looks like a stunt, frankly. Go ahead and elaborate. I won't anything you say is gospel. At these weights, from what I understand, it would take a fairly skilled mage even just to move them around. Given their rather colorful exteriors and matching uniforms of the pilots, it seems like a way to draw interest to Tanya and little beyond that. The major nodded but said nothing. Without a motive system, and certainly there isn't room for a coal and steam system in the suit, then it's little better than a huge marionette. I never saw them move at anything faster than a slow walk, but that might be because they are constantly surrounded by children and fascinated adults. They don't have any weaponry, as far I can tell, other than those improbable maces and swords. Your analysis matches that of our own mage researchers, but they use much less flattering language. The term beyond useless has been tossed around. I'd have to disagree with that assessment. I think TVD is making a small mint on matching toys and the visitor count to the consulate continues to climb. While I don't disagree with you, it may be these are prototypes for the future. The first submarines were small, inefficient, and as likely to kill their crew as anyone else, but they were just a first step. It may be that these were designed as a proof of concept of some sort. Still, the human body is a terrible design for warfare. Pound for pound, an armed mobile vehicle would easily tear apart whatever armor they might muster and be unassailable from a distance as well. He chuckled. In fact, I have a pet theory. Oh? I mean, what is it, Major? That these were literally a failed experiment left over from the war. Our little colonel bought many tons of surplus from the Germanian military. It would be like her to dress a few of them up as a tourist attraction. Smith nodded. That seems very reasonable. Notes. Although the names Müller and Brüning show up in German history around this time, and dealing with politics, here I'm just using the names without referencing their actual personalities and beliefs. I found it surprising that slide projectors were invented decades after the film to make them was invented. Tanya, of course, brought them out together. As should be obvious, Tanya doesn't want Tanya to get a bad reputation. She ushers drunkards out of the consulate or gives them a bunk to flop in overnight. Naturally, no alcohol can be taken off the premises. Oh, and that is Alka-Seltzer. It was invented as a hangover cure around this time and has a very simple formulation. Primarily, citric acid, aspirin and sodium bicarbonate. The Solariman is no chemist, but Tanya has a good memory and this isn't exactly complex. In case you didn't catch the reference, the sea in Washington, D.C. is named after Christopher Columbus. I swear the Uberstalls were not intended to go in this direction, but it all just fit together perfectly. What could I do? Chapter 93, Welcome to the New Age. Chapter text. Tanya looked at the report as if stunned. No, she actually was stunned. What does this mean? The papers didn't contain much information, but what it did. Lucy, cancel my appointments for the next few hours. Most of them can be handled by Oscar anyway. In fact, you can tell him that. Yes, ma'am. She left the room and closed the doors behind her. If I'm reading this right, Marie Curie lived a long, healthy life. She never discovered anything like radioactivity or elements decaying into other elements. It's as if those things simply didn't exist here. She sipped her coffee and tried to gather her thoughts, jotting the key points cryptically on a piece of paper. But why should they necessarily? I know the laws of nature are different here. I'm a mage, after all. Could that be the key difference between these universes? No, I can't assume that for sure. There were two things at play here. In my old world, nuclear fusion explained the apparent age and heat of the sun, and nuclear fission the fact that the Earth's core remained molten. But if at least fission was replaced by some magical effect, then the fact that this Earth is much like the one I came from is neatly explained without radioactivity. This doesn't explain the ultimate source of magic, but it is tremendously important. If I'm right, then I don't have to worry about some future Manhattan Project from the west or Russie nukes from the east. She shuddered and sat back in her chair. I had been so worried. Should I rush ahead and uncork the nuclear genie before others could, or wait for it to happen naturally? This is great. If anyone in this world thought about anything like fusion of fission, they'd call it alchemy, and they would be right. Transmutation of elements has to be magic, right? Let's assume that nuclear fission has been replaced by magic, somehow, and it's sufficient to keep the Earth's core warm. There's also the possibility that the sun's energy is similar and would replace nuclear fusion with some magical energy. That would make nuclear weapons impossible. Tanya felt a great weight lift from her. She didn't want anyone else having nukes, even if it meant that Germania wouldn't have them either. With a light heart, she wrote a note to close the Curie inquiry so no one would waste their time with it anymore. Several weeks later, Herr Schumacher looked over the message from von Degerekhoff. I guess she got what she needed. How curious though. I wonder why she requested it. He was preparing to file when he saw a few stray scribbles on the back. Magic core heat? Solar hypothesis. Intrigued, he put the phrases on an idea board that the scientists and engineers posted their problems and theories on to invite discussion. He was surprised when he found knot of researchers excitedly discussing a topic a few days later at lunch. Oh, Schumacher. Have you seen this note? There's been quite the buzz. Seen it? I put it up there. This brought most of the conversation to a dead halt. Where? Where did you hear about it? Surely you didn't think of it yourself. First, I'm insulted that you think I couldn't come up with a novel idea. Secondly, it was a scribble on a memo from the president. Why, have you come up with something? That's what we were talking about. It's a stretch, but what we think she was getting at is that the sun generates magical energy using its substance as fuel. This magical energy flows to the earth and is used and decomposes eventually to heat through a process of simple entropy, and that keeps the core of our planet molten. This would explain how magic exists and simultaneously solve the molten core conundrum. He rubbed his chin. It's far-fetched but not impossible. Why not test it out? Another researcher pushed to the front and said, how on earth do you propose to do that? She seemed a bit belligerent, or maybe just stubborn. He seemed to remember that she was a physicist that immigrated from Waldstadt. Not on Earth. If magic comes from the sun, then there could be a noticeable increase in magical energy if you get closer to it, yes. The discussion went long past lunchtime. ******. The waters off the coast of Colombia were warm more or less year-round, and many made their living from the sea. Very rarely, tourists or sports fishermen would come on vacation, escapees from winters to the north. More recently, overflow revelers from the unified states that couldn't find hotel space in Cuba or Mexico were occasionally seen this far south, visiting Cartagena and the rest of South America. A fishing boat was doing what similar craft had done for many generations in those warm waters. Two men were guiding a filled net of fish while another handled the winch. Mis amigos. It's a good haul, we can go home early, I think. Carlos used a long hook to pull the net closer. We have to get them on the ship first. Don't count. Before he could finish the thought, there was a snapping sound like a gunshot as the cable holding up the mass of fish broke. The net, only halfway where it needed to be, half spilled on the desk with the rest returning to the sea. Damn it. What bad luck. Pepette, get a new cable out. When no answer came, he said again, Pepette. See Carlos. Pepette. He looked up and his heart sank. The older man had been knocked over and was coughing blood. Carlos raced over to Pepette, and any hope he might have had fled. It was obvious that the snapping cable had whipped back and broken most of the ribs on his left side. He had seen injuries like this before and they rarely turned out well. Jorge stammered, we can get to port in just an hour. Get a doctor. Carlos shook his head. He doesn't have an hour. We have to do something. He yelled back. Do what? It would take a miracle for to find a ship anywhere out. He didn't have a chance to finish the sentence due to shock. As he gesticulated wildly toward the empty sea, he noticed it wasn't so empty after all. Dios mío. A ship, a fair-sized one, is over there. Run up the emergency flag. Carlos went to the wheelhouse and retrieved a pistol that they kept in case they encountered less than friendly amigos on the high seas. He shot twice into the air, counting on them to hear it even from this distance because sounds traveled further over water. Jorge came back and tried to make Pepe comfortable but was at a loss because he didn't want to move the moaning man. Every time he coughed, more bloody froth came from his mouth and he spasmed with pain. Carlos looked in the distance. They are coming. It looks big enough, they might have a doctor or at least can get to port quicker. The larger ship was metal-clad and Carlos would have been surprised at how young the people looked if had time to think about it. A youngish woman called out in accented Hispanic, "Ahoy! Are you in distress?" That's when she spotted the injured man lying among the fish. In Germanian, she snapped, "Doctor! We have a wounded civilian here." Helmet was already grabbing his medical bag and leapt nimbly from one deck to the other, somehow managing to avoid slipping on hundreds of flopping fishes. "Help me move him away from these damned fish." He spoke in Germanian but Carlos got his meaning. With as much care as possible, they lifted him into the wheelhouse. With little ceremony, he shooed the fisherman out of the cramped room. The woman spoke to the men soothingly. "Don't worry. Dr. Sauer is one of the best there is. But Pepe is older and." She looked him in the eye and said, "Have faith, Señor." Now that the other fishermen were out of sight, Helmet went to work. He had the standard medical training and, in fact, was as skilled as Antonia had claimed. But he had an additional advantage, he was also a mage. While not possessing enough power to fly or fight in combat, he was able to use his abilities to raise him from a superb doctor to a miraculous one. Of course, he couldn't just wave his hands and heal people, but he was rapidly improving. His preternatural senses probed the man's body as he injected him with a sedative that would keep him from struggling during treatment. Invisible fingers pushed the ribs back into place and he bound his torso with bandages to keep them from shifting around. Punctured lung, 2, He inserted a hollow needle into the pleural space and magic pulled the excess air to allow the lung to reinflate. Almost immediately, the man's breathing became smoother. His eyes glowed as he examined the patient more thoroughly. No concussion, good. Only a tiny bit of internal bleeding. His gaze narrowed and a tiny amount of magic cauterized 2 small blood vessels inside the man's body. After double-checking everything with both magical and mundane senses, he nodded. He's as good as treated now. Just a few weeks of bed rest and he'll be right as rain. The doctor shook his head. I was skeptical when TVD researchers tested everyone for magical ability and suggested that I use it to enhance my medical skills, but now? I can't imagine doing it any other way. We are on the cusp of a revolution in medicine. He put away his gear and stood up before leaving the cabin, thinking about the implications of how medicine would change in the future. Jorge, seeing how quiet the doctor was, stammered, Doctor, Pepet, is he? Helmet, none too skilled in Ispignon, guessed at his question and let Antonia translate for him. He's fine. A week of bed rest and a few days of observation at a hospital to make sure his lung doesn't recollapse or infection set in and he'll be back to fishing. Carlos crossed himself and said a brief prayer, mentally promising to light several candles when they got back. The fishermen watched the tourists get back on their ship. Antonia called back to them. Remember, go straight to port. Si. We will. Carlos watched them move off as he waved goodbye, their steam engines moving them at a good clip. Hey, that's odd. What is it? Except for that one woman, I thought they were Germanian. But their ship name is English. English, you say? Yes. She's called the Queen of Atlantis. What an odd name. Asterisk. Visha, ever the more social between her and the president, had gotten used to high-level gatherings with very important people. Well, I guess that compared to great generals and a certain colonel, these political and business types are no comparison. I'll be glad when this party is over and I can go home, though. She smiled and chatted and made deals and even more plans during the soiree. Gratefully, a friendly face was the next one she saw. Oh, Judge Richter. I had no idea you would be here, tonight. Yes, well. The missus likes them and it would look bad if she came by herself. He held an unlit cigar between 2 fingers, apparently on his way out to a patio to enjoy it. How is your daughter doing? I rarely pick up a newspaper these days. Well, you should at least buy ours. She laughed. She is well. Tanya is making quite the name for herself in the United States and business is, well, business. Our American profits may outstrip our Germanian ones any day now. Good. I'm glad you are doing so well. Say, could you help an old man out to the balcony? My knees these days, you see. Of course. She supported his arm and they stepped into the coolish spring night. They stopped at a balcony and she helped light his cigar with a minor spell when he was patting his pockets for a match. Ha! Quite convenient that. Your legs didn't seem to bother you much, Judge. I've been around injured people enough to know that. He puffed his cigar, the cherry glowing eerily in night. I'm sorry for the subterfuge, but I have news. Those bastards in the political office are making moves. Big ones. I got word they are cobbling together a coalition to pass some reprehensible legislation. Visha had learned the value of an extensive intelligence network but even she hadn't heard about this yet. Go on. It's designed to precisely gut any company with a multinational business model like TVD's. Unfortunately, if they pass a law, rather than just a regulation, it'll be as legal as church on Sunday. It only targets very large, diversified international businesses like yours. Literally, it would affect no one else because almost all Germania's foreign assets and divisions were broken up or shut down by the war. He growled around his cigar, almost crushing the very expensive leaf. She pursed her lips and then said slowly. It will be obvious what they are trying to do. It'll take a solid majority, even a supermajority to push this through. When there's enough meat, the wolves will come running. Just paying the tax won't be good enough because they'll keep coming back every year for more. Eventually your company will be destroyed or will be crippled to the point where it is too small to be under this law, which works out to much the same thing. Thank you, Judge. A little more time may be exactly what we need to fight this and you've given that to us. Maybe you should split off your holdings altogether? You've got a foothold in the United States. I hate to say this because I love my country, but it would be better for you to abandon the fatherland and start over there. Oh, there will be a fight like they've never seen before. Run away. She grinned impishly. Have you ever known Argent Silver to back down from a fight? Asterisk. Oscar handled the daily needs of the consulate with aplomb. While not a trained diplomat, he was a classically trained prince and a military officer. The combination was apparently enough to meet the demands of his current role. Of course, the team around him was essential. The frustrations he had when he was doing more painting than consular work made him appreciate how flexible the staff was when oddball situations occurred. Such as the current one. There were several dozen applications for Germanian citizenship on his desk. This was mildly unusual as the fatherland was in dire straits, the undisputed loser in a world war unlike anyone had ever seen, suffering under crippling reparations, and the perfect target for the next time a European power wanted a piece of land from someone who didn't have any allies. No, the really unusual part was something completely different. So, am I to understand this correctly, these applicants desire citizenship? Gisela nodded, yes, Ambassador. But not for Germania. No, Ambassador. Instead they wish to become citizens of Tanya Island. Do I understand this correctly? Exactly, Ambassador. He sighed and sat back in his chair. Technically it was Tanya's chair, but he was the man doing the work, so he was here far more often. I hope it was made clear to them that there is no independent country of Tanya Island. She shook her head, apparently in disbelief. Of course. But they were adamant that I present their applications as is. Are there any problems with them other than this? No, actually, they are superior candidates overall. Mages, engineers, scientists, musicians, and other creative sorts and so on. He looked at Gisela, recalling that she was one of the more capable administrators. He steepled his fingers and said, tell me how you would handle this. She thought for a moment with her lips pursed. There are two issues and if we separate them, then an answer suggests itself. 1. Is that they wish to become citizens. 2. They want to reside in Tanya Island. So if we primarily treat this as a job interview, we can let them live here like any employee. Gisela laughed suddenly. Frankly, the standards for employment with TVD are higher than most countries' immigration guidelines. Do that then. If they pass muster, hire them and process their citizenship application for Germania. Oh, keep an eye out for spies and the like of course, but even if unemployment is rampant in the fatherland, we lack capable people here in the Unified States. Will this cause problems, back home? You'll find that ambassadors have amazing powers, frequently unused. In a real sense, we are the country. So, go, gather everyone you think worthy of living in Tanya Island and we'll welcome them with open arms. A few dozen people will help lighten the load around here. The work never ends. Little did Oscar know, he was making the same mistake that Tanya had made months ago as the stack of applications still on Gisela's desk dwarfed the sample that he could see. Chapter 94, I Write the Songs. John Henry took off the helmet they were all required to wear now and wiped sweat off of his face. Frankly, the headgear was a little annoying but rules are rules and he put the hard hat, as they called it, back on. Still, it helped keep things organized as you knew who were working on the line, who were visitors and who were supervisors just by looking at the color. Plus the TVD logo was a nice touch. Made the purely functional headgear a little classier. One downside was that he was wearing a supervisor's helmet. He'd always been a common Joe but Miss Oberst said he had potential, give him a 50-cent an hour raise and a yellow hat, so here he was. Dunno for sure what she was talking about. I don't do anything differently from before. The raise is nice, though. He scanned the area and spotted someone gold-bricking Jerry. Get your lazy ass on the line. Your break was over 5 minutes ago and if I don't see some steel down, I'm going to kick you hard enough, you'll be able to see Frisco. The man who had been napping in the shade jumped to his feet. Sorry, Junior. Just lost track of time. Don't give me that. The dead couldn't sleep through the shift change whistle. You make quota today or I might rethink letting you have this cushy job, why here? Apparently Jerry found that threat credible and rushed back to work. Yeah, it's a real stumper. But as long as the pay is good, who am I to complain? Despite his loftier title, he still worked a full day like the other Gandhi dancers. The only real difference was that he kept the rest in line and he talked to the mages every day. He wasn't quite sure what to make of them. Their English was halfway decent and they worked hard but seeing a man have to rail like a twig was a mite unsettling. There was also another mage who was in charge of fusing the rails together with magic. She was an Irish girl from New York that was a greenhorn when they found her just a few weeks ago but now she was working like she had been doing it for years. Hey, Miss Goblet. Have you completed your welding for today? She pushed a red lock out of her face. I've said before, it looks harder than it is. I can fuse a lot more rail than this. And it's gobnate, not goblet. She held the joint between two rails with her bare hand and focused. A red glow appeared and he could feel the heat from where he was a few feet away but she showed no signs of pain. After a few seconds, she quickly pulled her hand away revealing a smooth section of steel, the two pieces of rail joined as if they had been made that way. Ah, sorry. Lord, girl, that never gets less impressive. I'm still shocked myself. She tapped a ruggedized orb that was affixed to a leather belt like an oversized belt buckle. If I hadn't taken that test back east, I'd still be a housekeeper. But a mage smith, hey? I hadn't even heard of such a thing. He looked at her well-defined biceps and large frame. You probably could work the line even without magic. Shut your bake. Despite her words, she seemed pleased. By the by, have you taken the test yet? You might get Jemmy, too. Me, nah. I'll be working until I drop into my grave, ha. But her talk reminded him to complete that task. Might as well get it done now. Looks bad if I ride everyone's ass to check the box and I forget my own self. I have time, I can do that for you. Oh. Yeah, the boss showed me how so that I can pick up the slack. She led him to a rail car that was used as an office. It traveled down the track as they completed their work. When local staff questioned this, a Germanian mage just laughed and said, "We'll be moving far too fast for a stationary headquarters. If you blink, you'll miss it." Stretching behind the engine were a line of dormitories as well and even a mess car to feed the workers. She opened a panel on the side of the car to reveal two handles and a row of unlit indicators. She grinned when he looked puzzled by this. Ah, so many people are getting tested, so they rigged this up a week ago. Also, I think the office types were tired of people tramping in and out when they were trying to get work done. What do I do? Grab these things? Pretty much. Then try to push some magic into them. He looked at her with disbelief. John stopped his first reaction with difficulty as there was a lady in earshot. Excuse me. Gobnate shrugged. I can't describe it better than that. It's not hard, but keep an eye on the lights. One turns on automatically and try to make more of them light up. It's better to just give it a try. The handles were a standard size, but they looked like toys in his huge hands. The redhead activated the sensors and said, "Go on, big guy." John Henry, still unsure, just concentrated on the lights. Hey! Did the second light flicker a bit? He tried to focus on the feeling as the light came on. It went out and then flared up even brighter. Ha! This is easier than I thought. How long should I do this? Take it as far as you can go. Yes. He knew nothing about biofeedback or how the machine worked, but he was starting to associate a feeling in his hands with the lights on the machine. It's kinda like when I have a good head of steam going at work. He squeezed and tried to remember the sensation of holding a shovel, holding a pick, digging and working until the rhythm sinks down into his bones like a song made of sweat and steel. He was focused so much, he didn't see the row of lights come on one after another. Gobnate wasn't surprised when one light came on. Many people had minimal abilities with magic, but her eyebrows raised when light after light came on. They said each light was 10 times harder than the last and he's almost gotten them all. Her surprise turned to nervousness as the man strained. Hey, big guy. Mr. Henry. Whoa. The hard-working man was focused. He didn't hear her at all and was oblivious to anything around him. Until he pulled the tester out of the solid steel mounting of the train car with the enormous screeching of metal. Both of them stared at the handles of the sensors still in his hands, pieces dangling from them, while sparks arced feebly from exposed wires on the train. Do you? He cleared his throat nervously. Do you think I'm gonna have to pay for that? She shook her head. I'm not sure. She grinned after a slow minute. But I think you'll be able to afford it really soon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya looked around, pleased with what she saw. You've done a fabulous job putting this together, Enrico. He was a Francois expat engineer and had moved, small, mountains in the past 2 months. Thank you, Madam President. This building meets all your requirements, I believe. The security and sound room in the basement will control the music through the consulate grounds. First floor is for retail space, mostly music related but with some associated merchandise. Second floor houses the recording studios. The two walked through the lobby where different shops were lined on either side based on their target demographic and specific products. At her insistence, areas targeting the younger audience had a lot of neon lights and bright colors while there were more sedate venues for adults and for expensive record players. Is the third floor ready? In many ways, that will be the heart of the operation. We are still waiting for the permits to be approved. An annoyed look crossed her face. We sent everything in, yes. He nodded. As soon as we started the project. In fact, before everything else. What's the holdup? As far as you know. If I had to guess, I'd say local government. One moment. She walked into the nearest storefront, found a phone and called up the operator. Yes. Connect me to the mayor's office. Tell them Tanya Digirekov is calling. Yes, I'll hold. She tapped her foot as she waited. At a speed that surprised Enrico, she began to speak again. Quiet, I'm not interested. Someone in City Hall is slowing up my permits and you are going to fix it. Again, I don't care, just handle it. If you have any questions, call up Alphonse and ask him exactly how patient I am. She hung up without saying goodbye. That should handle things, Enrico. Are there any other problems? A bit shocked by how much power she casually wielded, he was caught by surprise but pulled himself together. No, not at all. We have the transmitters and antennas set up on the tower. We'll have the radio station broadcasting by the end of the week. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After fixing the issues with the radio licensing, Enrico and Tanya took an elevator to the second floor. The two had similar interests in music and technology, so the discussion on the way was lively. I want to increase the dynamic range in our products while also increasing the fidelity. That will be expensive. She waved off that argument. Doesn't matter. Audiophiles with money will fund our R&D in the end. Less expensive models will follow. But we absolutely need the quality there first to attract those dollars. The essence of our brand is quality first, quality last, quality forever. Sometimes it costs more, but you get what you pay for. Also, I'm getting tired of the terrible recordings they call good. Maybe I'm spoiled, but I remember how amazing music can sound and it grates on my ears when I hear some of this crap. We use diamond stylus needles for that reason, regardless of costs. Oh, yes. The counterweight arms with the elliptical styluses are delightful. I know some people who were moved to tears when hearing how good it was. She looked at him askance. Some people. He threw up his hands. Okay, fine, it was me. But I wasn't alone. Instead of a conference room, they went to a large recording studio. Today there was a collection of vocalists gathered. They were chatting with each other when Tanya arrived. A burly singer looked toward the open door. Oh, President Digirekov. He was a baritone that had sung with her in New York for Ode to Joy and had come with her to Chicago when she made him an offer. Please call me Tanya when we're making music. President, ambassador, or even colonel are left outside that door. He grinned. Can do, Tanya. I'll keep this short, but first, are there any questions? A tenor that hadn't worked with her before spoke up. What's the plan? I mean, we are here. And you are here, he looked a bit embarrassed and just trailed off. That's a cogent question and it's the key to situation. Basically, I'm very, very busy and I only have one mouth. Also I have a good range but not nearly wide enough for all the songs I want to record. This news rather shocked everyone considering that her release rate dwarfed anyone else by at least an order of magnitude. And she was just telling them that it wasn't fast enough. We're going to split the recordings into 3 categories. Category 1 are albums where I sing. I'll participate in every one of the songs. Category 2 are albums where I'll write all the songs for you. The primary reason is that I have songs that require male singers. She smiled wryly. Apparently there's not a huge market me singing passionately about my love for another woman. There were several uncomfortable glances between some singers that Tanya failed to notice. But, in a broader sense, there are songs that need male singers either based on subject matter or just the vocal range required. The market for male vocalists is and will remain large, of course. What about duets? Male/female duets fall under category 1, for the most part, unless they are out of my range. Again, if I sing, it's the first category. Now, category 3 belongs to you. She waved to the expansive studio around them. Musicians aren't assembly line workers. If you have a song you want to sing, a performance you are working on, or anything like that, please feel free to use the facilities outside of reserved hours. If you come up with something interesting, please consider having TVD produce it for you. Everyone seemed quite excited by the announcement and there was a small buzz around the room as the performers whispered to each other. Tanya was satisfied with that response. This is ideal for me. They can use otherwise wasted studio time and it helps keep creative types from feeling like draft animals. And if they happen to come up with something good, we can release it under our label and make money that way. I can't lose no matter how it turns out. What the singers were thinking was quite different. My God, she is so generous. Studio time is horribly expensive and she is basically allowing us to earn extra money by doing our own music. We don't have to find a producer, or a place to play, or rent recording equipment. It's like she's just giving us money for performing our own music. You probably know that we'll be starting our own radio station soon. While there will be news broadcasts, it will primarily be for music and entertainment. Anything we sell on discs will also be played on our radio station with appropriate credit being given. So, something else to look forward to. Enrico saw their faces drop. No. Don't misunderstand. We're not asking you to be radio musicians. We're going to improve the recordings so much that we can just play those instead while you are doing more important things like producing new music. Your job is be creative. Our job is to help you do it. Tanya nodded. Thanks for clarifying that. You, all of you, are going to bring joy with your hard work and talent and will depend on technology to share it with everyone. If you are ever feeling overworked, please tell us so that we find a solution. You are making music, not bricks. She chuckled. Although, frankly, I don't want an overtired, groggy person making bricks either. There was general laughter at that while she continued. That said, we are going to be making a lot of music. I have many songs that I need help with and we going to be very, very busy starting tomorrow. She looked at them steadily. All of you were chosen because you have great voices but, moreover, superior range and control. I have a vision for a lot of these songs and I'd much rather find people who can be flexible to match that sound in my head. Like all TVD employees, you have the option of become a partial owner rather than taking a regular salary. I'm not pushing you either way but we do have a track record of success. But everyone here has an additional option. Every album produced you can take royalties or an interest in the production company. So the first is general and diversified among all our divisions, even internationally, but the latter is all concentrated just on the music side of the business. Do we have to decide now? No, of course not, but please tell Enrico by the end of the week so we know how large a paycheck to write. She smiled again and said with conviction. The choice is yours, after all, and you should think about it. It's a gamble, but even if you don't become rich, you'll always have a roof over your head and will never miss a meal here. I hope they take the offer. No one works harder than the owner of a business and it will help keep these creative types focused on making great music. Since I'll feed them basically an unending series of great songs, I can relax more and let them make us money. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The R&D department at TVD was an interesting place. People were drafted to assist or test products constantly. But, the less formal testing area was definitely the cafeteria. The west wall had a bulletin board for comments on food and the east wall for everything else. Yui had a bowl in front of him with steam rising off of it. Lang was walking by and happened to glance down. Is that noodle soup? Ah, yes. The latest product, of course. He picked up a strand with a fork and examined the gentle curls which were unlike spaghetti which were straight. Free lunches are great but guinea pigs should get their food for free, right? Of course, Lang said dryly. He chuckled and sat down with a colorful cube, having already eaten lunch but wanting to try out some new products. How's the soup? Oh, it's fairly tasty. If it was merely edible, that would be a win since it's designed to be as inexpensive as possible. He held up a torn piece of tin foil. The gimmick is that you can change the flavor with flavor packets while the base product is just the noodles. They are fried, then folded and dried into a block. You just pour on boiling water, add the packet and then wait for 3 minutes. Sounds convenient. Oh, it is. Plus there are suggestions on how to upscale the meal with vegetables or meat but it seems fine just like this. He slurped up some noodles and then glanced at what Lang was holding. What's that? It's a puzzle cube. You twist the sides and try to get all the colors to match on all 6 sides. I worked on the mechanism inside. It's surprisingly simple to make once you have the basic idea. Yui looked at wildly disordered squares. It doesn't look simple. Simple to make. Not so easy to solve. Uva's fingers almost instinctively moved toward the toy but he was prevented by the lunch in front of him. We are going to sell a lot of those, I think. He nodded toward the noodles. Those too. I hope they don't become too popular. The diets of my team is terrible as it is. Their conversation was briefly interrupted by a sudden clatter from another table followed by someone yelling Yenga, and general laughter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared across the slumbering city at the well-lit tower in the distance, calling to her like a poisoned siren, whispering of the climax to her dark desires. Shining ideals were tainted and long forgotten, leaving only a horrible hunger. Soon. It would be time to feed. Notes. What 4-letter code should the radio station have? I have one in mind but won't reveal it now. If I like your suggestion better, however, I'll use that instead. For those of you who aren't in the US or don't remember the letter code naming conventions, in the east side of the country, the code is 4 letters and starts with W. Note, unlike other technologies where Tanya only has a vague idea how they work, and she depends on the genius of her people to fill in the technical gaps, the Solariman was an audiophile in my story and had an enthusiast's understanding of sound equipment. I'll try hard not to fill your ears, eyes, with minuti here. Don't even get me started on how you can get stereo sound out of a standard phonograph and how it's backward compatible to single-channel devices. Smiley face, Chapter 95, Ezekiel. Tanya looked out her office window at the darkening skies. This will depress attendance a bit but we've been quite lucky with weather so I shouldn't complain. She tapped her desk with one finger while lost in thought. We're ahead of schedule both with construction and revenue, so maybe we should push ahead on expansion plans? We have the property in place both in Chicago and around the country, why not go ahead? The current conditions can't last forever. The only other person in the room was Oscar, who was engaging in actual consular work. It was rather minimal, for now, as most Germanian citizens had left the country during the Great War. Other than new immigrants to the fatherland, the majority of his work was complaints about illegal seizures of property by the Unified States against their citizens. Unfortunately, he could do little about those as of yet. He had grown comfortable being a sounding board for her ideas. She apparently trusted him to give intelligent feedback and he strove to live up to that. Which conditions? She nodded and pointed at the brewery one could see from their vantage. That. The Prohibition Amendment is unpopular despite its current public support. And this will only get worse. Someday there will be enough displeasure and they'll repeal it. It depends on whether enough people are afraid of being unelected. She smirked cynically, or when the power that be see their own supplies start to run out. Oscar put down his paperwork. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you do intend to duplicate this consulate in other locations? Essentially, yes. This will be the center, but I want to copy this success everywhere. Not everyone can travel to Chicago. I want to allow a good 50% of the country to be able to visit a consulate with only a few days' travel. So, your theory is public demand for alcohol will force their hand. She caught his gist. Ah. How did I miss that? With enough locations, we can help reduce pent-up demand with our very legal supplies. Plus there will be less crime as our very presence will undercut the massive profits to be had. Less crime means less public outrage against prohibition. I'd better up our security wherever we establish ourselves as we'll be in this business long term. Tanya looked at her colleague with obvious pleasure. I love working with smart people. It's not just that they do their jobs well, but they help me improve my own performance. She continued to look at him while she thought. Still, I can't stifle his growth by holding him down here. It's bad for the company if I don't let him expand his power and capabilities. I can't think of someone better to start our new location, and it's not like he's unfamiliar with what needs to be done as he was here even before I was. He noticed the smile and was amazed at how it made the girl's face light up. He was used to her professional smiles, her knowing smirks, her sometimes wicked grins, but this expression actually made his heart skip a beat. He had been trying to avoid thinking about her as a woman, both due to her age, even if marrying at 17 was quite common for women, and the fact that she was literally his superior. This willful blindness was shattered when his father bluntly asked him if he found her attractive enough to marry. I hate to admit it, but he has a point. From my observation, she's extraordinarily competent, enormously intelligent, and is even fiercely protective and loyal. She takes better care of her employees than most people do their own families. 50%? That will mean opening a lot of consulates across the country. Of course. I want us to become synonymous with drinking. But not in any crude way. Fine drink, delicious food, safe entertainment, in general, good fun for everyone. A light spatter of rain came down and the day darkened further as dark clouds further hid the sun. He'll be key to these expansions. I best give him some encouragement and show my trust in him. I'm going to go out for a brief walk, Oscar. She put a hand on his shoulder, grateful that she didn't have to reach up since she had grown some and the tall man was seated. I'll be depending on you and I look forward to us working together for many years. The former prince cursed his heart for skipping another beat as she left the room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The powered rangers looked up at the sky, much like everyone else. The storage and maintenance area for the powered knights had largish double doors as it was a converted warehouse and both were currently open as the weather was pleasant other than the rain. Ranger Green shook his head. No outside shows today, I do believe. Ranger Blue said, they aren't shows, they are public relations events and demonstrations of our technology. And that differs from shows in what material way? There are several significant and obvious differences that I can't be bothered to enumerate at this time. Yellow said. Stop it. This is a good opportunity to do maintenance on the knights. The weather is reason enough to make sure they are in tip-top shape. The only female ranger sighed at this and shook her pink helmeted head. Really, that's going overboard, don't you think? There aren't any engines, the orbs are sealed, the joints were lubricated not 2 days ago and the surface is corrosion-proof. She ran a finger over the surface of her knight and showed her pink finger was still clean. They've even been washed this morning. What kind of maintenance would they need that isn't just busy work? Red, the squad leader, just looked outside the open and let them squabble. The team was still gelling and they didn't have an appropriate opportunity to shake out their personalities to make it an effective force. Arguably, that wouldn't be necessary here in the States, but it made him uncomfortable that their training had been so much more theoretical than practical. It's like a mildly aching tooth. An itch you can't scratch. That damned feeling won't go away until we get some more suit time. I should ask the commander for a day off so we can go somewhere and let loose a bit. No place for that inside Tanya Island, of course. Green, didn't the colonel buy some farmland west of here? Farmland gone to seed. Yes sir. They'll be reclaiming it this month and get it productive again. Nothing but scrub grass and weeds right now. Good. We might be going for a little trip soon. In the meantime, everyone suit up. Precision practice for everyone. Green groaned. Not that Tai Chi stuff again. Pink hit his shoulder with a balled fist. Not that it did much, as the man was almost as solid as his knight. Don't knock it. My handling of my knight has improved a lot. I even do it outside sometimes to keep me limber. Oh, limber is it? Good, good, very good. She hit him again. This time hard enough to bruise. Ow. Sorry, Pink. Apologies. First round is on me tonight. She lowered her fist. That's better. I'm not ordering anything cheap, so bring your big wallet. Red looked out at the incoming storm again, an uneasy feeling creeping behind him, laying an icy finger on his neck. Crap. I can't wait to get a few workouts under our belts. He suited up with the rest in preparation for moving his knight very slowly in synchrony with the others. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The rain had driven most of the shoppers, diner, and those on holiday inside the nearest buildings. The rain varied from a solid drizzle to a downpour, but it was definitely getting stronger. Fortunately, most of the visitors came for the food and drink and less for the scenery, and this didn't affect their plans much. Non-visitors were less sanguine about the weather, however. A group of school kids looked at the weather, tragedy etched on their faces. Today they had a bit of a field trip planned where they could play with some new toys that had been sent from the TVD test labs. They were roughly split into the inside toys and the outside toys. Almost to a one, the kids were itching to try the outside today. Buddy looked out at the dark skies and sighed, a sound echoed by his friends. Frau Hartmann cleared her throat to get their attention. Sorry, children, but the weather is too uncertain today to play outside. But Mrs. Seidel says she has some new songs for you, and the band room now has the student instruments and microphones, so it should be entertaining. For now, though, please clean up and get ready to go to the other building. She stepped out to make a call to the music hall. Please tell Frau Seidel, I'll be sending the kinder over because of the weather. Thank you so much. His best friend, Waldo, tried to make the best of it. She's right, music is pretty fun and it beats doing nothing inside, right? A gleam formed in Buddy's eye. Waldo. Pal. You know. Stop. Every time you say you know, we get into trouble. But look at all this stuff. Frisbees, boomerangs, high flyers, arm rockets, it will be a crime, no a sin not to play with them. A mortal sin, I'm sure of it. He started to pour on the charm, as he always did. All of these toys are waterproof. They told us that. And it's not raining so much right now. Barely a sprinkle. As he talked, other kids started to gather around, enraptured by his words. Imagine all those toys, flying through the air like planes, no like mages. And, he lowered his voice, causing the others to huddle even closer, she's going to send us to the music hall, but we can take just a little side trip to the picnic field, right? We'll just play a little bit. Right? No one will ever know. Wanting to be convinced, they were. Easily. When Frau Hartmann returned, she was prepared to tell them to clean their area and put on their raincoats, but she found the room spotless and the kids already prepared to trudge through the gentle rain to the other building. Oh my. Well, since you are all ready, you can go over now. Mrs. Seidel is ready for you. Tari not. Instead of the foot dragging and complaining, they practically leapt at the chance to go to the music hall, and, if their rain jackets were a bit bulkier than normal, she didn't notice at all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dr. Trapp was finishing with his patient, the only one today, for a mild strain. Please be more careful, Mr. Jones. Those dollies are there for a reason. No one will complain if it takes you 60 seconds longer to move a barrel as long as you do it safely. Gotcha, doctor. Sorry to bother you on such a miserable day. This isn't bad as long as people stay indoors. Too many chances for slips and falls in this weather. He jotted down a quick note to talk to Digirekov about some kind of surface that was less prone to accidents. With anyone else, I'd be waved off or told it was too expensive. But her passion for preparation and safety nearly rivals my own. Keep the bandage on and dry for 2 days and come back to see me then. And think about how saving a few seconds lost you a few days. You got it, doctor. I'll see you then. He went out in a wheelchair to the entranceway to be taken home. The front of the hospital had an extensive awning area, so there was no ground exposed to precipitation like rain or snow, so he was able to get into the car without problem. Pete came back with the wheelchair and parked it in its spot, out of the traffic lanes. Another slow day, I think. Della smiled and said, that's for the better, right? She wore a traditional nurse's uniform but eschewed the cap. It's kinda spooky, actually. You'd think something would happen once in a while other than a bad cold, or mashed finger. Or a sprain. She laughed. Helen inserted a file for the injured worker into a drawer and closed it. It's not that unusual. We have a youngish population with many of the dangers one normally encounters eliminated. Crime? None. Traffic? None. Falls? Almost everything preventable has been prevented. Our health campaigns even proactively prevent or ameliorate illnesses. What would be shocking is if we did have average sickness and injury rates. Trapp came into the room after washing his hands thoroughly. Indeed. I'm pleased to say that every initiative on the A list is complete and we are making good progress on the B list. We can't prevent everything, but it's good to eliminate what we can. Some rather obscure things are on the B list, after all. There aren't many tornadoes in Chicago, but we're ready to weather them if need be. Really, Doc? What's next? Flood protection? No need, we've already got drills to get people to a safe level in the once-in-a-century rising of the water levels. No, we are quite ready for floods, I dare say. You keep at it, Doc, the ambulance mage said affably. He glanced at the rain that had picked up a bit and murmured to himself, still seems spooky to me. It's too quiet by half. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya walked in the rain without fear of being wet. A mage shield could deflect bullets and shrapnel, so mere droplets of water were no match for it. I suppose a direct lightning strike might be a problem, but a thin layer of water is sufficient to guide electricity around a shield. Airplane hulls work that way, at least with the metal acting in the same regard. I wonder if you could blast off the water off someone and ionize the air around them to attract lightning? Must make a note to have someone look into that. Those less magically inclined, or orbless, were rushing to get under cover, with the occasional few strolling calmly with umbrellas or raincoats. Even they, however, were merely going from place to place and didn't tarry. Maybe a cup of coffee and a small snack before lunch? There's that new chocolate shop that could really have their wares sampled before opening next week. She didn't think twice about this, calorie-wise, as she maintained a habit of exercise and magic use to keep herself fit. Having heard too many horror stories in her old life about how much harder it was for women to maintain a healthy weight, she took extra precautions since she was rapidly approaching adulthood. Keeping in fighting trim is harder, of course. Normally, I wouldn't think about it in this post-war period, but an assassination attempt or two gets your attention. Perhaps in video game like Arcade, where you shoot magically created targets? You would need a mage to run the thing, but that's fairly simple illusions, and if we use a specialized orb, all they would need to do is put magic in and let it move forward. No good for actual combat practice, but it would make some money. She pulled out a journal and made a few cryptic notes before putting it away. She glanced up at Eiffel's tower with a grin. I've taken one thing, but maybe each consulate should have something similar. Unfortunately, I think they've already broken ground on the Empire State Building. Plus the land we have is too far out from the city center to justify such a structure. That arch thing in St. Louis? Yeah, that would be good. I'll want it near water, so maybe in Los Angeles? No, let's see if we can co-opt the Golden Gate Bridge. The South is going to explode with industry and vacationers when air conditioners become commonplace, so let's make some long-term investments there. Worst comes to worst, we can just grow oranges. She was surrounded by drizzling rain, but saw nothing but sunny shores in her imagination. Glancing up, she frowned slightly. What's that? High up in the sky, there was a glint of light that didn't appear to be lightning. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ringed around the consulate were a series of watch stations that were constantly manned and alert. They also kept in constant contact with each other through scheduled checks and just general chatter. Major Hawthorne had been tempted to squash this misuse of the communications, but decided that there were few ways to ensure that all stations were active and working properly than the constant jabbering, even if the topics were less than military. The observer/radio operator was also in charge of another piece of equipment, the mana detector. It was a complex device that teased weak mana signals, converted them to something technology could understand, and presented them on an oscilloscope-like display. With training, one could even tell who produced what signal and how much power they were using. Of course, all of them had memorized the ex-colonel's mana signature as a necessary part of their training. Cal was resting a bit from his flying patrol of the morning. He was on the 0400 to 1200 shift this week and was yawning a bit as he copied his recordings of the patrol to an orb in the watch station before he was free for the day. Ted, the observer, looked over at the mage. I'd say you look too tired to move, but your grin tells me you are going to meet your Germanian cutie after this. What can I say? When you're right, you're right. Pleasant company and a bit of lunch would suit me fine. And dessert. He chuckled to show he didn't mean any harm by the jab. Cal could be fierce if he thought someone was making fun of Gisela. Shut it. But keep an eye out for an invitation from me one of these days. He pulled out a box whose contents were obvious. Jumping Jesus, is that a ring? You really are serious about this girl, hey? Like I said, when you're right. He looked toward Eiffel's tower. She's special. Hell, if I can convince her to put up with a roughneck like me, I'll do whatever I can to never regret that choice. I'd say she's the lucky one, my friend, but I gotta say you're the one marrying up, ha 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 ha. He stopped laughing long enough to clap the big man on the back. Don't I know it? Well, I'm heading out. Yeah, good luck, I mean it. He glanced back to his equipment and noticed a signal coming through that looked odd. Despite the dozens of mages at the consulate, he knew their signatures by heart after the first month. This was new, and strong. He triggered his radio. Station 3 here. I'm getting a mana signal I don't recognize. Strength gamma positive 2.3 and rising. Another voice came on the radio. Station 2. I'm seeing the same thing, gamma positive 2.4, 2.5, 2.6. Ted tweaked his settings. With two side-by-side stations showing the same signal, that mean it was equidistant to both of them, which gave them a good track for the approach of the bogey. Station 7. Same thing. It's over 3 already. The Station 13 operator swore out loud. How in the hell are we all getting the same strength signal? It's not inside the consulate and it can't be coming from all directions. Ted flipped his settings between external and internal with no change of signal strength. It's coming from high up. It has to be at least 30,000 feet with these readings. 29-5, 29, 28-5. Ted called out, it's going at least 500 FPS. Scramble, scramble, scramble. He glanced over at Cal, but the man was already gone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Glowing like the sputtering torch, it fell like a comet, illuminating the skies, making the clouds glow red in reflected light as it dropped toward the earth. None could hear the words, but they were screamed aloud from on high. I will not on you with pity, I will not spare you. Power, raw power shook the firmament. Doom has come upon you. The time has come. The day is near. The light solidified until it was like the sun, blasting away the rain and mist. I am about to pour my wrath on you and spend my anger against you. I will judge you and repay you for all your detestable practices. Here I come, you bitch. It's Judgment Day. Chapter 96, Pride. Mere seconds before the general alarm sounded, Tanya realized what was happening. Her magically enhanced voice resounded through the consulate, Luftangriff. Then the alarm started wailing for city blocks all around. Like a well-oiled machine, people sprang into action using long-practiced protocols. A waitress calmly told her jumpy patrons, including a few that were about to head outside to see what was going on, please everyone, come down to the shelters. There's likely a severe storm incoming, possibly a tornado, and it's not safe. Just follow the red lights to the stairs, thank you. Storm shutters were lowered all over the consulate and crowds of people were led to fortified underground bunkers. Outside, much the same was going on, except here it was guided by public announcements and what staff happened to be outside. The sirens were interspersed with advice from the speakers situated around the consulate. This is an emergency. Please follow the red lights to the nearest shelter. This is not a drill. Please follow the red lights to the nearest shelter. The alarm had, fortunately, occurred when the empowered rangers were suited up, so they were able to race immediately out to assist. Green looked around. Where are they? Blue. No idea. Keep your eyes up, though. That's an air raid warning. Air raid. In the Unified States. Cripes, Yellow, didn't you hear the warning? Get it in gear, man. Pink had the best eyesight and was scanning the skies. Over there, behind that cloud. That high? It's either a meteor or a mage, and I'll only give you one guess as to which one. Okay, Rangers, get ready for when that thing lands. Keep your shields up and your weapons out. Move out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Major Hawthorne, his voice steely in the midst of a real emergency, was the calm amidst the storm. What do we know, Sergeant? Smith was on the phone while the other military men were trying to find out some info as well. No word yet, Major. Whoever he is, he's strong, real strong. No match with anyone from Germania, and the consulate staff has been triple-checked. Have the operators compare to the named files. No matter what country. Even if they are listed as dead. Keep all the guards on the perimeter until we know who it is. Sir. He got on the radio using the frequency reserved for the operators. Everyone, try to find this mana signature in the named guides. Anyone not already inside the consulate, continue to watch the perimeter in case there are more attackers. He continued to relay orders as they divided the tasks while continuing to monitor the incoming bogey. I'll take Francois. Commonwealth, here. Russies. By being the last to speak, Ted got the Unified States. He frantically flipped through the unused recognition guide while keeping one eye on the displays. By design, the named were at the front with other notables later in the book. He muttered under his breath as he compared the mana signatures one after another. Anderson, no. Clark, no. Farmer, no. Franklin, no. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Not wanting to make a target of herself, Tanya stayed close to the ground. She noted with grim satisfaction that weeks of drills were working. Her employees had hustled the civilians inside. She heard announcements of the main gate closing and steel shutters covered many of the shop windows. I need to get to the knights. I don't have my loyal meat shields, but maybe my new steel shields will work even better. She used her boot orbs in short bursts to zip from cover to cover as she moved closer to the disturbance. The brief break in the clouds vanished and the glowing light was covered as it got closer and was soon lost in the rain. Stifling a curse, Tanya continued to move closer to what she guessed was the landing point. She almost reached for her trusty Type 97 that had been left behind in Germania. While useful, her cane wasn't a general-purpose orb and she ground her teeth over its limitations. I don't care if it violates the peace treaty. I'm going to get a good orb if I have to build it myself. Finally, she caught sight of the yellow knight armor. Even in this weather, it practically glowed because of the shiny anodized surface. She sent a focused call to him with vocal magic, "Yellow. Join up with me, we'll go together." He stood up straighter and looked around, finally spotting the hiding ambassador, and then only because she chose to be seen. How can she hide so easily with that gold hair and bright blue clothes? Not having enough time to solve that conundrum, he triggered the radio in his armor. "Argent is here. Form up for instructions." True to their training, they assembled in record time. Even now, Tanya was impressed at how lightly the armor moved, though they weighed enough to crack pavement without the rubber treads on the bottom of their feet. "There's a strong mage incoming, no word on who he is yet." "Rejoice. You get to field test that fancy new armor we made for you. How should we deal with this?" Blue asked as the quintet and Argent hid behind a solid wall, out of sight to anyone near the center of the consulate. A combat mage with a good orb can absolutely dominate with maneuverability. She grimaced. "Those suits don't have combat orbs and I also don't have mine because of that damned treaty. What we need to do is take advantage of what we do have. The most important thing is to focus on defense." Pink stood up straighter. "Defense, Commander." She almost grew up on stories of the daring Argent and this seemed out of character. "We are surrounded by civilians and this is not a war. Your suits were made to function like mobile armor, not force projectors. If you take a risk to focus on offense, you are giving up your most valuable asset. No, we're going to lead him to the best battleground for our strengths." She outlined her plan and was rewarded with nods and grins. "Give me a few weeks and I could add them to the Salamander Kampfgruppe with no problem. Since infantry don't count as mages, no, focus. I wish I could lead this bogey out of the consulate, but then we are under the laws of the Unified States and there's no telling how that work out. They might even blame me for this nonsense. We'll keep this in the construction area. Not much to damage out there, but buildings we are going to tear down anyway. Okay, move out. *****. Cal was moving without direct orders and that worried him very slightly, but that feeling was washed away by what was probably a mage attack. "We're supposed to protect the consulate grounds. Intercepting an unknown mage has to qualify." What he didn't admit, even to himself, was that his heart wasn't about guarding the consulate, but one particular resident. The light that had guided him to the intruder was lost in the clouds, possibly mistaken for lightning flashes. Honestly, it was the worst situation, a mage of unknown identity, a rather expansive area to protect, no hope for immediate backup, and what was feeling like inadequate training. There was only one signal, so just stick to the basics, keep my shield up and keep them busy until I know more or get some assistance. He flew through the skies feeling terribly exposed. While dogfight was against protocols, he knew that the defenders, theoretically, far outnumbered whoever was coming, so he had to keep them away from the ground. With luck, he could identify where they were and bring them to where the defenders were concentrated. He hoped, at any rate. Where would they be going? There are no military targets here. So it's either an assassination or just an attack to cause death and chaos. He set his jaw and looked in the distance at the biggest, most obvious landmark. Without wasting further time, he sped toward it, rifle cocked with a round ready to deal with whatever he found. *****. The waiters were doing their best to usher people down the elevators that weren't designed to evacuate Eiffel's tower on a moment's notice. They kept people calm but moving efficiently. In Germanian, the head waiter said to the manager, "What do you think is happening?" "Who knows? But it has to be serious or they wouldn't be doing all this." Elias, he scratched his head while sighing. "At least this is the last batch and no one is panicking." "Did you hand out the meal vouchers?" "Yes, sir. If this comes to nothing, hell either way, then it'll be a big hit on our numbers." The older man laughed. "It's not about numbers, it's about people. So what if we have a bad day? People will remember how pleasant we were, the way we handled ourselves, the fact we went above and beyond. Trust me, I've managed restaurants and people for many years. How we respond when things are going wrong will stay with people much longer than when they are going right." Elias peered over the edge. "I've never seen the consulate look so deserted since we opened up. Even with poor weather, there would always be people walking around." He sighed and shaded his eyes from the rain and looked upward at the storm. He squinted as the flashes lit up the surrounding clouds. "Anthon, my friend, oh, skies. It's coming this way. Anthony yelled to the remaining waiters. We're going down on the express. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ted flipped another page and the Mana signature almost jumped off the page at him. He glanced at his instruments. 7, 8, 9, that's it. He triggered his radio. I've got it. It's Sue, 9-point match almost a full 10. Another voice interrupted. Can't be. I already eliminated him. Why are in the Legadonian files, anyway? Not Anson, you idiot. It's Madog. Mary Sue. Almost as one, the others grabbed their Unified States booklets and verified what Ted had reported. A chill fell on all the operators. It was never admitted to publicly, nor even openly discussed inside the military, but it was a well-known fact that she had caused more friendly fire deaths than anyone in the Great War. Only because of the fact that deaths were mostly from non-American allies kept any semblance of secrecy around it. That, and the belief she was the only mage that might challenge the Devil of the Rhine and win. He flipped to the emergency channel shared by the Unified States and the consulate. Bogey identified, it's Mary Sue. I repeat, the Mana signature is a 9 points match for named mage, Mary Sue. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The radio operator in the consulate stood up when she heard the message, knocking over her chair with a clatter that startled everyone in the room. Not bothering to pick it up, she ran to another machine and activated an entire row of switches. Attention! The unknown mage is Mary Sue. Madog Sue is flying into the consulate. All personnel not already inside, take cover immediately. All through the consulate, speakers everywhere broadcast her message. At maximum volume, weird overlapping cries cut through the sound of the rain. Mary's name echoed through the empty streets and reached Tanya's ears. The others turned toward her but she just said, keep to the basic plan but dodge as much as you can and keep your shields up. What? How did that crazy bitch get here with an orb? Intel said she had been discharged. Am I the idiot for actually believing something they told me again? She narrowed her eyes as they raced to the construction site. But wait, if she has an orb and she's coming here maybe that means she's doing this under orders. What better way to get rid of an inconvenient Germanian ambassador than to have a dishonorably discharged soldier do the dirty work? Damn it, it makes too much sense. They can get rid of me and not take any real blame for it, just some crazy Legadonian girl driven mad by the war. I need to reduce the variables and do it fast. Red, radio the base to tell the Unified States to stay out of the consulate. It's too dangerous for them to get involved. Tell them we'll do our best to keep her here. The rest of you, when I tell you to, I want you to run away as fast as you. Regroup at the consulate offices and protect the people there. Red's breath caught but he answered, yes, Colonel. Even now, she's thinking about our lives and even the lives of the American mages. Pink protested, Colonel, we can help. Against any other mage and I'd agree with you. But all you can do against her is maybe take a single hit. The cost is just too high. Remember, run when I tell you. For now, follow me. She sped on, her heels glowing, followed by the quintet of knights, their shiny metal armor shedding the rain as they raced behind her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Major Hawthorne momentarily lost his composure for the first time. It was a lapse so brief that only Sergeant Smith spotted it. Repeat that. Sir. The ambassador said that we should stay out because it was too dangerous. Hawthorne's eyes narrowed. Of all the personnel in Chicago, he knew best the power and peril that Sue represented. He just had no idea how she made it to the city and with an orb. What's your analysis? He answered quickly. We've scanned the consulate pretty thoroughly, the staff as well. I doubt they have a combat-capable orb on the entire grounds. And the number of combat mages is almost as rare. There are a few veterans but, outside the ambassador herself, none of any real note. Even she never would face Sue head-on and mostly countered with mobility and occasionally the use of some special orb that intelligence tells us was stolen by the Russies after the war. The Major recalled the Constantinople incident and how much damage was caused there. I certainly hope she doesn't have that secret weapon inside our borders. But, even if she does, she's still going to try to handle this herself so others won't get hurt. The damnable thing is that even if we wanted to help, she's blocked us. Otherwise, we would be the ones invading Germanian soil. Though he tried to remain cynical of her motives, subconsciously he was convinced she meant the way she presented herself, someone who genuinely wanted to make the world a better place. He was about to give orders when a radio operator suddenly shouted. Sir! News from the consulate. Spit it out, man. He gulped. It's Eiffel's tower. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mary's eyes narrowed as she saw the tower. It filled her vision as she grew closer as if prodding the hatred in her heart. Look at that, just a monument to her evil pride. She looked around and scowled as she saw no one around. She's still not coming out? Well, I'll make her. You want to hide, bitch, well hide from this. She didn't bother using her rifle and just shot a blast of pure energy at the tower. The horribly loud and deep buzzing sound filled the square as the beam of magic sliced cut into the metal of the huge structure. The angled cut caused the top of tower to slide to one side to sounds of screeching metal as the observation deck and restaurant tumbled to the ground below. Mary smirked at the destruction. Come out, bitch. Pride goeth before the fall. Her glowing eyes could be seen through the driving rain. Time to fall. Chapter 97, Titan's Hands. Chapter text. Cal swore as he saw the top of Eiffel's tower twist and fall. The amount of power in that one strike was orders of magnitude higher than he had ever seen. It looked like an optical type, but how would they get that kind of power? He flew closer but more cautiously. Scanning the skies, he tried to ignore the sparks coming from the torn power cables that had been severed by the attack. The many lights that festooned the tower were substantially still lit up, but several rows were flickering, and every few seconds a light would explode as water entered the damaged structure. There he is. High above, he spotted the attacker. He was a bit shocked to see an American uniform. An older design but clear even from this distance. The attacker's rifle was still slung and Cal spotted the fading glow from his hand. Cal had never killed anyone. He had never even tried to shoot anyone except in training, but he didn't hesitate. There were hundreds, maybe thousands, of people behind him and his task was clear. He put everything he could into the strongest artillery spell he could cast, only saving enough to power a sniper spell to steady his aim. He even dropped his shield so he focused on this one shot. He ignored the rain that could now pelt his body as the spell powered. He's not moving, not even a shield. Is he waiting for something? Never mind, this is good, steady, steady. The spell was made to destroy armored bunkers, destroy buildings, or obliterate tanks. Even a near miss would be devastating, so he wanted to make the first attack count. Now. Fast as thought, the empowered bullet streaked toward the distant person and, a brief moment later, a titanic explosion rocked the skies. All of Chicago to its very borders could observe the explosion, if not for the storm that had already driven them indoors. Cal wiped the rain from his eyes as the smoke and mist dissipated from his target. Did I get him? Even if it was an illusion, that was an artillery spell. If he was anywhere nearby. Finally the mist cleared to reveal that the soldier was still there. Only this slightest glow of his shield gave any indication he was even affected by the attack. Fuck, what kind of monster is that? He must be unnamed. He glanced around quickly to see if anyone else was coming. In that fraction of a second, the person was almost in his face. His shield popped up instinctively, a result of long training, but even that wasn't able to stop the bayonet that skewered him through the torso. As he slid off the blade he saw that attacker was a woman whose face was a mask of hatred. As he tumbled away through the storm-racked skies, he thought weakly, Gisela, I don't think I'll make our date, before the world went dark. ******. The harsh buzzing sound was sickeningly familiar to Tanya. She didn't even have to look to know Mary was destroying something. She's starting early, how unhinged has she become? Almost against her will she glanced over and saw the top of the tower falling, the severed ends of the metal glowing hot from the energies used. She didn't let that stop her movement, however. Keep moving. We need to get closer to the building before she finds us. The thudding of their footsteps and splashing on the wet ground was barely audible over the driving rain and the thunder. We'll get set up as quickly as possible, but remember, run, no, exit the building when you are done. They were 50 yards from the building when an explosion they couldn't ignore occurred nearly overhead. Red cursed reflexively. What the hell was that? They could see the aftermath of the explosion high in the sky, but were interrupted by their commander when they slowed down to see what happened. Keep moving. That was a Unified States artillery spell at max power. That won't even mess up her hair. Of all them, she was the only one that didn't bother to look up. Shaken, but with firm resolve, they raced into the building, not waiting to see the aftermath of the conflict above. Suddenly out of the rain, they looked around the warehouse. The building was slated for demolition but was currently being used to house construction materials that were sensitive to the weather. She scanned the area quickly and nodded. Hop to it, every second counts when she's trying to raise the consulate to the ground. I can give you maybe 60 seconds. She headed back out into the rain and flew into the sky. Her ability to spot small details was still as good as ever. Some people were flying lower down, but she could see they were non-combatants and discounted them with a glance. No, the only person of note was hovering over the severely damaged tower that had been a beacon to all of Chicago. Mary wasn't trying to hide and apparently was just going to keep destroying things until Tanya came out. So she came out. The contrast between the two couldn't be greater. Excepting the gentle ruby glow from her stylish calf-high boots and her cane, Tanya looked like a businesswoman wearing a sky-blue dress that just covered the tops of her boots. A long line of sunflower-colored buttons led up the front to her high collar, and the outfit was topped off with a small cap, also in blue, with neatly stitched flowers in silver. Opposite her was a grimy uniform, obviously out of date and far from its last washing. There were stains, tears and it was so oversized it hung on her body like a loose, shabby skin. She was clutching an orb in her left hand and it was glowing through hairline cracks in its casing. Mary Sue. I believe you are out of uniform, because I doubt you have the right to use the one you are wearing. She cocked her head to one side. Or any uniform. Rumor has it that the Unified States finally got tired of your insubordination and discharged you. Tell me, did you even wait a full minute after being dishonorably discharged before you decided to race across the country to assassinate me? Why you bitch? I'm going to kill you. She held up her orb but it started to rattle dangerously, not able to handle the energies going through it. Before it could overload, she managed to wrestle it back under control while Tanya watched, a look of amusement on her face. Pathetic. You were a horrible soldier, Sue, a terrible person, and a burden wherever you went. You know what your named designation is? Mad Dog. Intel says commanders kept pushing you from theater to theater, hoping you could take me out before you did too much damage to your allies. She smirked. It's funny. My kill count is probably higher by a good 20 of so mages that you blasted out of existence and they foisted onto my record because they didn't want to admit you were at fault? How many was it, Mary? Mary felt like there was an irritating, piercing whine drilling into her head the more Digirekov spoke. She struggled to refute even a little but somehow couldn't form any words. What was wrong here? And no, it wasn't me. Not me. That's just the mages. How about those sorry bastards in the trenches, looking up with hope when they saw you arrive? She laughed. Only you brought death instead. What a joke, Hundreds, no thousands of men vaporized because you are just some pathetic brat with more power than brains, more power than sense, more power than the simple morals that even 5-year-old possesses. No. I couldn't have. I didn't. The shrieking in her mind was like all those dead soldiers coming for her at last. She tried to ignore them for months, stifle their memory with exhaustion and even alcohol but they always came back. Help me, God, help me please. Tell me, Miss Sue. To those men, to their widows, to their children, who's the real devil? Who is it? She sneered with contempt, looking down on Mary figuratively and literally. You know, you are just like your father. He didn't care about justice, or protecting his homeland or his family, either. He just wanted to kill a little girl because of his pride. Aren't you? Exactly. They. Same. Exploding orb or not, she had to stop that horrible voice, the keening wail in her head but, just before she was going to trigger the final strike, she stopped. She felt a presence in her mind clutch her will. In the past, the power of the Holy Spirit had filled her, empowered her but now? Now there was an alien thing that raised her hand and pulled power from her to attack the taunting Germanian. Tanya dodged the second she saw Mary's arm move and the buzzing beam missed her by inches, hot plasma tearing apart the air in its path. Damn. I almost had her, an exploding orb would have gutted that nuisance. Some instinct caused her to go up without warning and another beam went through the space she had just left. Whatever is going on, it's too dangerous. Plan B it is. Meanwhile, a tiny part of Mary was screaming where no one could hear her as her body chased after the other woman. The reins of control that had been there for years, unnoticed, were being pulled and the most of her just felt the joy of servitude. Time to die, monster. Hatred and passion mixed in her and she poured into every attack. The ace was dodging the deadly beams, but just barely. Their power was lower but Mary's normal haphazard aim seemingly stabilized, making it nearly impossible to continue like this. Uncharacteristically against Mary, Tanya had been staying high so that the woman's attacks flew upward as if challenging the lightning flashing all around them. Unexpectedly, she turned on a dime and raced straight toward Sue. A wicked grin was on her face and as she held a glowing sword pointed at the Legadonian. Startled, Mary threw her hands in front of her face and then, nothing. She looked around wildly and saw Tanya far below, almost hidden from sight due to the rain but made visible by her glowing boots. She was dodging through an empty field, sheets of standing water thrown aloft by her passing. Hold on, bitch. She raced after that the fleeing Germanian, barely gaining on her but still behind due to her late start. A few furious attacks missed by a large margin, just leaving smoking holes in the ground. She narrowed her eyes as her target vanished inside the warehouse. Normally she'd just level the building, but warehouses are mostly air. She could poke dozens of holes in it without doing any real damage. No, she needed to go so she could make sure that the devil met her end here. Now. She smiled with a wild, wide-eyed expression. I have to see her die. I need to see her die. The warehouse was darkened. The power was off, or at least the lights were. There were few windows and the open doors let in only the dimmest illumination from the outside. Even the flashes of lightning only lit things briefly and made things seem even darker afterward. Mary flew through the warehouse, eager to see her nemesis and end this. She could tell Digirekov didn't have a combat orb and there would be no better time. No soldiers, no defenses, just one little hit. Just one. She wanted to move faster but the darkened piles filled the building with deep shadows and dangerous corners. Wait. She spotted the telltale glow of Digirekov's boots around the corner. You can't run, you fucking bitch. Never again. She wove between the closely packed crates and heavy machinery, using the faint light of her own shield to guide her. Almost there. There she was. Sue stopped short as Tanya was just standing there, smirking. We've danced for too long. Let's end this now, et. Her cane glowed with energy and Mary deduced it was like a mage blade on a bayonet. The Germanian hero pointed the cane and said, your move. Without saying a word, Mary released a blast as large as the one that cut the top off of Eiffel's tower. Her orb shattered and she was momentarily blinded by the light of that explosion. You must think I'm stupid. Why would I fight on your terms? Just then, two massive hydraulic pistons crashed through the boxes on either side of her, pinning her between them. They couldn't quite crack her shield but they immobilized her handily. If she dropped her shield to move, they could crush her easily but she lacked the power to struggle out immediately. Then she heard it, a low laugh. Why yes, I do think you're stupid. Digirekov floated calmly in the tube of destruction caused by the Legedonians' last attack, framed neatly by the hole in the wall, completely unharmed. You were stupid when you lived and you'll die the same way. Goodbye, Sue. I hope I don't see you in the next life. She vanished then as if she had never been there. An illusion, the young woman said with despair, almost dropping the shield that kept her alive. Rousing herself for a final effort, Mary strained with all her might. She could still resist the mounting pressure of the hydraulics, even without an orb, but she was well and truly stuck. Then she saw it, all those crates. On each, in bold red letters were the words, Warnung. Dynamite. A hasty hodgepodge of bright wires were inserted into them and clusters led out of sight. Like a snake of fire, she saw tiny explosions race through the cords toward her and then an earth-shattering boom rocked the building, rivaling all previous ones that night. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Several minutes ago. Tanya found time to grouse about the situation even as she was preparing to handle it. Long practice with foiled plans had developed this skill, both handling and grousing, though she kept the latter to herself. Plan A to get her to blow herself up failed, unfortunately. Hiding won't work, she'll just tear the consulate apart. My new shields aren't up to the task and I can't count on the Americans to deal with their own messes. Hopefully, Plan B will work better. She rushed into the warehouse and saw that the knights had set everything up in the bare 2 minutes she had managed to buy for them. Must give them bonuses and more vacation time. For the first time since they met, Tanya had a chance to confront Mary with proper preparation. Months, even years of brainstorming on how to confront her all came from careful observation of her abilities. What they had discovered was that she was very one-track. When she used an orb, she could do 2 things at once, pretty much to the exclusion of everything else. Without it, it was theorized that she could only do one thing with any proficiency. The researcher had pulled together all orb recordings and eyewitness accounts of the American wild card. She is driven by emotion. Tremendous natural skill and power, yes, but zero subtlety or flexibility. When she taps into her higher levels, she loses. She loses even the slightest bit of flexibility. Tanya nodded. If necessary, we might be able to use this. But, before any plans could be enacted, the war had ended. She never thought they would be of use, but here she was. The massive hydraulic equipment had been set up by the knights, covered by empty crates. They waited out of sight because there was no way to power the braces except through their own abilities. Having seen what she could do, they knew that even their vaunted armor couldn't survive a single blow. The colonel had told them, when she fires off her blast, activate the presses at full speed and lock them. Then get out of here so I can set off the explosives. She shook her head. Such a waste of materiel, but better than letting that lunatic run around. Tanya watched from a shadowy corner while she had her illusory double lead the Legedonian on a merry chase through the warehouse until she was placed in the perfect spot. Some meaningless blather ensued to trigger the woman to release her last good blast and break her fractured orb. The huge steel braces, propelled by the mage-powered hydraulic presses, slammed together like the hands of a titan. Only the potent shield kept them from meeting in the middle, but they continued to strain against it as the knights moved quickly to the hole in the wall per orders. The illusory Tanya had a detonator in her hand with dozens of detonating cords coming from the box. She muttered under her breath as she triggered it, 30 seconds and go. The illusion dropped as the former colonel raced toward the exit. She glanced back just before leaving the building and spotted something in the corner. What the hell? Knights, to me. She raced to the corner, whirled and shot a mage blast behind her before whirling around and raising her shield just before the explosion obliterated the building. Chapter 98, Truth or Consequences. Mary coughed and struggled to her feet, shocked that she had the ability to do so. Her memory was fuzzy but she remembered being well and truly fucked. Trapped and surrounded by high explosives without any way to escape. Why am I still alive? Only a miracle could have saved me. She shook her head. It hadn't felt like that, though. In the past, she had felt his hand on her, guiding her, empowering her. But that feeling of the divine had been gone for a long time. The comforting surety of purpose, of rightness had vanished one day and nothing she did, no prayers or pleading had brought it back. Maybe killing the devil would do it. The rain and a breeze started to clear out the dust from the collapsed building and the explosion. What she saw didn't make any sense. All the walls behind her were blown out but the ones in front were substantially intact. Given the quantity of explosives, everything should be gone. So what's going on, then? She walked toward the intact part of the building, taking care not to stumble on the rubble, as the last of the smoke and dust were finally washed away. She stopped, stunned by what she saw. A corner of the warehouse was entirely intact and relatively unharmed. There were 5 very colorful metal men facing her with their shields arranged in a solid wall of defense. She didn't know who they were or where they came from, but she had to guess that her prey was behind them. Move or die, she said simply, her gravelly voice commanded. The red one said simply. That's not going to happen. His voice had a hated Germanian accent but it reminded her of someone making her feel profoundly uncomfortable. She could see, however, there was someone behind them in the shadows, just out of sight. I said move. And I said no. Rage filled her and she fired a powerful blast but, orbless and weakened as she was, it wasn't enough to kill them immediately. Skid marks formed on the floor as they were pushed back, their shields and armor barely holding on. But, after several tense seconds, they were blown away by the mounting pressure. Their bodies were thrown out of the warehouse, destroying any walls that might have been in their way. There she is. Digirekov was lying there, apparently unconscious, though there were a few wounds on her, splashes of red against the blue dress. Mary took a step forward but suddenly there were a dozen more people in the way. Small ones. Most were holding weird things strapped to their arms or flimsy crooked sticks. One in the front just held his fists up. You get away from her. Buddy yelled at the top of his voice. Waldo stood next to him with a wrist rocket at the ready. We aren't gonna let you hurt her. Her resolve wavered for the first time. Why? Why? Why do people always rush to defend her? Get out of my way. Now. She raised her hand again and all the children flinched, obviously frightened out of their wits. But none of them moved. Some were even sobbing with fear but even they refused. Gee, go away you bad person. Just go away. It was one of the crying children, a small Negro girl, and she didn't even have a weapon. She stood her ground with the others. Her voice rallied the others and soon there were multiple cries telling to leave. Go. Go away. Shocked, Mary took a step back but then a weak voice brought everything to a halt. Mabel. Children. Go on out and find the knights. Tanya paused, catching her breath. They'll take care of you. But Miss Tanya, the little girl protested. I'll be all right. Thank you. She paused again closing her eyes briefly. You're all good soldiers. Now get along, everything will be fine. Very reluctantly, with many looks behind them, they went out into the rain. The remaining corner of the building barely kept the weather away for as long as it lasted but a chill was beginning to descend. Tanya smiled despite the blood on her forehead that was trickling down her face. We've never really had a chance to talk but, next time, just call my secretary. I would have scheduled time for you. Mary almost lost her temper then and there but instead she said. Really? Those are your last words? Tanya continued as if she hadn't spoken. Before our meeting, are the kids all gone? This building, what's left of it, is hardly stable. The Legadonian squinted with suspicion but glanced out the holes in the wall before looking back. They're gone. Good. So, what do you want to talk about? Sue felt like she couldn't find her balance. The devil was at her feet, injured, unarmed but why did she feel like she was at a disadvantage? There's no need to talk. You killed my father and now my holy mission is going to end with your death. Tanya cocked her head to one side. You believe in a higher power aside, I didn't kill him, you know. You did. The reports were clear. You killed him in the attack on the Osfjord and took his weapon. The weapon I gave to him. Is that what they told you? I'm not surprised if your intelligence department is as bad as ours. The words hammered her like physical blows. No. You're lying. You must be lying. I've been called many things but a liar. No, I have certain evidence that he survived that little tussle. What? How? She looked at the other woman levelly, because I fought him in a different battle after that. Excepting an eye patch, he was perfectly healthy, at least at the start. And no. Mary was shaking, torn by emotion, her certain knowledge of her father's death fought with the matter-of-fact recitation of events from Digirekov. She needed the truth, she needed it now. By chance or mischance, she clutched at her chest as if stopping her heart from breaking its way out and happened to feel something hard there. Suddenly she remembered the witch's words, the other one compels truth, you must use it on someone else. Yes, Tanya said levelly, but it sounded like mockery in Mary's ears. Honestly, it was disgraceful how he. Mary interrupted her before she continue. Let's see about honesty. She pulled out the wooden plaque, the wood fitting snugly in her hand as she held it aloft. In the name of the witches of the north, I compel you. Speak the truth. Digurekov looked surprised as she saw the runes, that is, very interesting. Sue felt a connection between her and her target. A certain surety that she could tell truth from lies, fact from fiction. And yet, she couldn't bring herself to ask about her father just yet. She wanted to test this power before asking the real question. Even to herself, she didn't want to admit that she feared the truth. Why did you do it? What an astonishingly stupid question. You do realize even with me under guise that it's pointless and ridiculously broad ask it. Flushing with embarrassment, she clarified, why did you join the military? What bloodlust made you want to kill all those people? Tanya looked at her as if she were simple. It was the simplest course for survival I could think of. I was a penniless orphan with no recognized abilities except for magic. As an officer in the army, I thought I could get a comfortable position doing research and writing papers. As for the other, I've never wanted to kill anyone, at least not for the love of killing. Only a deranged lunatic would go out of their way to murder someone when they didn't have to. She gave Mary a pointed glance that she didn't notice at all. Mary felt the truth assault her as if it were a physical blow. What is this? What is this? Then why did you? You personally have killed thousands. Can you deny that? More like tens of thousands, but I'm not keeping count. No, I only went to war because I didn't have a choice. You're something like a soldier, Sue. You should know it's literally kill or be killed out there. I had orders and I carried them out. She snorted. Don't even bother asking me why I didn't disobey. I have no great love of firing squads, especially if I'm on the receiving end. You love war. I hate war. It's a horrible waste. Lives, money, field, futures, all burnt up. War is utter failure of people to see reason and come to a mutual accord. So many times, those morons could have stepped back, not driven forward, not broken treaties, not attacked us. But they never stopped. Mary felt like her flesh was being ripped off a bit at a time as long-held beliefs were being torn away strip by strip. What fools! You dare ask me that? There are far too many to mention. But if you want to start with one, how about your oh-so-beloved Legadonia? How fucking hard is it to just stay one side of a line, hey, Mary? She saw the young woman shake as spoke. All they had to do is not break the treaty. Literally by doing nothing, this whole war never would have happened. You want to blame someone. You want to blame Germanian. You want to blame me. Look in a mirror. This is your country's fault. Get this through you thick skull, we never broke any treaties. We never declared war on anyone who hadn't attacked us first. She wanted to spit but her injuries would make the process too painful. We are the victims. You are the oppressors. Mary sat down on a twisted I-beam, stunned. Her comforting shield of ignorance was torn away and she was defenseless. The truth. How terrible. How awful, why would anyone want this? She couldn't look Tanya in the eyes but finally asked, what do? She cleared her throat. What do you want? Tell me. Me. Tanya blinked, amused. I want to go see the Mississippi, the greatest river in the world. I want to go to Dakota and see the heads of those great Americans carved into the side of Rushmore. I want to go west and see the Grand Canyon and think about how long it took a little river to carve its way down. Her voice gained strength. I want to fly to Hawaii, which they say is a paradise even today. I want to hop to Akitsushima and climb Mt. Fuji all the way from the very bottom to the very top. I want to visit Xin, perhaps for the last time before it's destroyed. I want to go to Ispagna and swim in the warm waters there. I want to go to the Commonwealth and see some plays while avoiding the food. I want to return to the Francois Republic and eat and drink my way across the entire country. I want to make a great company and produce wonderful luxuries and toys and entertainment for everyone. I want a nice little beach house, maybe some dogs and nice library. I want, she paused for a long time. A nice cup of coffee. With my dear friend. Having come this far, Mary was silent for a long time. Finally, she said, tell me about my father. Oh, at last? Fine. I met your father exactly 3 times. The first I was an aerial observer, watching for incursions on the Legadonian border. We know how that turned out, et. She smirked but winced due to a cut lip. Your father, desperate for an achievement so it wouldn't seem like a total loss, decided that taking out at least one mage was the best way. I was 9 at the time. He got away with part of his wing and I got a medal. Her illusion stripped away, Mary could almost see it. A little girl floating above the battlefield, being assaulted by a dozen or more highly trained mages. Barely surviving but held up as a model for all her comrades. The second time, was off the coast of Norden. We fought and I managed to get the advantage over him. I didn't even recognize him and only later realized who he might be based on that submachine gun. I thought he was dead too, at the time. It was a pretty nasty wound and the waters were very cold. But he didn't die. Mary managed to say this calmly, somehow. No. Since they told you he had died there, I imagine he decided to go dark, pretend he was dead. She laughed softly and coughed a bit. He could have gone home then, you know. Missing an eye, having served loyally, he could have chosen retirement. No, he took a different path. Why? His death, even faked, almost killed my mother. I never would have gotten into this war if he had come home. The anguish was obvious in her voice. No longer the broken veteran but instead a lost little girl. Probably to hide the fact that he had become an assassin. She tched briefly. Using illegal armaments is against the code of war and they probably wanted deniability. She cocked her head as if she suddenly understood the question. Oh, you mean why that? Let me ask you, Miss Sue. Why did you chase me down, just like your father? Isn't your mother still alive, waiting for you to come home? You said your father's death almost killed her. Wouldn't your death finish the job? Be because God's will. Tanya interrupted her flatly. There is no God, not the way you think. You've been tricked the same way your father was. Used as a tool of punishment and discarded when no longer useful. If his great sin is pride, I'd say yours is wrath. There is no God, echoed through Mary's head like an artillery strike, over and over again. It didn't sound like Digirekov was an atheist, no. It sounded like she knew exactly who she was talking about and was speaking from greater knowledge. There is no God. There is no God. What do you mean? Tell me or I'll. Or you will what, Miss Sue? You came here to kill me. Will you kill me twice? Maybe threaten the children out there? Didn't you know a great flaw of that rune is that I can always choose not to speak? Tell me. She paused and then added one word. Please. You've been deluded by the greatest trickster the world has. Why you mean, SSS? No, not that. You're probably imagining some red-skinned, fork-tailed pitchfork-wielding caricature, aren't you? Mary was too embarrassed to admit that was exactly what she was thinking. No, the being people call God tricked you. And your father. And countless others. I don't know why, or if there even is a reason why, but there you go. Now you know one of the great secrets of the world. She smirked again, this time ignoring the pain. They say ignorance is bliss and you have been so very blissful for ever so long. She coughed and a bit of blood came up. You better hurry up, your time is running out. Or perhaps mine. With your orb and weapon gone, you'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Didn't Cain slay Abel with a rock? Plenty of those around here. One last question, what did you do to stop the trap you set? Why? Oh. I blew the explosives away from you with a mage bolt. They exploded behind you rather than right around you. Then I threw up a shield and tried to stop what I could. She looked into the distance. There were kids here. It would look bad if I blew them up, don't you think? Mary's eyes widened. You just, then she smiled and pulled the other piece of wood out. I have everything I need here. Goodbye, Miss Digirekov. The witches of the north gave me this healing rune and it's time to use it. She approached Tanya who warily watched the other woman. She glanced at the rune and said, wait, that's not a. But it was too late. Chapter 99, Imagine. Invisible to all but those with sight, a line of energy formed between the two women. The world froze in a way that was very familiar to Tanya. Water drops paused mid-air, plumes of steam from hot, wet metal stopped in place and a curious bird stopped in mid-landing. But instead of the grey-toned world, the area around her and Mary still had the richness of life but it was brighter than usual. She felt energy wash over her as if the brilliant world was rejuvenating her body. Mary, on the other hand, winced as she felt a weariness fall upon her. Still, it wasn't worse than when she was using her powers at full steam and there was a freshness to the air that wasn't there before. What did you say? Tanya shook her head, that wasn't a healing rune. It was a binding rune of some sort. Temporary as far as I can tell. In at least one book they called it the Amity rune. Another called it the rune of balance. Binding. While she no longer wanted to kill the Germanian mage, she didn't want to be attached to her. I did say temporary. Without the oppressive presence of being X, she found the effect not at all unpleasant. My guess is that the balance aspect is primary and that you are sharing energy with me. She gently probed her wounds. Nothing dramatic but enough to get me out of any danger. You're welcome. Tanya raised an eyebrow. Who caused these wounds? You did. With those explosives. Her eyes widened. Well. You seem smarter now. I guess I'm sharing with you, too. You. You. Ignoring the outburst, Tanya tried to analyze the spell. She could feel the flow, but the longer it went on, the more she sensed something unpleasant. Unpleasant but familiar. I have to say, you have a truly ridiculous amount of power, Sue. But there's a problem with that, or rather with you. Mary snorted, still not happy with Tanya even if she wasn't trying to kill her anymore. Are you looking for a fight? She shook her head. Just listen. That being that you worship is no deity. It's more like a parasite that uses people. If it has any value, it can unlock abilities you already have inside of you but only at its behest. To your detriment, actually. The woman stumbled back. That's blasphemy. Tanya shook her head. I'm not being intentionally crude. I never told you exactly how your father died, just that I didn't kill him. The last time we met, he overloaded his orb and killed himself in an attempt to get me. I may not be a stellar example of religious fervor, but I seem to remember the nuns saying that suicide was the one unforgivable sin. Mary responded dully, drawing on her own knowledge. Because it's the only sin where you never have the opportunity to beg for forgiveness and be shriven. Now, let me ask you, does that sound like the man you knew? One that would abandon his family, commit war crimes, and finally blow himself up to kill a child that he barely knew. The Legadonian thought back to the warm man of few words from her childhood. His presence was like a great mountain that protected against rain and wind. He was a guardian, not an avenger. The same things that made him a wonderful father led him to the military. Protecting the nation like he would protect his family. No. No, I can't. His eyes, his personality, he was completely different from the first or even the second time I saw him. That thing was pushing him, taking him over. At least more than before. So, it wasn't his fault. There was a rising note of hope in her voice. She shook her head. Hardly. We all need to take responsibility for our own actions. Even before he was fully controlled, he made decisions that led him there. Let's say, it wasn't fully his fault, at least in the final moments. Tanya watched Mary carefully. There was a black mist coming out of her back slowly. It seemed to be the source of the stench she knew so well. Oh. I suppose so. Her eyes were starting to glow slightly. Tanya kept an eye out, curious as to this new development. Despite her recent healing, she wasn't ready to take on any too strenuous. The darkness came out in two wispy sheafs, like flat bundles of wheat or sawgrass. They grew larger slowly, gaining volume as if Mary was filling them with every breath. What thinking people, with their own brain and wills, need to do is to fight the encroachment. The glow increased. But why? It makes us more powerful. And is it wrong to become a tool for justice? For liberty? For the greater good? The blackness pushed out fully, revealing their full form. Wings. Wings of smoke and darkness. Sue, listen. What separates us from animals is our ability to reason, to think for ourselves. You're more than just a well-trained beast with an abusive master. I guess it's time for Plan C. She hated Plan C because it was the least certain of all of them. If it was better, it would have been moved up the list. Mary was about to speak but the smoke continued to pour out of her back revealing the torso of a winged creature. The outline was nebulous except for the wings and the golden-eyed face. Mary's face. It had red-tipped claws and sharpened teeth, but it was obviously her. The smoky torso came out of the young woman's back and was the same size as her but the wings were a good 10 feet long and extend back and upwards. I know what it's like. It used to control me too. But you can beat it off, just be a stubborn bitch like usual. She seemed to hear Tanya but just then, the claws plunged into the sides of Mary's head. Blood trickled out from around her ears but she didn't seem to notice. No. He didn't kill himself. He loves us. I'm right. I've done nothing wrong. I'm not at fault. I'm not at fault. I'm not to blame. The shadow creature smiled widely, the first expression it had shown. The golden eye glow brightened and it turned Mary's head using the claws buried in her skull. Then Mary saw Tanya standing amidst the rubble with her dirt and blood-stained dress. You did all this. You destroyed my country. Killed my father. You killed all those people. I couldn't do that. I didn't do that. Tanya screamed something but the other couldn't hear her. She paused and then opened her mouth again. Somehow, now, Mary could hear every word. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all the people. Living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion, too. Imagine all the people. Live in life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer. But I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. And the world will be as one. Mary's face twisted as the song pounded into her brain. But, more than that, it seemed like she actually heard the words. The glow started to fade from her eyes and her lips twitched. The shadow scowled and sank its claws in deeper. Mary drew in a breath to scream, but suddenly her expression smoothed out. A beatific smile graced her face and the glow returned to her eyes, mirrored by the dark angel. His justice is almighty and his mercy is infinite. There is no need to struggle or fight. His forgiveness will hold you, guide you, and lead you to the promised land. A hymn leaked from her lips as if from a broken record player. She took a step forward. The ex-colonel held up her cane defensively, keeping a wary eye on the horrible conjoined twins. Your weapons are no match for the glory of God, unbeliever. But soon, you will know his grace. Both their mouths were moving in sync, but still the sound only came from Mary. Tanya pursed her lips as if deciding something important. The pair staggered toward her. The dark angel pulled its right claws out with a wet, meaty sound and reached toward Tanya. At the same time, Mary's right hand glowed with violet power, the most she had ever seen. The message was obvious. Submit now. Submit or die. Tanya nodded, her mind apparently made up. Mary finally was within a few paces, still stumbling but apparently not realizing her lack. Bow before the Eternal yet, find your salvation in his light and be shriven of your sins. Your time of salvation has arrived, unbeliever. Rejoice. Then a tiny hole appeared in its forehead. They screamed. For the first time sound came from its mouth as well as Mary's. It pulled out its other claw and clutched at the hole in its head. Mary dropped to her hands and knees and cried bloody tears while the shadow creature flailed around screeching. Tanya pulled on a glove and ejected a round from her cane before reloading it with a silvery bullet. She watched the monster flop around curiously. It's like one of the noodle men they use for advertising. Just more disgusting. Deciding she had seen enough, she put the bullet right through Thing's heart. Only then did the noise stop. Mary slumped over to one side, strings cut. With her injury, the rune of amity drained away, returning the world to its proper colors. Well, that was interesting. Very interesting indeed. Tanya went over to see how the other woman was doing. Hey, Sue. You still alive? Tanya? I think so. She rolled onto her back. After a few seconds a tiny bit of color returned to her face and she accepted a handkerchief from the Germanian to wipe off the blood. What the hell was that thing? A friend of mine called it a dibuk. A creature that feeds off of you and controls you. It's odd, though. It went far beyond odd, damn it. That thing was inside of me. Oh, grow up. You think you're alone in that? No, the odd thing is that its master didn't appear here. I think its eyes weren't on you right now and only its servant was left. Mary thought about this, too tired to argue. Finally she asked, how did you kill it? That was a bit of luck. She pulled out another bullet with her gloved hand. I made a few tricks to kill you if you got out of hand. These will punch right through your shields, probably. At any rate, I had no idea if it would work against that thing. You had those all along. She stared at the silver harbinger of death as Tanya loaded her cane again. For years she had gotten used to being nearly invulnerable but lived only by the mercy of her nemesis. Of course. If you actually tried to finish me, I was going to shoot you and then call over my medics. Fortunately for you I didn't have to resort to that. Her voice grew steely. But if you killed anyone I care about, I'll still put you down. Remember that. Reflexively, Mary was going to argue but then she closed her eyes. Okay. Tanya sent up a firework to summon the knights. Red arrived first. Colonel? Are you okay? He saw Mary lying there and raised his sword reflexively. He triggered his radio. Argent is safe, I repeat Argent is safe. Bogey captured. I repeat, bogey captured. No need for that. I'm fine and Miss Sue has surrendered under my authority as the ambassador of Germania for crimes committed on Germanian soil. Surrendered? Mary found the strength to ask. Tanya looked down at her. If you haven't, you'll force me to see if this bullet will punch through your skull. She grinned widely. I haven't really tested it fully yet. Are you volunteering? I surrendered, she quickly responded. What's the situation, Red? She didn't really want to know but she had to know. The kids are all safe, Yellow took them there. No fires due to the rain and we cut power to what's left of the tower so we don't electrocute anyone. Casualties? Actually, none as far as we know. What? Are you certain? Tanya looked very surprised and Mary let out the breath she had been holding. Unnoticed, she began to cry. I'm not sure about the details but they were quite clear about that. Blue flipped up his visor and grinned at the commander. Well. Good news in an otherwise crappy day. I don't know how it happened, but I'll take the win. She said to the prone woman. Up and at M, Sue. We need to get you into custody and start cleaning up this mess. Can. She stopped and swallowed, her mouth dry. Can I help? Tanya looked shocked and then gave a fleeting smile. We'll see. For now, let's get someplace dry. I feel a need for beverages you can't find in the rest of Chicago, a cup of coffee, or some combination thereof. Notes. There you go. Except for the epilogue from the attack, that's the end of this arc. True story, my word processor crashed and when recreating the story I almost left out the music section. Good googly moogly. Tanya deliberately left out the imagine no possessions part. She is a capitalist after all, haha. Given more time, she probably would have replaced possessions with something more in line with her philosophy. In case anything was missed. Asterisk Tanya got the mage-killing bullet from the assassination attempt and managed to create a few more. She won't sell them, though, and keeps it pretty secret. A lack of a mage shield is much worse for her, naturally. Asterisk of course the witches of the north are our lovely Astrid and Nova, meddling as they usually do. Asterisk the mage bullets were plan C because Mary's abilities are off the charts for sheer power. And Tanya only had 3 shots. The best time to use them was when she weakened, low on power had dropped her defenses. Chapter 100, Hirschschlag. During the attack. The guests sightseeing and dining on Eiffel's tower had been sent down first and only the workers were left while waiting their turn. A third of them were, unusually, wearing large goggles and raincoats. Anthony yelled to the remaining waiters after seeing the unknown mage approaching, "We're going down on the express. Hold on tight, friends." Each of the goggled waiters grabbed 2 others by the waist and jumped off the tower. Behind them, louder than thunder, louder than a locomotive emergency braking, louder than Judgment Day, a huge violent beam sheared off the top of the tower. Having fallen a few seconds through the rainy skies, the mage waiters activated their flight orbs. "Skies, you fellows are heavy. Just think of us as large cannolis," quipped Anthony. "I expect a good tip for this delivery." Their orbs weren't designed for this kind of weight but the mages weren't try to fly, just fall gracefully. But even graceful falling wasn't comfortable to the more land-bound staff. The groaning of metal being twisted by stress and gravity sounded above. Rivets tore out like rifle bullets. A waiter looked behind and saw the proud summit of the tower falling as if in slow motion. He tried to burn that image into his mind so he could describe it to his kids, if he survived to have any. Strings of lights flickered and went out as their power failed under the stress, slowly darkening the once magnificent tower. The express waiters fought to maintain their grips and velocity, so that they didn't land too quickly. The rain made both harder but it had to be said that adrenaline didn't hurt. "Otto, the ground is coming up fast. Otto. Otto." He saw the grassy hill approaching at speeds that made his eyes grow wide. Working on it. They pushed their skills to the limit. 6 orbs shined brighter than the lightning behind them, slowing them for a few brief seconds. Nearly 20 workers tumbled down the wet hill, rolling on the slick grass and finally ending up against a row decorative landscaping. Anthony was the first to speak after they caught their breath. "Everyone alive?" "Ugh. I think so." He checked himself. "Nothing broken, I think." "Great. Now march to a shelter. I'd feel stupid to have survived the attack, and that insane escape, only to die when our feet are on solid ground." "How would you feel stupid if you are dead?" Otto asked though he staggered upright at the same time. "I would be embarrassed to meet St. Peter at the pearly gates." "Move it." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pete looked out at the storm rather than obeying the directive to get into a shelter. As a paramedic, he told himself, he needed to stay ready to rescue people and deliver them to the hospital. Truthfully, though, he just wanted to see what was happening. He scanned the skies, ignoring the rain wetting his uniform. He had no idea where the bogey might be coming from but he wanted to see who was so bold as to invade Argent's consulate. When she was actually present. Della poked her head out. "Pete? Get back inside, it's not safe out there. It's a big place, you know? I doubt his first target is going to be the hospital. Besides, Dr. Trapp has hardened this building enough, that it might be safer than the main consulate itself." She groaned at his sophistry. "The doctor is the one who told me to tell you to get inside." He continued to scan the skies as he talked. "Well, if it's an order, I guess, wait." He spotted flashes of light not created by nature. He quickly uncovered his binoculars and looked up. "I can't quite make out the uniform, but I think it's American. Why would the Unified States attack us?" "I dunno but, wait, oh my god," both of them saw the coruscating beam of destruction destroy the upper part of the tower. "It has to be a named, but who has that kind of power? What else do you see? Is anyone hurt?" Della held a clenched fist in front of her mouth, heart in her throat as she watched tons of twisted steel crash to the ground. "I can't tell. The tower is too. Wait, there's another up there." Both look American, I think. I think they are facing each other? Their uniforms aren't the same. Wait, I think one is about to. Just then a huge explosion lit up the sky. Ache. Jumping Jesus. He jerked the binoculars away from his eyes. He blinked rapidly and rubbed his face, trying to clear the after images. Della stumbled back, both from surprise and the wave of sound that washed over them. What was that? I reckon it was a combat spell of some sort. It couldn't be anything else. He swore some more as he was trying to clear his eyes. They finally cleared up and he carefully brought his binoculars back up. The aftermath of the explosion still hung in the air, the smoke was gradually dissipating. I can't see anything, there's too much in the way. No, over there, the second mage is still up but I can't see the first one. They are fighting, then. He said slowly, I think you're right. The first one took out the tower and the second one attacked him. Dang, I wish I had better binoculars. Pete suddenly stopped talking and his mouth hung open. He shut it with a snap and tossed the binoculars to Della. Without a word, he took off into the sky going faster than Della had ever seen. She fumbled the binoculars to her face and saw him streaking upwards. One mage hovered above all, the other was falling lifelessly to earth. Oh. But Pete, what if she attacks you? Pete? Talking quietly to herself, she watched him approach the falling mage, blood shockingly obvious on his uniform and the paramedic flying to meet him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pete was a white streak, a reverse lightning bolt flashing upward toward the falling soldier. He did his best to ignore the monstrous presence above, a brutal destroyer, poised to strike again. He hoped that his uniform provided some protection as he knew his shield wouldn't stop a beam that could lop the top off of Eiffel's tower. He matched the fall of the body as best he could and tried to time his fall so that he could spend most of their momentum before the ground stopped them. Geez, this guy is heavy. He pushed his lift and even dropped his rain shield, trying to ignore itching between his shoulder blades as they fell away from the site of the battle. Pete spared some energy to put an oxygen spell on the soldier per the new protocols. He didn't know if it would help but it couldn't hurt. Pete skidded through the doors Della held open for him and put Cal onto a gurney with a thud. Easy, Pete, she remonstrated with him even as she helped push the gurney to the operating room. You try carrying this guy. He kept up the oxygen spell and kept pressure on bloody wound in his gut. They rushed him over and Della cut off his uniform with specialized scissor while Pete monitored him. Shit, I don't know if he has much longer. Dr. Trapp took over. Coagulants and bandages Della, OPOS Pete. The wound was too large to be subtle and the doctor took over applying pressure and finding where the worst bleeding was. Got it, Doc. He grabbed a half-dozen bottles from the fridge and he used his power to carefully heat them evenly without destroying the bottles or their life-saving contents. He hooked 1, 2 and 4 and quickly found a vein. First one in. Keep them coming, he said matter-of-factly. This simple statement caused a chill to go down Della's back. That meant the bleeding was nowhere under control. She did her best to clear the wounds with sterile water so that the doctor could suture the worst cut vessels. Doctor, his heart has stopped. I can't find a pulse. She listened again, wait, there it is, erratic and weak. We're losing him. Trapp narrowed his eyes. Keep up the infusions and oxygen, we're going to try something. 60 seconds and then hit him, Della. I've only done that with animals, doctor. His hands didn't stop. Is there a better time? Pete doesn't have the control needed for this. Ouch. But true. Shut up. 30 seconds, get ready. Della breathed in shakily and brought out a small orb and hung it around her neck. She watched carefully as Trapp finished up. He actually found it easier as the bleeding slowed to a crawl with the heart fibrillating. Okay, go. She put her hands on the unmoving chest and electricity sparkled down her arms into hands, the light throwing weird shadows around the room. Clear. Trapp pulled back just as she released into Cal's chest causing his body to jump slightly. Keep it focused just in the chest. He put a stethoscope to his chest. Again. Clear. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gisela was organizing the disaster coordination inside the consulate while Oscar handled coordination with the Unified States. She compiled reports quickly of the consulate inhabitants and visitors. Inter-building communications were robust but there was easy way to account for everyone who was there, who was out of the consulate and who was visiting. Finally, though, she was able to verify that all those who lived on premises were accounted for and the few who weren't there were in Chicago. The visitors were harder but quickly compiled registered guests and visitor logs finally were matched up. She sighed and leaned back in her chair. Is that it, Min? Yes, The kids were the last ones and a night escorted them back. The soft-spoken mixed-race teen was a lucky find, one of the Tanya Island immigrant wannabes. She was smart and organized and took to the free classes like a duck to water. Good, finally. She picked up the hotline to the consulate main office in the rebuilt manor. Minister, we've verified everyone. It's a miracle, but I think everyone made it to cover. Excellent news. I'll inform the Americans. Can you tell me when their mage will come out? Is he helping to escort the prisoner? An American mage, sir? I don't have any record of one here. Didn't he leave after the attack? They are asking, so I assume not. Can you check around? Has anyone not confirmed? No, our people were the first in with their data except for a few in the city. I'll send out a call in case he went to a shelter after the check-in. Sighing, she and her team called to the various shelters. Finally, she got to the hospital. We are doing a second personnel check. Is the American mage there? Helen responded, oh. Gisela. How did you? Gisela could hear a voice in the background, his heart has stopped. Helen, who are they talking about? A quaver entered her voice. Helen? Whose heart? 60 seconds. Gisela, it's, she couldn't finish the sentence. Clear. Helen? Helen. Again. Clear. It's Cal, Gisela. It's Cal. The phone fell from her nerveless fingers and clattered to the floor and she collapsed into her chair. Then she struggled to her feet. I have to go. One of the operators said, what? No. He grabbed her as she tried to rush out. Let me go. She struggled with surprising strength. Gisela, stop. It's not safe out there. Just wait till the all clear. Dr. Trapp is a good doctor, what are you going to do there? I have to go, please let me go. Reason stopped her from attacking the man but she kept pleading. Don't you understand? She pounded her chest and cried out, Mainhurst-Bricht. Mainhurst-Bricht. Finally she just stopped fighting and sobbed while the other operators watched helplessly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Several hours later, Gisela stood over a hospital bed while Dr. Trapp spoke softly to her. He's a strong man, very strong, but his heart stopped for a full minute. There haven't been studies on the effect on humans under these circumstances. Though red-eyed, her gaze was calm and didn't move from Cal's face. He will be fine, doctor. You see, I have his heart and so he can't die while I'm here. The medical man was about to say something when Gisela grabbed his arm. Doctor. His eyelids, they moved. He put on his stethoscope and listened to Cal's chest. Cal's eyes struggled open. Sella, he whispered and then said something too quiet to hear. Ortant questi. She leaned close and listened carefully and then finally cried while saying, I don't care where I get married as long as you are there, you idiot. Notes. There you go, the epilogue to the arc. Don't call out the cops, no one died here. And yes, that was planned from the beginning, between Digirakov and Trapp, Tanya Island is the happiest and safest place on Earth. Chapter 101, Dealer's Choice. Chapter text. Tanya, lightly wrapped in bandages and an oversized bathrobe, was speaking on her personal phone in the consulate main residence. All her mates hovered around her like nervous hens with only one chick but she seemed quite relaxed and not in any discomfort. Oh, I certainly think we need to talk. Soon. She listened and sipped her coffee. No, I insist you come to the consulate. Surely one will need to see the evidence with one's own eyes. She hung up the phone and then clapped her hands lightly. Ladies, we will be hosting important guests soon. She grinned showing a bit of fang while still looking quite charming. Let's prepare a show for them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The skies were a rain-washed and beautiful blue shade normally found only in precious gems or the finest art. A pleasant table with a variety of snack and beverages were laid out. It was set up on a terrace outside of the headquarters with comfortably stylish chairs around it. Tanya's chair was slightly taller than the others without it being obvious, they had been custom-made for just this purpose. Normally her chair would be facing away from the consulate building but it had been repositioned for today. There were others sitting around the table with her, some less comfortably than others, though this was no fault of the furniture. No, the main thing was that, the way she was sitting, the decapitated Eiffel's tower was clearly and unavoidably visible behind her. She calmly sipped her coffee and then said, So, gentlemen, we have a lot to discuss today about this situation. Rather than downplaying her injuries, her bandages were quite prominent without impacting the simple but well-chosen outfit she wore. The visitors were Mayor Thompson who shuffled nervously every time he looked up at the damaged structure, Major Hawthorne who sat grimly as if about to be sent to a firing squad, and a surprisingly affable J. Edwin Hooper. The latter seemed the happiest, or least unhappy, like a hound about to be set on a trail. Hawthorne's aide, SGT. Smith stood to one side, the most nervous of them all. To avoid any misunderstandings, let me state the facts. Mary Sue of the Unified States Military, using combat-grade weaponry, assaulted the Germanian consulate, put countless lives in danger and specifically tried to kill the Germanian ambassador, which would be myself. Oscar, as they had arranged, spoke up. Technically, Sue had been discharged, dishonorably at that, and she was using relatively obsolete gear that she had stolen. Digirekov steepled her fingers together. Ah, yes, thank you for the correction. So, the most dangerous mage in the Unified States Army was dishonorably discharged a few weeks before the attack and conveniently happened across weaponry just obsolete enough to give plausible deniability about how she might have acquired them. That will sound so much better when people hear it. Thompson said levelly, it does happen to be the truth. Everyone might agree on the facts, Major, but what can't be intuited or proven are the motivations, and they all point to a coordinated effort of assassination. Hooper put down a glass of whiskey. Unlike the other visitors, he didn't mind indulging despite the seriousness of the topic. Considering 3 other attempts in the last half-year, that would be the natural conclusion. Oscar interjected, did you say 3, Mr. Hooper? Ah, well, 2 actualized and evidence that a third one was thwarted somehow. He refilled his glass. But it was to occur on American soil. We found and, eventually, identified the body of a notorious murderer in New York. Tanya tilted her head slightly to one side. How did he die? Our medical Johnnies say heart attack, but my gut says something else. Either way, he was there at the exact same time you were. Coincidence? Once is happenstance. Twice is coincidence. 3 times is enemy action. Ha! Exactly. The question is how to deal with the situation. She looked out of the corner of her eye, not even bothering to turn, but all their gazes were drawn to Eiffel's tower. Hawthorne said, well, I can start by taking custody of Miss Sue. Denied. Digirekov said without hesitation. Pardon. I said denied. She is in my custody and there she will remain. Ambassador, that is highly irregular. She must be extradited to the Unified States. You can submit the paperwork, but the answer will not change. She is a foreign invader on Germanian soil and wholly subject to our laws. Moreover, she is a civilian, apparently, so she can't even be counted as a prisoner of war. She smiled. She will be sentenced per my authority. Surely she will object, Digirekov. Tanya sipped her coffee. Actually, she has already agreed to it. After creating so much chaos, she had a change of heart and was quite remorseful. She looked at the men over her cup and then put it down firmly. I don't recommend fighting me on this. You'll find my powers as ambassador are quite broad. It's similar to being a medieval governor, unless I'm recalled by Germania, I have a free hand to do as I wish in this matter. The mayor, loath to speak as he had heard in no small amount of detail what had happened to Capone and his crew, finally spoke up. He cleared his throat. I don't want any trouble or a repeat of what happened in Paris. The major, surprised that Big Bill was being so cautious. The man he knew was bold to the point of recklessness and loudmouthed to the point of offense. When had he gotten so meek? That's a good point. The consulate is surrounded by Chicago. The situations are hardly parallel. There is no underground movement of Sioux supporters in the Unified States, much less Chicago. Plus, let us be honest, the Francois are much more hot-blooded than most. No, let us discuss our plans going forward. There are 2 paths I see. One is a contrite Mary Sue, saddened by the harm she's done, works hard to make amends as best she can to those she has harmed. The second is a cowed Mary Sue is dragged to justice with lurid images of her worst crimes against Germania displayed for all to see. Hooper raised an eyebrow, displayed. Oh, we've been making great advancements in projection technology. She touched an heptagonal orb on the table and a 10-foot-tall image of Eiffel's tower came into view. Lightning flashed in the background accompanied by deep thunder. The point of view was someone falling away from the tower and they could clearly see the violet beam of energy cut through the living steel in the massive upper floor and peak list and then tumble before Tanya shut it off. Quite exciting, eh? It's even better in a darkened theater or auditorium with better loudspeakers. You can really feel the thunder and the crashing of the girders in your bones. Edwin, while impressed, wasn't as shocked as the others. Perhaps because he didn't have any consequences resulting from Sue's fate. Who recorded that? A waiter escaping from the attack. We have flying waiters to deliver meals to the tower because there's limited room there. Your waiters can fly and record things. She shrugged. They have orbs anyway, so it makes orders more certain. He rubbed his chin. My agents could use something like that. I think we can manage something. We have also developed a variety of spells that would be useful in your line of work. She stopped the military men before they could object. All within the boundaries of the treaty, naturally. She shot him a look that said, I can't provide you better things than we could use ourselves because I don't want to rock the boat. He glanced back and thought, I'll work to get those sanctions lifted as soon as I can even if I have to blackmail all the countries involved. They nodded as if they understood each other. Ahem. About Sue. The major tried to get the talks back on course. Oh, his use of weapons prohibited by the rules of war? Honestly, I had forgotten about that, but having both father and daughter functioning as assassins? It really doesn't look good. What? My adjutant at the time, Currently the vice president of TVD got a few pictures on her orb. Honestly, from reports he didn't seem the type, but war changes us all. Knowing the negotiation battle had long been lost, Major Hawthorne just sighed and said, "What do you want?" Tanya smiled as now they were finally down to business. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The men felt somewhat shell-shocked themselves after their hostess and host left the table. Hawthorne looked at the tower and finally poured himself a glass of the excellent whiskey. "Well, gentlemen, she got us and she got us good." He took a sip and said, "The damnable part is that she didn't really ask for anything outrageous. It doesn't cost us anything." Hooper laughed. "But what a precedent." He glanced over at the mayor, who had said very little the whole time and who was far ahead of both of them in drinking. "Are you sure you're okay with that deal?" The big man shuddered. "As long as she doesn't, ahem. I'm fine with it. As she pointed out, it's not that different from what she is already doing. All I have to do is endorse her creative interpretation of the law." The military man took a longer sip, appreciating the vintage. "It's a very, very, very small price. We make her look good and she doesn't make us look bad. It helps that it's mostly the truth just with some extra paint on it. She could have asked for so much more." Hooper indicated the tower with his glass. "I can't even imagine how much it will cost to fix that. It's a miracle that it hasn't collapsed further." Sergeant Smith cleared his throat, wishing he could partake of the drink. "According to my sources, mages went out immediately after the battle to reinforce the lower section and the damaged area. They have already started remaking the destroyed section." "Good job, Sergeant. Efficient as always. Make sure the receipts are on my desk by morning." "Yes, sir." He didn't look happy about the praise, but no one noticed. "With her efficiency, I'm surprised that they haven't already cleared the wreckage away. They are redesigning that portion of the grounds as a monument to the attack. They expect it to be quite popular. Only she would turn an assassination attempt as a combined propaganda device and tourist attraction. It's her tower, she can with it as she will. My source says they are going to specially reinforce and code it so that people can walk inside for generations to come without worry." "Of course she is." He sighed and threw back his drink. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Read all about it. Germanian ambassador attacked by deranged soldier. Latest details. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. And it is only by the hand of Providence that no one was killed in that terrible night. As the ambassador has a no secrets policy, everything will be available to view as soon as the consulate reopens. Interview with Mayor Highland. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya, although Miss Sue is not entirely responsible for her actions, she has told me personally she doesn't wish to be shielded from the consequences of her attack. The Great War took a toll on us all and she also lost her beloved father in the conflict. It was enough to drive even the strongest among us to madness. Reporter, what about her being armed with military-grade weapons? Tanya, she apparently robbed the relics of a deceased veteran and repaired them to bare functionality. Hardly military-grade at that point. One could as easily say that strapping some armor to a horse turns it into a tank. Reporter, I hear she will be giving an interview soon. Tanya, that's my understanding. Having come to her senses, she is naturally horrified. I think she's at the hospital today apologizing to the soldier she injured. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Major Hawthorne's superiors were, to state it mildly, not amused by the resolution but were helpless to fight against it. To do so would make them look weak or worse foolish. In exchange for not making the Unified States look like the aggressor in a near-successful bid to start another world war, they were willing to look the other way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yvette Oberst got a telegram from Tanya that just said, "All signals green." She stepped out of her rolling office and saw Junior. "Ah, Mr. Henry. We have the go message from the President." "Yes, He was gradually getting used to people treating him with respect, that wasn't backed up by his large frame and hard fists. Which project? Expanding the embassy or continuing the rail line into Illinois? Why, both of course. How could it be otherwise? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In some ways, Mary was more heavily injured than Cal or Tanya. Weeks of privation, forced magical overstimulation and then the final fight with Digirakov had to leave one drained at the very least. Cal's heart was doing fine and his natural recovery was healing his wounds quite rapidly. With the experimental magical care and Dr. Trapp's obsessive insistence on cleanliness and avoiding post-operative infections, he was doing fine. Still, he was a bit wary when she entered his ward, even if she was holding a bundle of flowers. Gisela stared with open hostility. "You are not welcome here. Leave now." Mary was about to flare up but a recently acquired patience came to her rescue. "I can make my amends later, but please accept these for now." He nodded and said. "Fine, you can put them there." She nodded and placed them on a side table. As she was leaving, she paused briefly and said with painfully heartfelt emotion, "I am glad that you survived." The big man finally smiled, "Yeah, me too." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Somewhere in the multiverse, he raged. Actions were taken. Actions that could not be taken back. Actions that tilted the great tableau in ways that no one could predict. Almost no one. Chapter 102, Red Letter Day. Tanya was singing lightly under her breath as she worked, obviously in a very good mood. Documents delayed by the fight and injuries flew under hands as she made decisions or approved of decisions already made. The latter she barely glanced at, knowing the quality of the work presented. What a wonderful day. Sure, we had to shut down the consulate for a few days, and we'll have to rebuild the tower, but the political gains are enormous. Oscar, everyone that was here on the day of the attack, I want to give them a token. It will be good for a free weekend visit to the consulate including lodging and meals at any time. Won't that cause scheduling conflicts and great expense? Not at all. In fact, I doubt few of them will ever be redeemed. The design should look like Eiffel's Tower as it is now and they should be numbered. Make sure everyone knows that they will never be made again and are only available to those who were here that day. To use them for the offer, you have to give up the token. Aren't you worried about counter, the new anodization process? She nodded. Exactly. With the level of detail and the patented process, there's no way someone could copy them without surpassing our own skills. And since they are numbered, they could only copy one at great risk because they would know we are keeping track of them. No, copying is not worth it and I suspect they will become treasured heirlooms. This is a very interesting idea. I think there should be a downside, but I can't see one. That's because your good sense rebels with the idea of creating value out of nothing, or next to nothing. The tokens have a value because you can trade them for some entertainment. That is an intrinsic worth. But there are two other things as well. First, it is commemorative. It evokes memories and emotions like a postcard or photograph or some other memento. Second, it is scarce. Only a few hundred of these will ever be made. Ever. Diamonds are precious mostly because they are rare. If they were as common as pebbles, they would be as valuable as pebbles, just prettier. So their scarcity would be guaranteed by us, partially because we wouldn't want to redeem all those hotel rooms and meals. Exactly. Even without the ability to trade them in, as long as people trust us not to glut the market with these things. Along those lines, we are going to produce items as souvenirs. No artificial scarcity there, but we will change the design every year to encourage people to visit regularly. Interesting. As you say, creating something from nothing. She pulled out a box. There's something that is much more like that and they are finally ready. We'll be selling these at the consulate and soon across the country. Such a small box. I'm intrigued. I won't keep you in suspense. This is the culmination of Project Home Run. Perhaps you've heard of baseball cards. Yes, of course. I don't smoke except for the occasional cigar but I've seen them. They also sell them with candy, mostly gum. These are similar but they are for mages. She spread a selection of cards on the table. Unlike baseball cards with rather low quality photos, these had beautiful printed designs for each that were obviously painted rather than photographs. Drawn, well, they are striking. Drawn by necessity. Photos could be viewed as belonging to the subject and we can't be guaranteed to have a good one for each person. So what we did was to have artists using researched photos provided to us by the intelligence department. She pointed at 3 from Germania. You see how these have a similar art style? We picked a different artist for each country to help tie them together thematically. It seems like there's somewhat confidential information on here, though. She shrugged, it's just our best guess as to power levels for the first year of the war. We intend to put out a set for each year as skill levels improved and new mages were introduced. Reporting our guesses is hardly illegal no matter how confidential it might be. Tanya grinned. Besides, these aren't just trading cards. It's a card game where you use the stats to conduct battles. Depending on their attributes, you can recruit new cards onto your side. Despite himself, he was intrigued. So it's a game where you don't have all the pieces immediately? Wouldn't you have the problem that people could just buy the most powerful cards? The better cards take more resources to bring out so there is a balance there. If you just have expensive cards, you may find yourself unable to play anything where a more agile, cheaper deck would be gaining ground. This has hidden depths. I can see the attraction for both collectors and those who want to play the game. She has so many projects and she's still making games for the children. Father said she was complex and interesting, but even has no idea. With reasonable gameplay, great art, and the desire for people to know more about these mages, we'll make a mint. That's even before we get into the rarity levels. But let it not be said I won't give back to those depicted. Anyone who is willing to let us capture their image for photo cards will get paid a reasonable fee. No matter what country, on either side of the conflict, I'll pay them. Plus they'll get copies of their own cards. If this goes the way I think it will, those cards may be more valuable than any pay. Making something from nothing again. She smiled, you catch on quickly. Yes, when we finish an annual run of cards, we won't ever reprint them. Variants, perhaps, for those who care more about playing than collecting, but the original run will be fixed. With a casual hand, she spread a deck of cards revealing numerous faces. Some friends, some foes, some living, some dead. Will your cards be in there, I wonder? Tanya laughed. Of course, we have to be fair, don't we? I won't reveal all my secrets, but I guarantee that my card will be quite popular. And quite rare. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mary Sue sat in a rather plain but pleasant enough room on the upper floor of the consulate. She was not restrained in any way but had given her word to Tanya that she wouldn't leave without permission. The room, coincidentally or not, looked out on Eiffel's tower. She spent much of her day looking out that window or just, thinking. Mary, what have you done? What have you been doing? These were questions she never asked before. She had never even thought to ask them since she joined the military a lifetime ago. But now that was all she could think to ask of herself. That thing, the Dybbuk. I can tell it's gone. It's like my magic was a horse run hot for so long and now it's resting. She laughed mirthlessly. I guess I was the horse and now my rider is gone. She felt a wave of disgust as she remembered the many months being under control of that thing and fought the urge to vomit. She had lost that fight several times already. Mary remembered something Tanya told her just before she agreed to her house arrest. You need to have a long talk with yourself, take a good look in a mirror, and decide who you want to be. If you need to talk, come find me, but not before you at least try to figure it out, Sue. I'll give you a hint, if you feel like your guts are twisting or you are going to panic, then you are on the right track. Okay, Digirekov. By that standard, I'm really successful right now because I want to empty my stomach and run screaming through the hallways. So, what now? Lacking further guidance and not willing to give up and face Tanya's scorn for failing so quickly, she decided to take the advice literally. She looked in the mirror of her room. She had been unconsciously avoiding it for days and had to force herself in the end. Mary stepped back in shock. The haggard woman looking back at her reminded her nothing of how she looked in the past. The mirror was so well made that, for the briefest second, she thought there was a stranger looking at her through a window. Her hair, though now clean, looked like dry straw. Haunted, dark-circled eyes stared at her over an unsmiling mouth. Tanned and weathered skin was prematurely aged and made her look her 20 years older. She reached up to touch her hair and her doppelganger copied her motion. I look like my mummo. She took a deep breath. Okay, Grandma, what have I been doing? She watched her reflection respond as she answered her own question. You were upset by the death of your father. So you decided to do anything you had to for revenge. That's pretty much it. You killed and stole and destroyed so you could wipe out that girl. You weren't some avenging hero. Fuck, you aren't even a good person. Didn't she do the same? She killed more people than I ever did. Her expression rolled its eyes. She was a penniless orphan with no skills other than a talent in magic. Even that wouldn't serve her in civilian life as orbs are too expensive, so her only choice was to enlist. After she was in the military, she had to follow orders. More than you were able to do, as it turns out. That creature, it was driving me, making me do things. She roused herself. I was. Even she said it. Does that excuse anything? Does it bring back the dead? Her reflection pointed at her. You are still making excuses. You survived the Great War, you are one lucky girl. Now you need to act like it rather than a spoiled child. The image sneered. You don't like being compared to Digirekov. Is that because you feel like you are losing by example? Am I? She asked quietly. Of course you are. Now that the war is over, she's been traveling the world, doing good works, trying to make amends even if she wasn't at fault. The point is that it doesn't matter who is at fault, the world is still in a horrible state. The woman in the mirror shook her head. You have great power. It's time to use it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Junior, now with a certain amount of magical training, was even more productive than before. His no-nonsense leadership style kept everyone else productive as well. Problems of construction, he handled easily, but problems of other sorts, he was at a loss. Miss Yvette, there are some yahoos who are causing problems. Oh. She looked up from her paperwork. What are they doing? He sighed and shook his head. They are getting in the way. Hassling workers. I think some of them tried to steal some supplies, but since we use stuff pretty much as we move, they couldn't get away with anything. They run away pretty fast when I show up, but I can't be everywhere. Yvette frowned. That sounds more organized than not. Yeah, probably. I've heard of this before. Seen some of it myself. My pa told me that when there were a lot more railways when he was laying rail. When they were shaking out, it got mighty rough and there might be blood soon. We had no problems in New York and the boss has Illinois wrapped up. He shrugged helplessly. But there are quite a few miles between the two. This is beyond what we can handle. Let me send a message to the president and see what she suggests. The supervisor smiled and nodded. Miss Dikurekov is very good at creative solutions. I'm sure she'll come up with something. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Herr Bruning's day was going well, a pattern that had been continuing for several months. The political office was slowly regaining its influence through numerous deals and alliances, and his spirits rose in sync. He was neatening up his appearance in his looking glass and said, I hate to admit it, but sending that witch to the Unified States really was the best idea. With her gone, everything is falling into place. Muller shook his head. Falling, not so much. Pushed. Cajoled. Forced. Enticed. So many more accurate words. Albrecht tut-tut. Don't be such a nervous Nelly, Muller. Also, you left out bribed. We don't use such words. As a proper servitor of the people, we should use language that will keep people the happiest. And isn't the happiness of the people our real goal? Lie all you want, but I choose not to lie to myself, my friends. Bruning looked over his shoulder. Are you going to talk like that as you legislate? Albrecht looked horrified. Of course not. He tapped a thick cigar ash into a convenient ashtray. But you aren't my constituents, are you? He laughed in a most charming fashion. Be that as it may, however you call it. We have plenty of diners lined up, will we have enough meat for them all? All that and more. Once they vote us the proper knives so we can carve dinner. Muller was the only one of the three that looked even slightly concerned. Once they finish the meal you set, what is stopping them from coming after us afterward? Bruning grinned. It's easy to invite the wolf to dinner, but who will dare ask us to leave? By the time they realize it, we'll have power to pick on of them to be the next entree. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The gathered figures were all dressed in robes of various shades but all in dark and muted colors. The shapeless clothing and low hoods revealed nothing, concealed everything. Even the light levels were kept low, hiding what details might be gleaned otherwise. The sole grace of the ruined building was that no one came here anymore. War had started the destruction and neglect had finished it. Even the sharpest eye would have to be very close to notice those within the half-standing walls and collapsed roof. The only bright spot was the figure that stood silhouetted by the dim lantern. His voice was masculine, to a degree, and most of those around thought that he was male. Certainly he did nothing to confirm or dispel the belief. He insisted they all call each other brother regardless of gender. Brothers. We are gathered here for a purpose, a holy purpose. The devil stalks the land, unimpeded, even lauded. Worshipped, muttered someone. Yes. Worshipped, indeed. Sitting on a growing throne built of blood and lives and souls, she becomes strong. By the day, by the hour her evil empire reaches further as her influence waxes. He raised his arms, revealing long scarlet gloves. While God weeps, the devil walks in the sun. But do not let your heart tremble. For the Almighty has granted us a holy artifact. He reached into his robes and held up a beautifully polished device that had been lovingly crafted by many craftsmen, and one mad genius. The shaft of the rod was twisted steel and gold and wood, shaped by unknown methods. There was a cracked red crystal at the top, seemed to absorb more than its share of the dim light, or maybe there was something at its core, pulsing like a slow heart, not yet awakened. Providence has given us this mighty weapon, with which we can strike down the beast, the whore of Babylon, the god-forsaken devil of the Rhine. Cheers rose into the night, tearing at the throats with their passion, roaring their unity of will and promising blood to come. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Vishal looked at the calendar on her wall as she marked off one more box. It spanned a full year to be better able to plan things she must do. Only one day, written in red, stood out from the rest. July 18th. She smiled happily. I can hardly wait. She patted the day. No, no. Mustn't get too excited yet. This is going to be the best birthday ever. Chapter 103, Dust to Dust. Helga, as she was known to her friends and co-workers alike, was the head of the Zart division of TVD. To her, and most of the company, it was like mystery box where magical things would pop out every so often. The secret was rather simple: creators loved to create. TVD gave them nearly unlimited freedom to pursue their fancies, and the funding to do it. Tanya only asked that after such flights of imagination that they try to make something practical with it. Helga saw rows of offices, numerous conference rooms and labs of every size and type. A bewildering variety of activities were going on and she looked around curiously as they walked together. Herr Schumacher, so many rooms but most seem to be empty. Is there a holiday? He laughed and shook his head. No. We just do so many things, that sometimes you need one resource or another. So there are labs for all manner of activities but not all are needed at the same time. He pointed at a series of doors. Likewise, Each researcher and technologist has a private office when they need to work privately, but they spend more time in the labs or the common areas to collaborate. How convenient. Maybe we can do something similar at Zart. Sometimes our creative space has to take over the manufacturing areas and that slows things down. I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem. The president and vice president are big supporters of basic research. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for taking time out of your schedule to help us out. I was coming to open a new factory in the area, so I was literally in the area. She laughed lightly. We do keep busy, though, and I was hoping you could help with an issue I had as well. We always like new problems here, or, as the president calls them, opportunities. Opportunities. I'm sure this fits that description. My girls have been playing with a jacquard loom, but it's inconvenient to set up a new pattern, and we were hoping that your team could come up with some clever method to assist us. Jacquard loom? Sounds like a Francois thing. Cleverness knows no borders, Herr Schumacher. He laughed uncomfortably. It's not that, it's just that my knowledge of the language is non-existent. She nodded. It's a machine. I'm sure you clever fellows will be able to figure it out. I'm sure. But today you will be helping us with your knowledge of weaving. Yes, that's my understanding, but the message was quite cryptic. How can I help you with your work? He led her into a lab and pointed at a wide variety of wires, cables and testing apparatuses. I'll be direct. We are trying to make a flexible, but light, metal sheath for a cable core. We could just make it thicker and bigger, but we need to carry many hundreds of miles of cable, so getting the maximum strength for the least weight is vital. She walked over to the table with the various prototypes and said, "May I? Please." She touched the heavy cables, examined the sheathing materials and the wires. After a few minutes of thought, she said, "I think I may have a solution, but it will require cleverness on your part." His eyebrows raised. "So soon? Please tell me, Frau." She smiled and touched their previous attempts. "You are thinking big, but you need to think small. A woven metal sheath will have the flexibility you need, but the wires need to be much thinner than this. Also, the components will need to be able to move properly." She sketched out how the machine needed to work while Schumacher took careful notes and asked questions when clarifications were required. "Brilliant. I can't thank you enough, this will save us many weary hours." "Nonsense, this was that difficult. The thing to remember about weaving is that it adds flexibility and strength, whereas if punch holes in things, that will weaken them. Sometimes to be strong, you need to be soft. We will most certainly keep that in mind. Now, since we've hardly used any of the time allotted, let us look at your loom, et." Unbeknownst to the two of them at the time, when Digirekov read the report of the meeting, she immediately ordered an entire division set up to work with it. She also told them to research the works of certain British mathematicians, including a daughter of Lord Byron, of all things. As she had been allowed a certain amount of freedom, Mary Sue planned to tour the consulate, but she had a much harder task first, writing home. "Dearest Mother, I hope this missive finds you well. I cannot express my contrition at the grief I must have caused you when you needed my support the most, and I can only say that I strive to mend my ways, and the wrongs done to you are but the first in a long line of other sins I must atone for. My own health is perhaps surprisingly well. My so-called captor, the former Colonel Tanya von Digirekov, has seen to it that I am comfortable in body though uneasy in mind. She has asked me to ask myself hard questions, and it has been the most difficult task I have yet to endeavor upon. Still, even someone as unused to complicated thoughts such as myself find that it gets easier with time. Forgive me for the shortness of this letter, but I decided to favor promptness over completeness. Please apologize to grandmother and tell her that she will be included in my next missive. I will write many, many more times, but know that all my love is with you now and always. Your returned daughter, Mary Sue." She kept the letter very short, as she intended to write at much more length soon. She owed her mother and grandmother years of letters, and it would take more than one to make up for that lack. Today, she had other tasks, the first of which was to have a look around. Mary was surprised that, in just a few days, everything seemed back to normal. Other than around the tower, of course. She dressed inconspicuously, not that she stood out. Her face was hardly well known, even to those in the military, and was doing nothing to draw attention to herself, just watching. Throngs of cheerful tourists were enjoying their day, taking pictures, eating at outdoor cafes. She saw couples and families and throngs of kids with unusual toys, and smiling men going for lunch and beer before heading back to work. Seeing them reminded her that she had skipped breakfast. Even writing that short note had been so stressful she had felt no hunger at all. But now that lack was coming back, and so she decided to get some food out here rather than in the main consulate building. She picked a restaurant at random, mostly choosing it because it seemed slightly less busy than the others. As it turned out, it was a Germanian establishment that seemed more bar than eatery, but it still served food, and that's what she was here for. She sat down at a random table and saw there was a menu already in place. Mary opened it and marveled at the vivid pictures of the food next to each entry. Even if she hadn't been hungry, she would have found just the menu mouth-watering. A woman with a pronounced Germanian accent, but excellent English otherwise, asked her, "Do you need help with the choices? There are brief descriptions, but can they tell you how things taste?" I say no. I've never had food from the Empire. What would wreck? No. Just bring me whatever is your favorite. Of course. And to drink. There was one thing. Apple Shore. Apfelschorle. Good choice. She pointed her thumb at some of the workers at the bar. Don't mimic those fellows. Just because you can drink beer all day doesn't mean you should. Mary glanced at the men who, as indicated, were enjoying a glass of beer each but otherwise didn't seem to be inebriated. Good advice. Soon she had a steaming dish of spätzle with a large currywurst and a small heap of kraut on the side. The first two she enjoyed greatly, but she pushed aside the kraut after just a little bite, not liking the sour taste. Apfelschorle turned out to be a carbonated apple drink that was delightful and refreshing, and she found herself reordering it several times. I had no idea Germanian food was this good. She looked at the workers and she could tell by their features and accents that 2/3 were from the Unified States and the rest from Germania. They all were getting along famously and only grumbled when the waitress reminded them it was time for them to settle their bills and get back to work. Mary watched them file out, soon to be replaced by other men much the same as the ones that just left. If I squint my eyes, there isn't much difference between them, is there? She thought back to her father and his ill-fated attempt at assassination. He used to be like this. Cheerfully enjoying a meal, talking with friends or with mother. Could he have enjoyed a meal with someone from Germania? Maybe Digerekov herself? She tried to picture it and it was shockingly easy to imagine. They would be sitting at that smaller table over there, the large man and the small woman, likely in their uniforms that they wore more than anything else. The table would be covered with Germanian dishes with large mugs of beer. They would be discussing military tactics, arguing about the proper way to train their men, or complaining about the stupidity of politicians. She could hear his laughter as Tanya made some wry comment about the state of the world. Mary's imaginary father continued their conversation, but she forced herself to look away before tears started to flow. She hurriedly put down too much money on the table, provided by Tanya so Mary could visit the consulate, and hurried out. She tried to ignore her own delusion that turned briefly to give her a loving smile before turning back to his conversation. She walked over to where workers were busily repairing the tower and said, "What can I do to help?" At the restaurant, the waitress came back with a dessert but saw that Mary had paid and gone. She scooped up the money and said, "Oh, well, more strudel for me." ******. The town, some would say former town, of Irene was coming back in fits and starts. By virtue of geography and chance, it was still one of the major hubs for industry and travel, one of the reasons it was targeted during the Great War in the first place. The old rail line was limping along, but TVD was preparing to finish the final segment of the rejuvenated system. In a weird twist, that company was in charge of rebuilding much of the city under government contract. They had submitted the most competitive bid by a factor of 2. Still, their progress was impressive and they made or beat every deadline that had been set by contract. Even the most ardent Irenist couldn't honestly claim they were doing a bad job. It was noted, however, there were startling gaps in the reconstruction. Some buildings were not torn down or rebuilt. Some streets remained destroyed. And, most damning of all, the Cathedral of Irene wasn't even on the schedule to be remade. The head contractor was asked pointed questions about this from the François auditors. "Mr. Eckstein, I have to question why there are these glaring deficiencies in the work being done. Whatever is the reason for this lack?" Eckstein suppressed a sigh and polished his glasses briefly to break the flow of conversation. "What deficiencies are those, my dear Mr. Charbonneau?" The auditor stared, gape-mouthed for a full 3 seconds. What deficiencies? Unrepaired streets. Broken buildings. And the cathedral. Sir, are you mocking us? Ah, those. Yes, those. What else? If you look at our contract, there is a section on monuments of historic value. All the locations I believe you are concerned about on that list. He put his glasses back on calmly. Surely you remember the discussions around that section. No? Well, that's why we have written contracts in the end. The schedule for those, due to their importance, is longer than the rest of the construction. Charbonneau was about to start to rant again, but he remembered that section. What monuments do you speak of? The Dev. Ahem. One throat clearing reminded the auditor there were lines not to be crossed. The war destroyed all the old monuments. There's nothing left to memorialize with. That's the point, sir. Instead of cleaning up the horrors, we will make them live in the memories of those present and in the future. All too often, those in power wish to sweep their misdeeds aside, hide them under a convenient carpet of bland words and homilies. And, may I point out, we have complete control, per that contract, over how we choose to do it. But, the church, his voice trailed off. As you should know, the structure was deconsecrated by representatives of the Holy See due to the use it had been put to. They have no objections, or at least have stated none. So, please, may I get back to work lest your oversight further impact our schedules. *****. For all that she was the ambassador, her ambassadorial duties were rather minimal. The Unified States was taking a hands-off approach to her and the relationship between them and Germania was cordial if distant. Frankly, there were few issues that needed discussion and for the most part her assistant was more than capable of handling such chores. Still, there were times when the actual ambassador needed to make an appearance. Certainly a tour by the President of the Unified States was one such event. There wasn't a lot fanfare but photographers did immortalize the event, but they were ushered out once the real meeting started. Ah, the infamous Colonel Digirekov. I've wanted to meet you for some time. And you, Mr. President. Your humanitarian efforts in Russia were impressive. It's a shame that the recipients were so unworthy. He shrugged. When people are starving, how can we not feed them? One could argue that it supports a government who accelerated the very famine you were alleviating. That was starvation planned by men and executed flawlessly. She spread her hands. There is no natural disaster that can't be made worse by government meddling. He chuckled amiably. You say this, but even now aren't you doing similar things? Farm rescues, food giveaways, rebuilding infrastructure, orphanages, your exploits after the Great War have interested me far more than those before. Ah, but those are the actions of a private citizen, and I make certain that my company isn't bankrupted by such charity. Still, the people themselves weren't to blame for their situation, so I understand your position. He sipped a whiskey that had been prepared and presented once the reporters were gone. He winked and said, laws are laws but I prefer some things not be captured on film. My beliefs exactly. She tapped his glass with hers and they toasted each other. After more comfortable conversation where they disagreed more than agreed, she finally sighed and said. Your time is valuable, Mr. President, so it's probably best if I get down to business. I thought this was your business. He gestured out at the consulate. And a fine business it is. As an old engineer myself, I'm impressed by what you've accomplished. Ha! She is more like me than not. She hides her virtue under practicality but it's there nonetheless. She laughed. This fellow is uncommonly perceptive. He knows that one can only be charitable after becoming sufficiently wealth. He turned his good deeds into a presidency and strengthens his country for re-election. Yes, I'm sure we can work together. It's just a start, but a good one. No, I have two things I need to do. We need to do. Now you've intrigued me. Pray continue. The Russie famine started with an unexpected drought. Unexpected unless you were actually keeping an eye on things. The signs were years in the making but only a few old peasant farmers noted the changes but who listens to them? She passed a report to the man. Here's a record of rain levels, river heights, temperatures, and so on. Oh, for the Russie Federation. No, Mr. President. Her voice grew serious. The Western Unified States. His jovial expression faded. He quickly read the reports and, while innocuous separately, were damning when taken together. Is this all true? Can nothing be done? You can investigate the numbers, they are publicly available. At this point, the disaster is unavoidable but it can be ameliorated. By our calculations, and such an event has never occurred in history, but is imminent. Bad agricultural techniques, some encouraged by federal land policy, higher temperatures and low rainfall will dry out the land. Then wind will pick up the soil and create a 1,000-mile wall of dust that will devastate farmland from Texas to South Dakota. Pretty much everywhere the prairie grasses have been plowed up but concentrated in the area on the attached map. He looked at the area covered grimly. The breadbasket of the Unified States would be taken out if she was even close to accurate. To support the war effort, the government had encouraged farmers, small and large, to invest in machinery and fertilizers. Generous federal loans allowed people to buy up many acres of useless prairies and convert them to farmland. Once the war ended, and the market for food plunged, desperate farmers had taken advantage of the program to borrow even more money and expand production. Food had never been cheaper or more plentiful so no one questioned the situation. What would you do? I have some suggestions, but none are easy. Unless wolves are baying at the door, most people won't believe what seems like madness to them. I don't know how much political capital you have, but you need to end the loan program and encourage the farm families to move out immediately but to plant grass before they go. Grass. It's one of the few things with the coverage that is used to the dry conditions. It will hold onto the soil. Honestly, it's likely too late but millions of people will be displaced and the sooner you get them out, the sooner they can start new lives. I doubt they would leave. Most have been farmers for generations. Buy back the land. Yields are lower and prices are depressed. Right now they are working harder for less, you might have an easier time than you think. You should also consider combining that with some debt forgiveness. All of that will take money. No matter how popular a plan, Congress won't give me the funds for such a thing. You might find them more amenable than you think. You can point out that the reduction in supply will naturally raise prices to a more reasonable amount and that will help handle the calls they have for price controls or subsidies. The loans were supposed to be a temporary measure for the war, right? Well, tell them the war is over. There's still the matter of money. Only extend this offer to small farmers and businesses that support them. Plus there's a chance for you to make a lot of money very soon. Of course, everything I am about to tell you can be verified. She went on to explain the plan while he nodded with growing enthusiasm. What do you think, Mr. President? What do I think? I think you should call me Herbert. We are going to be great friends, you and I. Call me Tanya, of course. Chapter 104, Tailor-Made. Somewhere touched by war. The master looked out as his congregation with satisfaction. The pews were only half occupied but, bit by bit, he was filling them up. The abandoned church in the abandoned town was an excellent location. It would be years before anyone came to this remote village that had the misfortune to be in the wrong place when the giant that was war walked over the land. One of the deacons walked in followed by another acolyte. The robed figure looked at the quiet congregation with their bowed heads and turned back to the master. The acolyte, who had never been here, chose silence. Ah, sixth deacon, do we have another hopeful brother here? Yes, master. His attributes are clearly superior and his dedication unquestioned. Excellent. The day we find a proper wielder, is the day when we can move forward with our great plan. Step forth, supplicant. The acolyte was nervous but excited. Working my way up for years, screw that. I'm too new so I'm at the bottom of the heap, but if I can gain the recognition of the artifact, that puts me on the fast track. Just one step below the master and who's to say that taking one step is so hard? And anyone who gets in my way, well, they'll just get stepped on. He kept his face neutral with no trace of his thoughts on it. Besides, he kept his cowl low. The master opened the iron-bound chest that stored the artifact normally. Even quiescent, it exuded a potency that they could feel on their skin like sparks from an open forge. He stroked it with a red-gloved hand. Such a curious thing. Those without power can touch it easily but the chosen, we must be cautious. Please, take up the weapon of the just. Lead us to a new era. The acolyte touched the shaft of the rod, his eyes on the cracked ruby crystal. Oh! There was a glimmer of light immediately and he felt the power lurking just under the surface. He lifted the device and immediately a crepuscular light started inside the cracked ruby. At first he was dissatisfied with the dimness of the glow but soon it grew stronger. I can feel it, master. Like we are being joined together. The half-ruined church was soon filled with the scarlet glow like all the windows were filled with bloody stained glass. As the light brightened and expanded, their bodies, the pews, the congregation and even the building around them seemed less and less real as the artifact grew in strength. Soon there was nothing but the acolyte and the artifact and the lurid red illumination. Yes, yes. He felt himself growing closer to the power and a heat was born in his chest. He couldn't see, but the others could, that the cracked crystal was throbbing in time with his heart, growing brighter with each beat. I can feel the power. Like I could do anything. His body lifted off the ground but, truthfully, he couldn't tell as the only thing he saw was the eternal light. I have the power now, it's time to use it, I think. First I see that certain others aren't happy that I've ascended. I'll deal with them first. I think it's time, yes. The former acolyte reached out his hand and started to pull upon the strength of the artifact but before he could anything, the power filled his body like a flood. Every muscle, every sinew, all his vessels were filled in an instant. The master and the deacon watched calmly at the glowing body floating high above them. The light from inside made him look like a red sun, shining without heat, pure overwhelming light. What? What's going on? He tried to scream but it was more like steam escaping from a burst pipe than any human noise. Soon, he was beyond thought and was simply a vessel for pain, endless pain. After a few more seconds, the writhing figure was suddenly doused and fell to the floor with surprisingly little noise. The master nodded and picked up the artifact, noting that the glow had increased incrementally from the last time. After carefully, entering it back in the case, he nodded toward the body. Deal with it. The deacon bowed and picked up the body with ease as it was only a trifle. He posed the body in one of the empty seats in the pews, arranging the sleeves and hood so the blackened skeleton inside couldn't be seen. We are getting closer, master. Of course. The cup is not yet full but soon, he closed the case, the red light being cut off suddenly, leaving nothing but darkness. Baron. The collaborators were gathered, discussing their plans. Chief among them, Aiden Bruning, was very satisfied with their schemes. He was all smiles but inside, his thoughts were quite different. Jackals, but useful ones. I can't decide if the smart ones or the stupid ones are more useful. The smarts ones can do more but think too highly of themselves. The stupid ones are more easily led and whatever plans they might have are easy enough to decipher. Unfortunately, I need all of them, for now. One of them spoke, breaking Aiden out of his thoughts. So the devil will be trapped by this legislation quite neatly, I see, I see. Bruning thought he was one of the dumb ones and he consistently made a show of understanding everything but it was hardly convincing. He made sure the man was clued in enough so that he wouldn't make too many mistakes. Exactly. By tying these new laws to the reparations, it will be enormously popular. Even if we have the votes, now, without the support of the people, we could easily lose a vote of confidence. With such a justification, though, who would speak against it? Ah, of course. How could anyone fail to understand such a clever scheme? Another man, one of the clever ones, smirked a bit at the foolish man before turning to Bruning. There is the problem of venue, however. Her holdings are spread widely, and getting wider by the day. She has a lot of strength in Francois in the Unified States. Even Magna Rumley, Idola or Ispagna might take her in. Hell, even the Commonwealth seems to be leaning more toward her these days. Don't worry about the Commonwealth. She has a powerful enemy there that is less than satisfied with the current state of affairs. He's likely to make a move soon but not before we can carry out our plans. He smiled. But we know for sure where she'll be soon. Aiden tried very hard not to roll his eyes. Please remember that she has a scheduled event in June. While the Imperial Court has been banished, it still has a lot of influence. And hasn't she been invited by them to celebrate her birthday in Germania this year? His eyes gleamed. Once she within these borders, well, she won't be leaving. ****. Chicago Consulate. Tanya and the chief engineer were deep in conversation about the current projects. While she was mostly hands-off, she liked being kept informed as the smooth operation of the consulate were important to her plans. Thank you for the update. As we are ahead of schedule, please make sure that your workers are getting proper time off. You as well, especially since these meetings must be taking you away from your work. He waved aside her concerns. For my part, I don't mind at all since these little meetings, far from being wastes of time, are quite useful. I'd wager that every minute I spend with you saves us days of time in the end. She sipped her coffee and noted, annoyingly, that her arms had outgrown her sleeves slightly. As much as she enjoyed becoming an adult as, perhaps, people would treat her as something more than a little girl, constantly buying clothes was an inconvenience. By that logic, you could stay here all the time and save many months. They both laughed at this. At any rate, is there anything else? That's it. No, there's one thing. That Legadonian girl, she's been trying to help us with repairs. Trying, you say? He scratched his head. I think she's honestly trying to work hard but, she's a little, clumsy. Being allowed to express his feelings, he didn't hold back. Her mana levels are off the charts but she can't do anything with it. She can fly with the limited orb we gave her but she's utterly hopeless at anything else. She has no fine control at all when she tries to help move materials, she makes more damage that we have to fix. I've been using her to run errands but she's so earnest. Tanya sighed. I didn't mean for her to be more of a problem trying to help than attack us. I have an idea how she can help in the long run but the time isn't right yet. She chewed on a thumbnail as she thought. Okay, if she has plenty of power, use that. We can't fix 8 mana with our orbs, but she has far more than anyone would ever need. So use her like a battery. Find some task where someone else can control the work and let her supply the energy. The man stopped, stunned, never having considered this idea. That's brilliant. We can modify one of the 2 Manstahlmensch we use for construction. He started muttering about the changes would be needed, coming up with problems and talking through the solutions while Tanya watched him. Yes, this can work. It won't be pretty, nor totally efficient, but there's no reason why we can't have something pulled together by the end of the week, maybe sooner. Perfection is the enemy of success, so it's better to get something pulled together even if not ideal. Besides, you can observe it in action and make changes as necessary. He laughed. That's one of the advantages of having metal mages around. The engineers love to tinker. As long as they don't do anything dangerous, that's fine. 1 or 2 setbacks can't compare to improvements. Because problems are temporary but advancements are forever, right? I had never thought of it that way, but when you say it, it makes sense. He stood up and said, I'll send word when we have a solution, no matter how imperfect. She rose as well. Excellent. Oh, by the way, can you tell my maid to make an appointment with my tailor on your way out? My clothing is becoming unprofessionally undersized. I fear I am still growing. Involuntarily, he glanced down and said with some discomfort. Ah, yes, I'll do that. Immediately. He rushed out leaving behind a puzzled Digirekov. What has gotten into him, I wonder? She looked down at her clothes and realized that one of her buttons over her chest was undone because it wasn't just her arms had grown larger. This. Unacceptable. She mashed a button for her intercom to her assistant, cancel all my appointments for today and tell me when my tailor arrives. *****. New York. A group of friends were talking to each other after school. Most of them had part-time jobs and only went to school for half a day, but they all were sharing this lunchtime before they scattered across the neighborhood. One of the smaller kids asked, "How did you get tested? Did you go to the lady?" He shook his head, "Nah, the ferry costs too much. But a Tanya Mart opened up and I did it there." The others looked shocked. "How? What? You joshing us?" He gave them a superior glance. "Don't Chuck know that all their workers are tested automatically? So I was slick and got a job there." "Smart, hey. What are you doing for them?" "No, shut up about that, what was your score?" "Hey, I'll answer both your questions because I'm just great that way. They need delivery boys, and if you have a bicycle with a basket, they are hiring a lot of kids. The pay is pretty good, too. Not just tips. Nope. I get a wage, bonuses if I deliver a lot and even a raise if I'm there long enough." The other boys looked shocked but appreciated how clever their friend was. "So, I did the test and, listen to this," he lowered his voice, "I got 2 entire lights and maybe a little more." The same small kid asked, "Is 2 good?" An older kid scoffed. "Sure is. 2 is enough to get good job someday. They said it all depends on what my talents are. Maybe I could even fly." "Whoa, you can come on and I'll show you around. You might get lucky, too." They cut their lunch short and rode after him before they went to their current jobs. "Here's the job listing board. You can see what they have, right?" As he had promised, there was a notice for delivery boys, some for stalkers, some for baggers and so on. But what caught their attention the most were the wages. They were all at least half again higher than similar jobs they were currently working. "See, can we start working today, you think?" "Nah, they told me to give, 2 weeks notice at my old job." The manager said that was what real professionals do. While the others excitedly discussed the possibilities, one of the kids just looked at the jobs board. There was one listing for artists of all sorts. "Please send examples of your work to any Tanya Mart or place of business to be forwarded to the hiring manager." He fingered his book bag where he had a sketchbook that almost never left his side. He didn't have any formal training but thought he was getting pretty good. He looked closer at the listing for details and it said both set pieces and story-based works would be accepted. What do they mean by story-based, I wonder? Maybe multiple drawings that tell a story and not just one drawing? I guess something like a comic book? But what to draw about? Then he remembered his pal, Jerry, wrote science fiction on the side and thought that maybe, the two of them together, could put together something suitable. If TVD doesn't like, the worst thing that could happen is that we maybe waste a little time. Or maybe sell it to one of the comic book companies. Let me get over to Jerry's house and talk to him. After a long afternoon of brainstorming, their new comic book, The Adventures of Argent, was born. Chapter 105, Balanced on a Point. Chapter text. Chicago Consulate. Tanya completed her tasks without meeting anyone personally. While she had other clothing available, she too embarrassed to even have someone deliver it to her. "I'll just get this resized quickly and, purchase more clothes." She generally tried to avoid thinking about her body, as long as it wasn't injured, which is how something like this could sneak up on her. How much longer is this going to keep up? Even as she was ranting internally, she realized it was a ridiculous complaint. She would grow however her genetics dictated and that was it. She just hoped her genes knew when to stop. Sighing, she heard a knock and Mercedes say, "Your couturiers are here, Ambassador." Tanya said peremptorily, "Enter." The two women came in without preamble. They were Americans that she had discovered to be flexible in their thinking and skilled enough to bring to life the outfits Tanya came up with. Her avant-garde ideas about what women should wear were translated into reality, allowing the ex-salaryman to maintain some dignity. "You asked for us, Miss Digirekov." The older of the two smiled politely as the head maid shut the doors behind the two for privacy. The two were laden with the tools of their trade, even if this was just to be a quick alteration. "Apparently my outfits have become undersized. Can you alter what I'm wearing and get started on redoing my wardrobe?" "Apparently, it's unseemly for the ambassador to wear ill-sized clothing," she said drolly. "Of course." The young one started to walk toward Tanya when the young woman activated her magic shield and leapt backwards with her cane in front of her. The shaft was glowing blue, the same color as her eyes. "First, tell me who you are or my clothing will be the least of your worries." Her voice was cold as death and even a total idiot could tell she was deadly serious. The older one laughed softly. "We mean no harm, pardon our intrusion." She dropped her illusion to reveal an attractive face and very pale blonde hair. My name is Astrid and this is my sister, Nova. Wow, she is good. Nova also dropped her illusion. How did you find us out? I thought we had nailed the appearance of your couturiers perfectly. Tanya, not yet dropped her shield, said cautiously. Your illusions are good. The best I've ever seen, actually. But March weighs about 10 pounds more than you. Nova looked a little offended. How could you see that? Not the appearance, the weight. She wears different shoes because she stands all day and the add weight makes the sound of her tread different from yours. She waved toward the guest seats with her cane and said, You've picked a very unusual method of contacting me. I hope you make this worth my while. Of course. The two women sat down and Tanya sat across from them. Astra folded her hands on her lap. This is not the first time we've come in contact, but there are things you need to know and it's unlikely you'll get the information any other way. I've heard of a pair of Legadonian mages, rather unflatteringly called the Witches of the North. Nova nodded. That's us. And you're right, how could two cute girls be called something like, I ask you? Having been insulted as a matter of course, you have my sympathies. She decided that the two, if not friendly, at least weren't in immediate danger. Would you like a drink? Wine, perhaps. Astrid was about to demur but Nova agreed enthusiastically, so her sister just shrugged and nodded. Nova accepted the glass and said, You see, it's like we are related. Another pretty girl subjected to such unfair abuse. It's jealousy most foul. Ah, yes. She couldn't help but agree as she was, by any reasonable standard, a pretty girl. Not to hurry you, but you need to tell me something. She sipped her wine. Is this about the runes you've been sending my way? Astrid pursed her lips. Yes, in a manner of speaking. I must never forget she is not just dangerous, but enormously intelligent. It's like talking to an open blade and yet I don't feel worried at all. There are a number of people targeting your life. Is understatement a habit of those in Legadonia? They laughed at that. In addition to random attackers, there is one particular organization targeting you, the Council of 10. Tanya narrowed her eyes and thought. That's the Legadonian cabal that semi-controls the government, right? I understand that must be expensive to hire all those top assassins. Nova nodded as she refilled her glass. I know. We don't come cheap. The room chilled remarkably and she hastily continued. We aren't trying to kill you now. Those old fools used up all their chances a while ago. That's the only reason we can talk to you now. Boy, were they upset when they found out we have completed the contract. As many times as I've been targeted, I don't recall either of you, in disguise or not. Oh, we didn't act directly, we just guided others to where you were. Astrid explained how they had attempted to kill Tanya while the ex-colonel nodded. Very clever. It sounds like there's still at least a half dozen of those fools floating around. Well, that's to be expected, yes? I'm sure that's what you expected, but for various reasons, we can't tell you who they are. Our little scheme to avoid actually killing you has its fragile aspects. At any rate, we're sure you can handle the others. I'll ignore the fact that you are so cavalier with my life, but I suspect you are correct. Ahem. At any rate, this wasn't just revenge for the Great War. There is a mystic conjunction approaching and they wanted to influence events in their favor. By killing me. Apparently. Nova nodded. Yup. You'd be surprised how much you are worth. Tanya turned toward Astrid hoping for a more cogent answer. She cleared her throat. This is going to be a very, very rough analogy. She indicated the coffee table between them. Imagine the world is a great disk, created with the firmament we live on. It's floating on an axis and as the powers lay their will upon it, it will tilt one way or another. That doesn't sound like all that difficult a concept. Ah, there are rules, though. Or rather laws of reality. One of the great laws, that existed before almost all others is that a piece played is a piece laid. She paused, making sure Tanya was following along and then continued. That means once a power has influenced the disk, that can never be removed. Influenced, pushed around, even set against each other but not taken off. Tanya focused on her words carefully. It's an analogy, but a clever one. Let's push it and see how useful it is. It seems like the balance could get thrown off rather easily. I gather influencing the disk isn't neither easy nor without cost. Exactly. Over time, the disk get cluttered, even unstable. That's why the powers, even the great powers, are loath to interfere too much. So, having played a piece, they would much rather move those pieces than add new ones. Astrid nodded, pleased with her comprehension. Their own or others. Oh you bastard, being X. You've literally been pushing me around. But that tells me I was a big piece, at least. Influencing me even to the point or prolonging a world war. What kind of crazy law makes killing millions less of an influence than a single person? She realized, however, the pressures that caused the war were there even without her. Whatever influence being X use, Europa was already a powder keg even without his interference. So I gather you are trying to say that your Council of 10 wants to be a player rather than just more pawns? And they figure by taking me off the board, it will work in their favor. As mortals, we have few ways to change fate. This is one of them. Very, very few people can function as power, even in the tiniest of ways. Astrid finally took a sip of her wine. You are one such person. Rejoice. Asterisk. Baron High Command. General Rirujen looked around the table at the surrounding men. Much of the upper brass of the military was there, looking grim. From Zetter, to Rudersdorf, to Uger, to Rommel, if anyone was below the rank of colonel there, they barely qualified to keep the water pitchers filled and the ashtrays emptied. Rudersdorf said grimly, there's no use beating around the bush. We have to do something about the Digirekov situation. Rommel laughed. What's there to do? She's always been a wild card and that hasn't changed at all. Uger shook his head. With her resources, it's hard. While she started with our military leftovers, that supply was gone months ago. It helped her start but her current inventory could barely be imagined. He shrugged helplessly. I've done estimates of the size of TVD and even I don't believe the numbers. Rirujen added, that includes personnel. She has the skilled manpower and whatever materiel she needs. If she wants something made, likely she has the staff and wealth to do it. Zetter, who had been polishing his monocle in thought, finally put it back in place. He put his hands on the table, pushed himself to his feet and said, Gentlemen, this is ridiculous. Some of the brightest minds in the army and high command are in this room. Surely we can come with birthday presents for one girl. Asterisk. Frankfurt, Universität Frankfurt am Main. Around a different table, other men Saturday. And also one woman. The mood was convivial, though there was less alcohol and tobacco, i.e. none at all. There were two things that made these men smile, research and money. And this young woman would be providing both. Frau Serebriakov, this donation is quite generous. Could you explain the proposal to the rest of the board? It's rather simple, actually. TVD has been experimenting with combining magic and medicine. We've gathered a few doctors and researchers with flexible minds and mages that are learning medical techniques. We are also lucky enough to have a few physicians that are already mages of various levels. Fascinating. Elaborate, please. There are two main areas of research, diagnostics and techniques. As a demonstration, I've brought in one of my colleagues, Fräulein Mandelbaum. She's not herself a physician, but what she's practiced will have obvious utility. The board was made of money people, physicians, and researchers. But all of them looked on curiously as the brunette woman gave them a clumsy curtsy. Pleased to meet you. Visha asked, does anyone want to volunteer to assist? There's no danger or discomfort but it's certainly invasive. If not, I can do it. She laughed lightly. I wouldn't subject you to anything I wouldn't do myself. One of the older members, grey-haired but rather vigorous looking, stood up. If you can stand this old fellow, please use me. The young woman glanced at Visha and then said, please stand here. No. You don't have to disrobe. She blushed a bit and stopped the man from removing his clothes. Fräulein. You are spoiling my fun, it's been so long since I've undressed in front of someone so attractive. He shrugged his coat back on with a pleasant grin. Blushing even more, she touched her computation orb with one hand and the arm of the man with the other. His internal organs were suddenly visible like glowing ghostly outlines. Mein Gott. One of the physicians quickly put on his glasses and examined his colleague closely. The image is so clear. Even better than those made with Röntgen rays. You can see everything like you were on the table, my friend. He turned toward the mage. Can you make organs appear solid as well as transparent? Yes sir. We've practiced a variety of imaging techniques. It seems like bone is no hindrance. Why not look inside my skull? The old man quipped. You've always wondered what was going on inside there, now's your chance. Don't think I won't. He nodded and the mage moved her magic upward. The phantom skull seemed to grin at the surrounding board members. Rather eerily, the skull responded. So, what do you think? Rather remarkable. Remarkable indeed. Even the most delicate structures are visible. I'll let her image me next so you can see. His voice stopped and his eyes narrowed. Can you magnify that area there? He pointed. Yes, immediately. But the time I can maintain the spell will diminish. The area in his head grew larger until it was considerably larger than the man himself. Dominic, didn't you say you had gotten shot a while ago? Oh, so you were listening when I told those old war stories? Yes, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Damned Albanians started fighting and I was caught in the middle. I was at the thermal baths in Permit and a bullet came out of nowhere and knocked my noggin. Must have been quite the mess to clean up. He laughed and then continued his story. I was unconscious for days, but the local docs managed to keep me alive. It looks like they missed a fragment. It's moved over time is my guess, and it's dangerously close to a blood vessel in your brain. To be honest, it's pure luck it hasn't cut the vessel and killed you already. We need to get you into surgery immediately. Another physician shook his head. Look at the position, man. Operating would likely do more harm than good. They argued for several minutes when Visha cleared her throat. Gentlemen, may I continue the demonstration? One of the board members was incensed. The life of our colleague is at stake here. Please have some sympathy. I realize that, but I believe that we can help him. She put a hand gently on his and the huge skull turned toward her. Our mages can safely remove that piece of shrapnel. Probably. Probably, you say. It's a novel procedure. We've done it with other parts of the body, but not a brain, eh? He cleared his throat. Well. No time like the present. Make sure to mention my name when you write your research paper. Visha nodded and another mage stepped forward. Just remain still as the area is sensitive. It's small enough, so we'll be done soon. How long will it take? Oh, how long? It's already done. The mage showed a tiny piece of metal in his hand. I compressed it down to a tiny needle and pushed it out quickly. I used a localized anesthetic spell to stop the pain, though there wouldn't have been much, and another one is providing a little direct pressure on the exit wound. Any bleeding would be done in just a minute given the small size. It was quite remarkable to see, Dominic. It left in a flash in much less than a second. The spell faded to reveal the older man who had a bemused expression on his face. Well. I came for a meeting and have unexpectedly had my life saved. Still, I believe the meeting was a success, yes. With alacrity, the board agreed to create a new school dedicated to magie. Medicine was founded and would become a center for research around the world. Chapter 106, Giving is Better. Chapter Text. Chicago Germanian Consulate. Tanya and Oscar were inspecting the consulate, noting that all damages had been repaired and the construction goals were only slightly behind schedule. I know our men are workaholics, but are we sure they are taking proper breaks and keeping within normal working hours? Oscar nodded. They know the rules. Certainly the construction bosses won't let tired workers cause accidents from exhaustion. There'll be no deaths by accident or corrosion on my watch. Excellent. Overwork reduces productivity and burns out my human resources. He smiled tiredly, having heard it before. The difference now, however, was that he truly believed it. Her ideas overturn common sense, and yet she proves that her sense is better by far. I assume it won't be long before Tanya's ideas replace the old ones. Didn't she mention something about this? That reminds me, we were talking about how thoughts change and you said to remind you about that. Oh. Yes, it's quite the exciting idea. You are familiar with genes, of course? Well, ideas are like them, but I call them memes. Much like genes, they spread and grow and mutate and compete. In general, successful memes will drive out unsuccessful ones. Every human interaction are based around ideas at their core. She drew his attention to a tree in the park. You see that plant, but it's only a tree because of its genes. People are fooled by what they can see, the buildings and businesses and tanks and so on. But it's the memes that organize them that are essence. That's the reason why we've been progression so easily. The ideas I've introduced are just better than the old ones, so they are winning this fight. She grinned wickedly. Survival of the fittest, right? When you say it like that, you wonder why no one has thought of it before. Oh, they have. Just casually, though. People understand propaganda, motivational speeches, education, mythic stories, and so on. She shook her head. Communists are stupid and their ideology is pure evil, but they understand one thing well: you need to grab the children, teach them what to believe and never let them encounter other ideas. Other memes, he said slowly. You can also think of them like creatures that live in your head. Some are useful and help the host. Others are parasitic and feed on you. Rather horrified by the image, he asked, is that how you view communism? Naturally. I have no desire to kill the communists. For the most part, they are just deluded dupes. I want to kill the memes that rule their lives, break down the system that seeks to overtake the world like locusts with no sense of morality or restraint. What if the parasite is set too deeply, I wonder? He was about to ask, but he already knew her answer. Sometimes surgery can kill the patient, and there's 150 million patients in the Russie Federation. God help them all. But that's a fight for another day. Right now we need to focus on matters closer to home. How is our little loose cannon doing? Dragged out of his grim thoughts, he responded with more cheer. Frankly, I'm shocked at how useful she's been now that she has more direction. It's been hard to force her to take time off, according to reports. If she fights too much, tell her to take up a hobby. It's worked well for me. She laughed a bit but realized it had been a couple of days since she had played the piano and made a mental note to practice a few pieces tonight. She started humming Beast of Burden while they continued their tour. Chicago Germanian Consulate. Meanwhile, the topic of their conversation was just getting off her work shift for the day. Technically, she didn't have a schedule as she was an unpaid volunteer, but since she worked with these men, she kept the same hours they did and that was drawing to a close. Her partner in the construction stall slapped her on the back, treating her like any other co-worker. Good job, Mary. At this rate, we'll be back on schedule and ready for the next phase. Next phase? What's that? He shrugged with a grin. I have no idea. But there's always a next phase, right? She had to laugh at his foolishness. Of course, you're right. Why not come have a drink with the gang? No matter what foolishness the Americans have come up with, we can enjoy ourselves. Thank you, but no, I'm grateful but I have things to do. The fact was that she really was grateful but really did have plans. Next time, you make time. He waved as they left and she returned it almost shyly. Well, that's that. Time to go practice something a bit more exciting. As she made her way through the mini-town they called a consulate, she thought about her just completed work. She realized immediately that she was just a glorified battery, with an honorary title of co-worker, but she didn't mind. Her power helped make the massive construction machinery move and she was content to know she was doing her part. In time, she had even become a bit more active, controlling the movement of the vehicle while her partner handled the actual skilled labor that construction required. By this time, most of the staff recognized he, even when not in her work clothes, and waved, or smiled, or just nodded toward her if they were busy with other things. No one ignored her, though, and no one rejected her. She responded in kind but with a twinge of guilt. Can I say Digirakov would get the same treatment in the Alliance? Or Albion? I think not. She didn't bother thinking about the Russi Federation since they were monsters and degenerates. Soon she came to the training centrum and took an industrial elevator downward. Quite invisible on the surface, there were multiple underground rooms used for research and training. Some of the room duplicated facilities in Germania whereas others were new or unused. One of the lower levels was quite large. It was a long room with targets on one end and 3 large machines at the other. A lab-suited man holding a clipboard nodded as the elevator door opened. Ah, Miss Sue, thank you for your promptness. Certainly, Doctor. How can I help? First, just sit in one of the command chairs and I'll explain how this will work. She peered around to the machines and saw there was a large metal chair attached to each, but there were comfortable cushions on each. Both armrests of each had a brass and crystal hemisphere near the end. Mary picked the one in the middle and found it comfortable enough and her hands naturally rested on the hemispheres. So, you are likely curious as to the purpose of this machine, eh? He chuckled amiably. He continued without waiting for a reply. What you are sitting on is actually a magic orb. This. It must weigh 1,000 pounds. Several tons, actually. Forgive a bit of deception, but it's more than just a normal orb. I would hope so. Now, what is it for real? Well, it is an orb, primarily. But most of the functions have been, well, spread out so that each piece can be exchanged, measured, and updated independently. There are half a dozen like this in Germania and they are the finest orb prototyping tools I know of. And, since Germania leads the world in orb technology, quite like the best anywhere. So these, blocks, are fully functioning orbs? Why doesn't the Unified States protest? Surely, this is against the terms of surrender. Technically, this is quite permissible. Combat orbs are quite a specialized thing and, chief among their traits is portability. He patted one of the orbs and chuckled again. No matter how clever these are, you can't carry one into combat. He stopped laughing. Also, we haven't bothered to tell our hosts and this chamber is quite well shielded. She understood his implications. I see. You're quite clever, Doctor. He shook his head. I can't take credit. The entire program was the Colonel's idea, including this shielded chamber. Our speed of research has doubled, no, almost tripled. Of course it was her. She thought she should feel irritated at how accomplished her former nemesis was, but she found it comforting. Somehow. So what do I do? Just activate the orb like you normally would and we'll go through a variety of spells and measure what happens, eh? He retrieved a pen and readied his clipboard. Well, let us begin. He had her run through a common set of spells, excepting flight ones, of course. At first she thought the test were rather basic, but she found it much harder than she remembered. Even the simplest spells came only haltingly and her signature energy beam was impossible to produce. Doctor, does this thing have some weird settings now? Everything is so hard. No. Actually, I have it set to mimic what the Unified States is currently using for their elite units. Something unusual is going on. And I know just who to ask. *****. Baron High Command. Rirujen sat opposite Zetter as he gave the latest activity report. It was a very high-level meeting as Zetter was more interested in general outlines rather than the minutiae that his accountants and auditors thrived on. The rehabilitation plan for the army is proceeding well, I hear. Zetter did more than hear. Yes sir. We are using the right sizing strategy by focusing on a smaller number of elite troops, both mage and non-mage. We are well within the decommissioning demands of the surrender agreement, but our actual strength is higher than at the beginning of the Great War. Between greater expertise, better equipment, and better logistics, I can confidently state that the Empire is at least as secure as a decade ago. Zetter nodded, obviously pleased. And for the future? Plan for the next war, not the last war. What wise words! Even the most conservative estimates show us having a clear advantage compared to any of our neighbors, even two at once. At this pace, we'll hold an overwhelming advantage in much less than 20 years. Excellent. Make sure that the political class doesn't hear about this. Their foolishness might make them think we can fight our way out of these reparations. Of course. We only give them the overall troop numbers, which makes us look a lot weaker than we are. He moved on to the next topic. The Eternal-class submarines are functioning well and all the old torpedoes have been replaced with ones that actually work, he said dryly. TVD has been delivering very interesting orbs to our non-combat troops. According to our research team, and some coded documents from Argent herself, their engineers can modify them to full combat capabilities with just an hour or work per orb. The Uberstahl program is likewise proceeding apace. Live combat data was quite interesting and you should definitely look at the videos from the Chicago fight. In time. I find the analyses of skilled men to be nearly as good as being an eyewitness and takes less time. The trick is finding those skilled men. So that covers the men and their equipment. How about logistics? The Salini rail line extended from border to border, and beyond. Nearly every country in Europa is also connected. The shipping container system is likewise in full use. Fuehrer is quietly ecstatic at how efficient things have become for him. More to the point, during peacetime, Germania is quickly becoming the hub for transport as all rails lead to Berlin. Are not other countries tempted to create their own inter-country rail systems? Most of them have found simply using our rails to be more efficient, although they are still using their older, less efficient lines for trade that doesn't go through Germania. The amount of traffic on those lines has dropped by 30% and shows further losses. It's simply quicker and cheaper to use our lines, especially with our universal use of shipping containers. Zetter suddenly laughed. Ah, this is what she was referring to, and so quickly. Sir. Digurekov was referencing a Kitsushaman general. It is best to win without fighting. She also posited her own theory that true democracies with significant financial ties will not war with each other. Attacking us will be equivalent to attacking their own interests. As the ties grow stronger, yes, we will not be Germania. We will be Europa. Rirujen recalled her farewell speech upon leaving for America when she claimed the fatherland would become the heart of Europa. If even Zetter agrees, then it must be true. But there's a piece I'm missing. What's her final goal? He felt his receded ulcer remind him that it wasn't totally gone. The twinge of pain was like a harbinger of things to come. *****. Baron. General Fuehrer reflected that far from the 20-hour days he pulled during the war, these days his life was peaceful, even relaxing. The switch over to the new shipping methods had been pleasant work overall. Even beyond the ideas Tanya had presented in her concept paper, he had started rebuilding army depots and military bases so that the entire army supply system functioned like one smooth machine for the entire country. Some days, he even worked from home as his work these days was conceptual and didn't require his presence at the office. Regardless, with his level of importance, they had had a phone installed in his home for quite some time. However, he had promised dire retribution if anyone used it unnecessarily on his days off. The most troubling issue he's had recently, in fact, was Argent's birthday present. In addition to her official position, which mandated a gift of a certain size, she also had a personal connection to most of the command staff, Fuehrer included. He brooded as he looked out his study window. His wife, Amaryllis, came into the room with a carafe of coffee and an afternoon snack on a tray. Dear, you look so troubled. What could be causing you to worry so? She was a delicate-looking woman with a core of steel. When they thought he would be going to battle, she had supported him even though they had just had their first child. Still, she had given many thanks to God when he chose a position behind the lines. Certainly, the 2 additional children she had during the war and the one afterward was ample sign of her appreciation. It's the gift for Digurekov, love. What do you get for someone who has everything? She tapped her chin with one finger, a thoughtful and troubled expression on her face. Yes, I can see why that would be a problem. Her presents are the highlight every Christmas. The kids view her as a blonde, female Weihnachtsmann. Her husband had made no secret that it was Tanya who had convinced him to go into the logistics department, and therefore Amaryllis viewed her at least as a close family friend if not a literal savior. Let's start with the basics. what does she like? He rubbed his head. Well, military things, at least to some degree. So perhaps books on strategy or souvenirs of some sort. Mind you, to some degree. Since she's left the army, I've hardly heard her speak of such things other than her support for veterans and her continued assistance to High Command in restructuring the military. Remembering that they were supposed to be brainstorming, he switched to a new ideas. Luxury goods like coffee, chocolate, fine wines, and fine dining. They were the only thing I ever saw her spend her money on. His wife looked surprised. No clothing or jewelry or the like. He shook his head firmly. Never. If not for her long hair and face, I would have thought she was just a very short man or a boy. My sources say that she only consenting to wearing dresses on the way back from Francois because none of her uniforms fit any longer. So difficult. Designer goods or expensive jewelry would be appropriate for either her role or her personal relationships. And consumables would not be entirely appropriate for an ambassador. True, true. And, music of course. He immediately attacked his own idea. How do you give music? She makes her own. Amaryllis said slowly, no, no. I think you are onto something here. She makes her own music, but not music instruments, correct? That's true, that would work on a personal level. But what of Tanya the ambassador? Oh, you foolish man. She smiled gently and clarified. The ambassador is the embodiment of the state that sent her. So gifts should generally be grand and somewhat impractical. And I think you have another issue in Irene and this could resolve both issues, no? Irene, why, yes. Yes it will. He pulled his pretty wife onto his lap. I think this deserves a reward. She rolled her eyes but didn't resist. Who exactly is getting rewarded here, she said with a blush and a smile. 9 months later, Tanya added another client to her Christmas list. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Akitsukai, the sea west of Akitsushima. Far, far to the east, the emperor of Akitsushima was resting in his luxurious yacht floating on the Akitsukai between his country and Qin. To call it a yacht wasn't doing it proper credit, however. It was more a floating palace of grand size and boundless opulence. The location was no accident, he often came here to look across the water at the continent beyond. The room he was in was almost Spartan. It was wide with a tatami floor and hand-hewn wooden beams. The walls, excepting the one that was open to the sea, had Shinto nobara as well as Bustaji with sayings to help promote spiritual growth and enlightenment. His servants, mindful of the protocols due to his divine presence, were silent as he gazed across the water, but further away from their master, they spoke more freely. He often looks at distant Qin. Do you think he dreams of conquest? This was a popular opinion. Akitsushima was growing rapidly in power and influence and only lacked a steady supply of resources to fuel their economy. The high advisors made it clear that the lack of metal, oil, and other necessities for a modern economy would always hinder them. They could build the mightiest war machine, but it would always stumble when faced with that reality. Perhaps, but he is not his father. The hawks are frustrated, but also those who sue for greater amity and trade. The head servant nodded sagely. He seems to walk a narrow path that only he can see, so is frustration not normal. While they whispered far from the subject of their conversation, Emperor Hirohito sipped his tea and thought. The things I have to do to get away from those damned politicians. Chapter 107, The Opposite of Hate. Chapter Text. Chicago Germanian Consulate. Tanya watched Mary go through the standard exercises in the testing chamber. The reports are quite correct, her power output and even her ability to aim aren't even a fraction of what they once were. You see. Mary looked frustrated and almost forlorn. Tanya, perhaps sensing something, dismissed the researchers. Okay, talk. You saw for yourself. I'm useless even with a full orb. Her voice lowered to a near whisper. Was it that thing all along? Was none of it actually me? Lean closer. When Sue did so, Tanya flicked her forehead sharply. More from shock than pain, Mary yelped. Ow! What was that for? Because you're not my subordinate, I can't beat any sense into you. Tanya sighed. The debug, from my experience, can only actualize what you are already capable of doing. It's a shortcut disguised as a boon. Now that it's gone, you have to learn how to do it the right way. Why not view it as an target for what you might become? Couldn't I try to, copy how I did things before? Learn to work that way, but under my control this time. Don't even think about it. That thing leaves traps in every gift. It will reshape how you think and tear away your free will. Do it too long and you'll become a hymn-spouting puppet with no chance of escape because all your chains will be inside your own head, no rider necessary. She clenched her hands as if they were around a rifle, itching for a chance to blow off being X's head. Remembering what she had escaped, she shuddered. At any rate, that means everything you did then, you can do eventually. Perhaps even better because you can use your full brain and perhaps find a more efficient way, or more clever at least. Feeling daring, Mary asked, how many times did you fall under control? She's the greatest combat mage of our age. Was this the key to it all? There was some memory loss involved, but somewhere around 20 times. I hope it was only that. Damn you being X. I tried very hard to keep my mind free of influence, because you never know when it might the last time until it has complete domination over you. Only 20 times. That means, almost always, it was just her and her skill. In the past, Mary might have gotten jealous, but she had given up on comparing herself with Digirekov. Her generosity and forgiving nature had had a profound impact on the American mage. It is said that the opposite of hatred isn't love, it's indifference. She no longer hated Tanya. Not at all. Let's run through the exercises again, I'll give pointers and that might help you regain some of your ability. She smiled warmly, but there was a gleam in the ex-colonel's eyes. I have a bit of a reputation as an instructor. Mary, never having heard the rumors that were commonplace in the Germanian military, nodded trustingly. Please. *****. Somewhere. The man in the chair scowled as the last of their number arrived, out of breath. The newcomer glanced outside from where he just came from and then shut the door hurriedly. The basement they were all in was unfurnished except for a table, a half-dozen chairs and a decanter of water with some glasses nearby. A single bulb on a wire provided scant light as it swayed slightly in the breeze of the man's entry. I realize that maintaining a clandestine, international organization is a tricky matter, but being over an hour late is beyond the pale, don't you think? Said the scowling man. All 6 were nondescript, deliberately so. Both men and women wore hats that could easily disguise their features if it were darker or at night. Sorry, but I thought someone was following me. You know how good her people are and I can't be too careful. He dropped in a chair and grabbed a cup of water and drank it quickly. One of the 2 women seemed startled. Her people? Did you get close to them? Better than close, he said smugly. I managed to pull a few passive mode images and verify some of the rumors. The scowling man suddenly smiled, apparently forgiving the transgression of tardiness with the news. Tell us more. He leaned back in the chair. Well, M is definitely with her. Everyone seems fine and there wasn't any issues I could detect. It was very odd to see, let me tell you. I've confirmed M is working for her now and might be deployed soon. Deployed? Said 3 people at once. You heard what I said. You know how she is. Good at finding talent. Training them. Bringing out their best. Do you have proof or is this just more idle speculation? I knew you'd say that. You can read lips, right? Number 14. She nodded. Passably. English. She wore outlandish makeup, ruining the purpose of making her blend into the crowd. Still she was reliable. Mostly. Yes. He pulled out a computation orb designed for covert work. It looked like cigarette case, and in fact was a cigarette case, but was astonishingly well shielded and had very limited features. He triggered the projection features and an image quickly came into view. Although taken from a distance, it was a very clear shot of 2 women at an outdoor cafe, sitting at a table with snacks and coffees. Sometimes their mouths are occluded by passers-by or their refreshments, but you can make out the gist of their conversation. The woman focused on their images as he started the video. Training routine. Performance goals. Something about their food. Say, can we get desserts later? Focus. Fine. Organize a. Practice, and something about an instrument of. I can't make out the rest. Numbers 1 and 2 said this might happen. Her goals are too large for just one person and it would just be a matter of time before she recruits others, said a man that had been silent until that point. How far will she go, though? Another snorted. You sound like there's some sort of limit? After conquering one country, you just move on to the rest. Why would she stop before she has the whole world at her feet? True, with the help of her new recruits, she might make a push at any time. The man who was the leader finally stopped the conversation with a sharp clap of his hands. Enough. Send the video to our other members via the usual channels, but tell them it's coming with coded telegrams first. He smiled at the others. Finally, the Midwest branch of the Tanya von Digirekov Appreciation Society has some real news to share. ******. Across the world, whispered discussions revolved around Digirekov's disciple, when would the new star be born? Chicago Embassy Broadcasting Station. Lucy moved the microphone closer to her mouth using the extending arm. Thank you for listening to Wind with us today. That was Paul Whiteman and his wonderful version of All of Me with Mildred Bailey. The next hour has been sponsored by Commonwealth Edison. They keep the lights on in our studios and they can keep you warm and cozy in your home, too. This song is the latest from our favorite mage, Tanya von Digirekov. Like I promised, you'll get one new song from Argent every day this month. What time of day? I hear you cry. You just have to keep listening to find out. Now on to Total Eclipse of the Heart, where she is accompanied by Jason Hessen, whom you might recall was one of the singers from her Ode to Joy concert. She nodded to her assistant who started the Magi record. He fed trivial amounts of mana into the device but spent more of his time examining the woman. Immediately the sounds of the recording were captured, amplified, and broadcast all over Chicago. Even those with tin ears could tell the difference in quality. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely. And you're never coming round. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening to the sound of my tears. He glanced to make sure the microphone was off and said, "You seem so experienced at this. Surely you must have done this in Europa as well." "No, just a maid, I'm afraid." She could switch between her normal voice, which had a trace of a Francois accent, and her radio voice, which she used on the air. "Not just a maid. I think I've learned more about radio broadcasting in a week than I did for the last 3 years." She shook her head. The format was set by the ambassador. Format? Yes, how everything is done. It's not just playing music and reading the ads. Each DJ is expected to have a personality and make connections with the audience. Oh, like an actor. Yes, but more than that. When the advertisements are read, how they are presented, when to play which songs, and so on. Different times of day have different DJs as they have different audiences. We only have one station for now, but the type of music is part of the format. Right now, we are half Tanya, half popular music. So is that the reason why you doling out the ambassador's new songs? That seemed odd to me. It's the plan she came up with. To hear her new songs, the only source is our station for now. So they will want to leave their radio on all the time. At home, at work, wherever they are. Then it become a matter of lifestyle to listen to our broadcast. And I need you now tonight. And I need you more than ever. And if you only hold me tight, we'll be holding on forever. Lucy gestured eloquently. Not only for our advertisers, but people will get used to listening to our point of view. It's hard to block the truth when you hear it every day. She looked upset. The things they used to say about her, trace horrible. But once they learned what a wonderful person she in reality, then there were no problems. She snapped her fingers as if to indicate how quickly the change occurred. How clever. But her reputation was never so bad here in the United States. Well, no, but there are other places. Also, it helps us earn some money. She laughed a little. After a time, we will sell phonographs and even magical recordings, though at a much higher price, of course. He nodded. Even a limited magic music orb is quite expensive. I must admit that one of the reasons I took this job was the profound discount radio employees receive on the purchase of music. He shook his head. It's a difficult hobby for a poor man, and if I can turn my passion into a paycheck, that is perfect, is it not? The maid nodded. It's for that reason we want you to be the evening DJ. 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. isn't the easiest shift, but you'll have a lot more freedom. Use it. Remember, the idea is to make a relationship with your audience. In fact, we're going to try something new with you, call-in requests for songs. He looked surprised by the revelation for just a second and then smiled. It will be a challenge, but I'm ready for it. He paused. But one thing puzzles me, what does DJ stand for? Lucy shrugged. It's a mystery, that's just what von Degirikov has always called it. Once upon a time there was light in my life. But now there's only love in the dark. Nothing I can say. A total eclipse of the heart. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. East of Chicago on the railway. Junior was tempted to curse out loud. He resisted the urge without difficulty, as the last time he taken the name of the Lord in vain, his father had reasoned with him for half an hour about his misdeed. His father and his father's belt, that is. Truly, his father was an instructor of legendary efficacy. What tempted him to sin currently were the delays in the schedule. The closer they got to Chicago, the worse it got. Stolen supplies, sabotaged tracks, even harassment of the workers, all of these were taking their toll on their carefully planned deadlines. Once he had been shown how the Gantt chart worked, he could see the tasks in his mind just like the tracks of the rails there were laying. Each piece leading to the next until they reached their destination. But now there was something on the tracks. Literally. He scowled at the vehicle in their way. The driver was arguing that it, and its load of hogs, couldn't move. The driver was yelling at one of the workers. Look, now. If we move the truck, it might get more damaged and then my pigs will starve or get loose and then I'm out a whole lot of money. Are you going to pay for that? The worker was beyond annoyed. Why'd you try to cross here anyway? There's a crossing just half a mile away on the road with no way of getting stuck. I've always crossed here and I will always cross here. Get me? Junior walked up and, mustering all his patience, said, "There a problem here." The driver looked at him, snorted, and sneered. "Stay out of this, boy. This ain't none of your business." "Okay, patience gone. Actually it is. This piece of land is private property and you are trespassing, sir. Don't give me that bullshit. Junior raised his voice to an impressive volume. And it is also owned by the consulate, so you are actually on foreign land. That means, when we do this, he flexed his muscles and the orb he had gotten recently came online, enhancing his strength. With barely any effort, he sent the truck loaded with squealing pigs careening into a field of sorghum. It's just deporting you. He got so close to the man that their shirts touched. He was a good 8 inches taller and looked down on him with eyes still glowing from the use of magic. You got any problems with that? Sir. The driver, suddenly realizing that he had no cards to play, took off after his truck. The worker looked at his back. Jumpin' Jesus, Junior. That guy was stubborn. He shook his head. No, he's working for the guys blocking us. You see his boots? No pig farmer has shoes that aren't covered with shit up to his calves. He won't complain or call the cops, but his group ain't gonna stop either. Well, you settled his hash. The man laughed out loud as the farmer was trying to figure out what to do with his truck now that it was in a field and not blocking the track. For now. Mine's me. I'm gonna go on ahead to talk to the boss. Yvette? She in New York now, right? Not her. The big boss in Chicago. Hold down the fort and keep the steel moving. I'm going to talk to Miss Digirekov. Chapter 108, Be Good. Chicago Consulate. The group assembled in Tanya's office could not be more unlike, and they were all awkwardly sitting around a table filled with bite-sized pastries and fresh cups of coffee or tea as matched their individual tastes. John Henry, aka Junior, was literally in his Sunday best as he didn't really have any other nice clothes. Even these were ill-fitting, though. Not that they had been purchased improperly, but because he had grown larger in the past few months. He had been engaged in special training to hone his magical talent, but it seems his efforts had gone to his muscles rather than his abilities as a mage. Even the oversized chair seemed small under him and his hand dwarfed the large coffee cup. Mary Sue was at least in a properly fitting dress but seemed like the soul had been drained from her. There were bags under her eyes and she seemed disconnected from what was happening around her. She had mechanically filled her plate with treats but hadn't eaten any, as if she had forgotten how to. Her blank stare was a bit disturbing and didn't encourage conversation. Joe and Jerry were also in their church clothes, but, on them, they actually fit well. Between the big man and the distracted ex-soldier, the two young teens were even more uncomfortable. Beyond a greeting from Junior, neither of the others had spoken. Finally, unable to resist, Joe took a cookie at the urging of the maid who stood to one side. His eyes widened as he ate it and then he grabbed another without thinking. Geez. He thought before realizing he said it out loud as well. Jerry looked over. Is it that good? His answer was Joe grabbing a third cookie and stuffing it in his mouth. Seeing the stack of treats shrinking, he started eating as well. He barely slowed and glanced at the maid who merely smiled and nodded. Wow. It's so buttery and moist. Is that lemon and mint? What's that cream? These ones with raspberry jam and sugar are even better. A voice came from the door that none noticed had opened. You should try the chocolate ones, those are my favorite. All eyes who turned toward Tanya, who walked into the room in grand fashion. She was dressed as befitted an ambassador, with a male-style uniform and half-cape. Junior rose politely but not faster than Mary, who shouted, "Ma'am, yes ma'am," and then sat down to eat one of the chocolate cream-filled cannolis. I'm sorry for being late. Sometimes the duties of ambassador require my actual presence rather than just that of my assistant. She shook her head. I suppose I should complain that diplomats like to talk so much, rather than fight, but this time the meeting could have been hours shorter with less blather and more bullets. The maid covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, but the others were too intimidated to see the humor of the comment. Regardless, Digirekov took the last seat and picked up her coffee cup with a gloved hand, sipping it and then putting it down with a small smile. So as not to be hypocritical, I'll make the introductions and explain why you are here without wasting any more time. She nodded to each as she spoke. Mr. Henry is one of my workers on the railroad and potentially one of the strongest mages in the physical sense I have ever seen. Miss Sue is rather his opposite in that her magical abilities are nearly unparalleled. Both need a lot of training, but I have great expectations from them. She turned toward the teens, but you two, Mr. Siegel and Mr. Schuster, are going to be the key to my new endeavor. The boys looked at each other and Joe spoke. We appreciate the invitation and the trip to Chicago, but isn't this a little too much for just a comic book? Joe nodded. It was a good yarn, for sure. But not that good. Tanya shook her head. Don't underestimate yourselves, young men. Stories are how cultures define themselves, even if they don't realize it. One fights bad ideas with good ones. In fact, good stories can keep bad ones from taking root. She touched the cover of The Adventures of Argent that was on the table. This is a good start, but let's have several different comics come out for now. I'll put you on a salary immediately so you can get started. I want you to continue this and also others, Man of Steel and The Shadow. Jerry said, those sound interesting. You will even have living templates to work from. Now, the fictional characters won't be exactly the same as the real people but close enough. The Man of Steel, Superman, was an orphan rocketed from a dying alien planet. The Shadow is a figure that works to put fear in criminals and delivering justice behind the scenes. I wanted to use Batman, but Batwoman just doesn't sound as good and Batgirl is not exactly scary. The Shadow is close enough. I have more details about the characters but we can go into that later. I'm sure we can work with what you have but, why do you need real people to be the comic characters? There's a synergy between the two that will increase comic sales. The word confused everyone but Jerry who nodded, understanding. But it works the other way, too. As people read the comic, they will become used to people with powers working for the greater good. But not just getting used to it, I want the idea that those with great power have great responsibility. Wow, what a cool idea. I bet you could make a great comic around it, said Joe. Focus boys, focus. As mages become more common, the idea that they will be walking around with everyone else will cause people to be frightened. Reasonably so. A combat mage with an orb, even without a weapon, can destroy an entire city block without much effort. It's like having a tank wandering around the streets unimpeded. Junior spoke slowly. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Just being big and strong as me causes people to back off like I would suddenly attack them. Exactly. It'll be worse for mages, I fear. Either they will be severely restricted to the point of near imprisonment or maybe, she drew her thumb across her throat. Mary, shocked out of her stupor, frowned. They wouldn't do that. She continued less certainly. Would they? Don't underestimate the power of fear or hatred or even jealousy. Tanya suddenly smiled and clapped her hands together once. But that's what we are going to prevent, eh? While there are bad people, and even bad mages, we are going to get everyone used to the idea that they shouldn't fear superheroes and, in fact, they absolutely need us. With that revelation, the others could relax and enjoy the treats in front of them. They were all thinking pretty much the same thing, she's working so hard so that she and other mages can continue to help people without fear. How noble. Meanwhile, she was thinking, more money and maybe change the law so I can carry an orb openly, win-win. In her deepest soul, though, there was a part of her that wanted new manga to read, not that she would ever admit that, even to herself. ******. Atlantic Ocean. The large ship was moving slowly across the open water but no one was unhappy about it as that was according to plan. The captain drank a strong cup of coffee, a vice he couldn't indulge on either a smaller ship or in worse weather, so he enjoyed it while he could. He kept a tight ship and he also liked his working area clean. The past week had been good for work and for coffee, so he was well pleased. Standing near him was a woman who was a CO leader, of sorts. At sea, he was the absolute commander, of course, but she was in charge of their mission so he treated her as an equal, as odd as it seemed to him. How goes the deployment, Ms. Marston? Excellently, Captain. In fact, because we have extensive mage support, both above and below the surface, I want to gradually increase our speed. He almost spilled his coffee, something that he hadn't done for a double dozen years at sea. I thought our mandate was success over speed. True, and I fully agree with that. But everyone grossly underestimated how many efficiencies would come into play with those mages, it's been rather shocking I must admit. She was an engineer and not a mage but was getting used to having them available very quickly. They can scan the seafloor, move the reels, even weld the ends nearly as fast as we can switch them out. Well, you're in charge of that end of things. We can certainly go much faster than we are going now. It is slightly frustrating to move at a snail's pace. It's relaxing even if a little boring. He chuckled good-naturedly. We are pulling just 2 knots now. Do you want to up it by 10%? Maybe 20? She pursed her lips and said, how about 600% faster? That's full speed, right? A 25-year record came to an ignominious end then. *****. Chicago, Consulate. Satisfied with the results of her morning meeting, she had given each of them tasks to complete before their next meeting. We'll meet back here in 2 days and I'll supervise the progress. She nodded toward the boys. Don't look so stressed. I'm not asking for you to be creative on a strict schedule. If you don't have a plot idea in mind for the next issue, just brainstorm with each other, or ask me for ideas. Jerry asked, you have ideas? Really? He suddenly realized how that sounded. I mean, of course you have ideas. I'm sure they are great. Tanya smiled. I've been known for my creative thoughts in the past. Shocking ones, even. But, as it turns out, I do have plots for the Shadow and the Man of Steel. Just rough ideas, really. She pulled 2 fairly sizable stacks of paper from her desk and gave them to the teens. I'd rather you work on Argent yourselves, though as it would seem a bit selfing if I plot that one. Joe nodded and then said, What if we get your powers wrong, though? Don't worry about that. Creative liberties are a benefit of being the one who makes art. Besides, my true range of powers are still a state secret, so if they get things wrong, that can be useful as well. Mr. Henry, please visit the artificers for fitting. Yes, ma'am. And you can just call me Junior like everyone else, ma'am. I'll call you that after you come out and drink with me and the men. Until then, at least in the office, things will remain the same. She playfully punched him in the shoulder, thinking that she had encountered rocks that weren't as solid. Steel, indeed. He grinned. Yes, boss. I look forward to it. Tanya shooed everyone out but Mary, who was still sitting with back straight while seated. At ease, Sue. The woman visibly relaxed. Woohoo. Tanya sat back down and sipped her coffee. Self-control is hard, no? She nodded. I think it's a little easier, now. There are few things that separate children from adults more than discipline. Not age, height, or even wealth, just being able to master oneself. She shook her head. When I see citizens old enough to have grandchildren acting like grandchildren, it's enough to make one weak for the Republic. Mary blushed, realizing that she had been among the ill manner not too long ago, but she resolved to work harder at it. Why did you want to meet? Not more, training. No, we've had enough for now. Frankly, I don't have the time to do a proper job, but the foundation I've given you should last. Right. Yes, ma'am. Good. No, today, I want to tell you your character. Character. You are going to be the shadow, a person who roots out evildoers that think they are above the law. So, I'll be talking to people like Powered Rangers? I want to help, but I don't really. No, no. I want you to really be the shadow. She frowned. We're getting increasing interference by criminals, mostly hired thugs. Some people said there were gangs in Chicago that are pretty vicious. Tanya waved away that issue. Don't worry about them, they've been dealt with. She suddenly grinned, sending a shiver down Mary's back as she imagined how Tanya had dealt with them. No, these people are worse in ways. Criminals, no matter how seemingly aboveboard, are vulnerable as they are engaged in crime. They work in the noisome back alleys and under rocks with the rest of the vermin. You can beat them and do things more extreme, and they can't just run to the police for help. Things more extreme. Oddly enough, what she imagined wasn't far from the truth. But, no, Digirekov wouldn't just randomly torture and mutilate people. I'm going to have Mr. Henry deal with the problems in the light, while you handle the ones in the dark. Rather than criminals, the harder foe are the respectable people who are trying to stop my plans. They have influence, wealth, and public veneer of honesty that makes them much harder to confront. No, you won't have any public appearances. No, you are going to only have very special shows for carefully selected audiences. She stood up and ran a hand over a piece of statuary that they had chosen just because the consulate had seemed rather empty. These people think they are unassailable, and no matter what they do, they'll escape all consequences. Now what will they think if someone who can find all their secrets, isn't stopped by locks or guards, and can't be attacked by the courts suddenly appears? Fear. Enough to drive one crazy. Oh, you catch on quickly. And it will happen night, after night, after night. Their vaults will be laid open, their allies will be taken away, and even their most intimate moments will be captured and be shared for all to see. Realize that the essence of the shadow is that it is always behind you and can never be escaped. After you are done with them, they should beg for the police to drag them off. She smirked, although a random heart attack or panic-stricken flight would be acceptable. Both women laughed at the obvious joke. As the meeting was over, Feelite entered with a wheeled cart that had several boxes on it. A delivery from Berlin, Miss Ambassador. Oh? I wonder. She unboxed the crates using a bit of magic as she didn't have a crowbar available. Carefully packed inside the larger, squarish box was a device of some sort that had a cable. The other, longer box was filled with cellophane and burlap rather than the more common straw typically used for odd-shaped items. She removed a black leather sheath case. Is that a guitar? Both Feelite and Mary looked on with surprise at how carefully the case had been packed. That must be an antique of some sort. Mary pointed at the heavy-looking box. And what's that thing? This is it. She opened the case and pulled out a red and white guitar, one unlike any other on the planet. What you are witnessing is the delivery of the world's first electric guitar. Electric, said Feelite. Guitar, said Mary. She plugged the amplifier into the guitar, and the other women were confused at the complexity of what should have been, essentially, a simple device. What to play? She thought while tuning the guitar. I don't know many pieces by heart. I haven't even picked up an acoustic guitar since I was riding on LE train to Tanya. Well, there's one that's particularly appropriate. The others were confused by the sounds it made. Mary frowned slightly. That doesn't sound like a guitar. It's odd. Feelite nodded but countered, it sounds rather nice, though. Tanya played a strong A chord, silencing conversation, and then dived into a rollicking song immediately. Deep down in Louisiana close to New Orleans, way back up in the woods among the evergreens, there stood a log cabin made of earth and wood, where lived a country boy named Johnny B. Good. Chapter 109, Is it getting crowded in here? Notes. Real life is a thing. Sorry about the long delay y'all. Note, if you see anyone spell that as y'all, make sure to slap them, contractions have rules. I'll try to get one more chapter out late Oct, early November. I am finalizing my NaNoReMo project and this year I want to share it with my friends, that means you. I have a new superhero universe, a fun fantasy story, and a transmigration story. All original content. Decisions. You know, why don't I put this up for a vote? The world was devastated by an alien invasion that the supers of the world managed to beat off. Both heroes and villains participated, which led to a general amnesty for the villains that helped save the world. Rebuilding was rapid and is nearly complete, but there are still issues, naturally. Will the aliens try again? What lingering effects are on the planet? And, of course, villains just got a villain. The MC is a child in a fantasy world whose laws are very different from our world or the standard fantasy tropes. His magical ability doesn't seem to follow any of the usual rules and is mostly a detriment to him. He's an orphan that gets recruited into the guild of assassins/chefs along with his two friends. That's the time when the curse of his powers is revealed to be more useful than he knew. The story starts with a tragedy. All my notes got deleted. Every last one. The story itself is a comedy, however. The MC dies and stays dead for years until their consciousness is pulled from Earth to a new world into the body of a recently deceased princess. Having been a bland non-entity in their past life, they vow to live this one to the fullest. The new princess is a situation as she doesn't know who tried to assassinate her and the general disdain of the staff and other nobles. She decides that the best plan is to quickly get married to someone powerful to avoid dying again. Chapter text. Chicago Consulate. Tanya rubbed her fingers ruefully after her solo performance. The calluses from military training, piano practice, or even paperwork were very different from what was needed to play the guitar. I have to say, they did a phenomenal job. I need to find someone who can really play this, though. It'd be wasted in my hands. Well, they can have the second one, this baby is mine. She put it back in the padded case and snapped it shut firmly. Now that this is invented, that opens up so many possibilities. Less than 10% of my repertoire doesn't involve some sort of electric instrument. No matter what else happens, now I have a secure line of income that doesn't depend on interrupting the breathing of violent strangers. Even in her own mind, she didn't admit that she just wanted to hear more of her favorite songs. Oscar came in then and glanced at the case. Ah, your new toy has arrived. That, my dear prince, is a work of art. Please have the proper level of respect. She patted the case. You are right in a way, though. I need to find real guitarists to bring out the full potential of the instrument. The best I can do is point the way for them. I believe Chicago has a vibrant music community. Why not tap into that? I should have thought of that, myself. Chicago was one of the birthplaces of rock and roll in my old world. That is an excellent idea. Find a good venue or two and we'll recruit a few talented fellows. Any real musician would be able to see the potential here. And if they don't, then we must assume they aren't real musicians, of course. The man chuckled at that. Saturday night should be good, make sure your calendar is clear, he said confidently. She quirked an eyebrow. You sound confident. Of course I am. After all, even I take time off and I can't spend every night going to ambassadorial events. Oh. You are a man of rare talents. Make the arrangements, it's a date. He left after some small talk, indicating he'd complete the order immediately. Glancing at her calendar, she noted that her journey back to Germania was rapidly approaching. Another year nearly gone? Well, we should have just enough time in the Unified States before then. Even after all this time, it still comes down to schedules and logistics. I guess we'll see who's better at this. A grin that could only be called wicked crossed her face. *****. Francois Republic. A lonely shepherd looked out over his flock, lost in thought. Truthfully, it took very little effort to maintain vigilance over the docile creatures, but they were quite stupid and could wander off. It had been generations since there were any significant number of predators in this region, so even that bit of adventure was unlikely to occur. He sang softly a tune he had heard from a girl a few years ago. The hills are alive, with the sound of music. His voice wasn't at all bad and it had an interesting burr that could have been unpleasant but, for him, just added to the character of his singing. His dog, a patoo that was stocky enough to take on a wolf, came back from patrol and then, after circling 3 times, lay down. Though she still kept her eye on the herd, just in case. I guess she's in America now, hey. The boy said to no one in particular. Though they had been completely fooled when she had lived with them, the boy had pieced together the events after hearing Arjun sing. Even before the songs she had graced them with had been released as albums, he was convinced. Etienne remembered his childish crush, but it had faded to a pleasant 8 months ago. Even though he realized they were the same person intellectually, on some level he thought of Maria as the cute bespectacled scholar belonging to this little village and not someone who was abroad shaking the world. I guess I don't blame her for tricking us, she was in a tight spot, after all. I wonder if I'd like the real her as much. His dog raised an eyebrow but lowered it again without commentary. Hey, maybe that was the real her. The whole Rhine thing was just what she had to do and we are the only ones who got to see the real girl. The thought gave him pleasure even though he found it unlikely considering the sheer number of people she was said to have killed. Even in his own head, however, he didn't think of her as a devil, not Maria, never. I wonder if she ever thinks about us, Camille. The dog yawned in response. I suppose you're right. She's awfully busy. The day faded and twilight slowly blanketed the valley. Etienne had provisions for a few days as this field was rather far from his home and they would be out here for a while. He was about to prepare dinner and, after the flock had settled down, to go to sleep himself. Camille growled softly. Not one to discount such a clear warning, Etienne whispered, what is it, girl? He wished he had his rifle, well, his family's rifle at any rate. But it was hanging above the fireplace mantel as it had been years since they feared invasion, by either humans or beasts. That aside, he still had a protection in the form of a sling, the traditional weapon of shepherds for millennia. Keeping low to the ground, both man and dog, they moved using the underbrush as cover. The area wasn't heavily wooded, of course, since he was out here to find fields and slopes of grass and clover, not trees. Still, there was enough to hide the two of them in the evening darkness if they were careful. For the first time, Etienne regretted the glossy white fur of his dog but there was nothing to be done about it. After a minute, he began to pick up voices, quiet but urgent. Are they using candles? Those aren't flashlights. He lay down on the heather with Camille next to him and peered over Slight Hill. Etienne saw a line of dark-robed figures holding open oil lamps that flickered in the slight breeze. The Patu was silent, sensing her master's mood but her fangs were slightly visible. What are they doing out here? Who are they? He watched them curiously as they wound their way through countryside. Given the light levels and the rolling hills, it was quite the coincidence that he noticed them. If not for his dog, he likely wouldn't have ever spotted them at all. Etienne was planning to just let them pass and then go back to his chores. There were all manner of people, strange or otherwise, and who was he to say how people should pass their time? His parents had told them the war brought out all manner of queer folk and this group certainly met that description. He was about to slip back when he spotted something different. Instead of the dark figures, there was one in white and shorter than the others. What's this? He strained his eyes and saw blonde hair, long, blonde hair. Is that a girl? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania Baron. The businessman politely shook hands with the vice president of TVP as they left the meeting. Though they were all smiles, some were sweating inside of their expensive suits. All but a few convened at a nearby bar in a private room. One of the middle-aged men sat back in his chair, drink in hand. He downed it and quickly refilled it. Ah, that was stressful. I've heard stories, but... Another nodded. You aren't just spinning tales, partner. She knew everything, everything. Is she really just 20? I think she's 21. The man thumped his fist on the table, for emphasis, not in anger. That's immaterial, man. Is it? At that age, a year makes a big difference. Another man blanched. Mein Gott. You mean she will become more fierce? The oldest one, and also the only one that was as calm as he had appeared in the meeting, simply nodded. How soon you forget. She survived fire and steel and survived it all. He sipped his drink, savoring the vintage. Imagine. She walked with the Grim Reaper himself at her side. Herself, someone countered. There was general laughter at that, though some were forced. So, how much did we lose? One of the younger ones asked. Don't be foolish, lad, why would we make a deal where we lose money? Perhaps we didn't make as much as we wanted. His supervisor tapped a cigar ash into a tray. We left our pride on the table, and we don't have any control at all. Doesn't the army have a third share of the unified railroad? How is that no control? Which means that Fuehrer is voting those shares. And that means with TVD, they have over 50%. The young man finally realized. The man harumphed. You finally realized that? Frankly, we're going to make a great deal more money with the new deal but it's more like a pensioners fund. So we just sit back and collect money. We always have the option of selling our shares. If we think we can invest better with the money rather than leaving it where it is, that would make the most sense, but do you really think you'd do better than that young lady? That question led to an uncomfortable silence. Germania, Baron. Visha happily directed her secretary to clean up the conference room. That went quite well. I thought they would fight more than that, but apparently good sense and money won out in the end. The secretary gathered up the documents, glancing at the agreements though he knew well what was on them. Did you think otherwise? Visha laughed. I asked Tanya much the same question and she was very pessimistic about people and their pride. She said that many people would die for their ego rather than change a single iota of their worldview. This may sound heretical, but maybe you are better at convincing people? Don't get me wrong, the president is enormously competent, but where emotions are concerned, he let his voice trail off. She's more like a bull elephant than a butterfly? Don't be shy, no one knows this better Tanya herself. You notice that she is handling the grand strategy, but I meet with these businessmen? She's the ambassador but her second-in-command handles the consulate duties? Delegate, delegate, delegate. Speaking of which, get the minutes typed up and everything filed. I need to get some lunch before I rampage myself. She stepped out and spotted one of the businessmen from the meeting outside. Ah, Herr Zollinger is it? I had thought you left a while ago. Please, that name is for dusty boardrooms, not beautiful sunny days. Out here it's Ignatz. She glanced up at the overcast sky and raised an eyebrow. He put a hand over his chest. I am, of course, referring to the eternal sunshine that exists in my heart. Visha chuckled, well, I'll leave you to your flower watching, then. Frau Serebriakov, would you care to join me for lunch? I must admit, I was waiting out here for that opportunity. Oh? Did you have more business to discuss? No, well yes, but actually no. He seemed a bit flustered. I see. Let me start again. I would love to have lunch with you because I want to have lunch with you. Visha pondered this very briefly. Ignatz was a reasonably bright, reasonably handsome man. She had been so busy with business, and with the war before that, that she had entirely neglected her private life. While she had work friends and her deep relationship with Tanya, that was hardly a romantic relationship. Much like Tanya, finding someone even vaguely compatible was nearly impossible. But, if I don't try at all, it will be literally impossible. Lunch seems innocuous enough as there will be no implied expectations. Certainly, Herr Zoll. Ignatz. I do have meetings later, so it can't be a long lunch. Do you have a place in mind? Unified States off the coast of North Carolina. Several people who more often met in robes and masks were enjoying the upper deck amenities on the very expensive yacht. They were on their way to a private island further south, but they were wont to mix business and pleasure. I'll keep this brief. We have reports that there's some group making moves. Some group? Surely there's more detail than that. She shook her head. Arsenic is digging into it, but they are in the shadows entirely. How did he find out, then? She shrugged and smirked. We also move in the shadows. Is it so strange that you might find someone else there as well? At any rate, he'll tell us more soon and then we can decide to handle the situation. Chapter 110, Up and Away. Countless places. A boy looked at a selection of new comic books at the newsstand. With TVD's new publishing venture, the selection had suddenly doubled. Unfortunately, he only had enough money for one and was agonizing over which one to buy. He was planning to come back after borrowing a dime from his brother and getting paid for his part-time job delivering packages from a local restaurant. He wasn't the only one with conundrum. Many of his friends were facing a similar problem. The covers of Tanya comics were significantly better than their competitors. The lines were cleaner, the colors brighter and the art generally better. NNNGH. All the new comics looked too good. I didn't have a plan to buy any of these. One was Man of Steel and showed a very brawny red and blue clad man lifting a car and driving it into another vehicle. Next to it was a dark clad man with a red scarf, half covered in shadows and holding an odd-looking gun. The most impressive one was The Adventures of Argent that showed her and a team of mages holding up the arm of the Lady of the Harbor while a family was hanging onto the torch viewing platform. His friend came beside him and asked, "Which one you getting, Pinky?" I don't know. A sudden thought came to him. Hey, why don't I buy one and you buy another and then we can read both? You got paid, right? The other boy looked embarrassed. Well, I got paid, but you say. But what? I already spent all my money on trading cards. Ohio. A gang of toughs were driving slowly up to a construction site in a large truck. Their leader said briefly, "Okay, you guys know the plan. Grab what you can, ruin what you can't, and if you come across anyone, well, accidents happen, right?" Most of the men had bats and crowbars, but a few had short, ugly-looking guns. Perfect for hiding from the police but powerful enough to threaten anyone on the wrong end of the muzzle. They piled out of the truck and were about to spread out when a loud voice came from above. I'd say I found some rats, but they normally come out at night. The men looked up and they saw a flying man in a bright blue and red costume with a shield on his chest with a stylized S. He had a cape fluttering behind him in the breeze and he sported a big smile. You guys have a choice. The easy way is you give up and save yourself a lot of pain, or you can take the hard way. Shit, get him boys. The thugs with guns pulled them and shot at the flying man. The bullets bounced off and the man didn't even bother to flinch or even pay attention. They always take the hard way. He shook his head and flew down. The armed men kept shooting their guns even though they had proven ineffective because, on some level, they trust the firearms more than their eyes. The costumed man grabbed a gun with each hand and crushed them easily. While he was facing the former gunman, one thug hit him across the back of his head with a baseball bat which shattered on impact. You think a chunk of wood would work better than bullets? He hit all three men once each, sending them flying. The biggest, and dumbest looking one rushed up with fists clenched. Pal, if my skin can stop, before he could finish, the bruiser took a wild swing at him. The haymaker would have decked any normal man but he was no normal man. The sound of breaking bones was soon followed by a howl of pain. Mercifully, he knocked the man out, silencing his yells. The last man, the boss, was staring gape-mouthed at the hero. Okay, I guess you might know a few things, I ain't talking. Oh? Well, that's up to you. The man grabbed the criminal by his jacket front and flew up into the air at speeds normally seen in fast trains or fighter planes. What are you doing? Let me go, let me go. The thug struggled and found that trying to move the costumed man's arms was like trying to bend an I-beam with his bare hands. You asked for it, buddy. He released his hands and the criminal started falling out of the sky. Help. The other man dropped beside him, perfectly calm. Feel like talking? You might want to decide quickly. I'll talk. He was grabbed again, upside down this time. All right, punk, who sent you? It's Boss Duval. He hired us. Tell me more. I don't know more. He's a big mover in Cleveland. That's all I know. That sounds like the truth. I know you don't have a lot of experience with it, but practice makes perfect, right? The man took a dropped crowbar and improvised a set of handcuffs to tie him to the bumper of the truck. As he finished, a youngster who had been bicycling by stared with surprise, finally found his voice. You're the man of steel. He grabbed a comic out of his back pocket and looked between it and the real man in front him. That's right, son. He tousled the boy's hair. Do me a favor and call the cops on these mooks. Yes, sir. He watched as the man flew up into the sky. He raced to the nearest policeman who followed him in a patrol car to the area. He saw the aftermath of broken weapons, groaning men, and impossibly bent metal. So where did this super guy go? The kid looked to the sky, up. Up and away. ****. Cleveland. Mary crouched on a tall building with her camouflage spells active, cloaking her in shadows. She was wearing dark clothes with a cowl across her face. She recalled her last, and hardest, lessons with Tanya. A light touch and the use of cover can be 100 times as value as trying to be invisible. Back when you were blasting spells around like the end of the world was coming, you couldn't see anything. Blinded by your own light, you were ignorant of everything around you. A true warrior is always sensitive to what's around them and, at the very peak, feel like they are connected to everything around. She grew quiet for a second. In the times when I felt in the zone, it was like nothing could touch me and I knew exactly where everyone was in relationship to me. Regardless, your job is not to be a wild bull. You are a hunter and you should act like one. She leapt from her perch to another, using only a trace of magic to let her move a bit farther than her muscles could take her. Since being relieved of the Dybbuk, she didn't have the power she once used. More accurately, she didn't have access to the power reserves that were still in her body. But for even this short hop, it would have been easy to fly with her current skills, but the point was to not use her magic carelessly or at all if not necessary. Ugh. This is harder than trying to tie shoelaces with a forklift. The analogy sounded wrong to her and she resolved to fix it later. She felt the enormous reserves of energy, but only the tiniest bit was used here and there, each little bit carefully measured and doled out like a miser being forced to tip a waiter. Finally reaching her target, she held onto the eave of the 10th-story penthouse apartment while crouching on the roof, her head almost over the edge. She smoothed her breathing and focused on her hearing, trying to sense if anyone was inside. Her mystic senses were on alert as well, and likewise detecting nothing. Only then did let out the tiniest scanning pulse to check for active magical sources. She had practiced this over and over again so that even a very cautious operator would think it was just a blip on the magic detectors. She dropped onto the balcony lightly, a shadow among shadows given the moon was on the far side of the building. There was a dim light in the room from the remains of a fire not yet banked. On the plus side, that meant she could see even in the dim light. On the minus, that meant potential interference. Speed is best now. She found the balcony doors unlocked and she put a drop of oil on each hinge before opening them just enough to enter, and then she closed it behind her. Another tiny pulse, a different one this time, and she found what she was looking for. Behind a portrait? Really? Isn't that the most cliché location ever? She pulled the painting of a rather smug-looking man off the wall and put it to one side and saw a safe behind it. She grinned. With more skill, she could have used another scan to deduce the combination. Failing that, she had an exceedingly thin blade that could channel mana and easily slice open the safe. Let me try what Tanya told me first. With quick hands, she scanned the room, lifting up things, looking under the writing mat. Ugh. I wonder if he's stupid enough to. She went to the portrait and looked behind it and, in light pencil, saw a series of 3 numbers. These people really are stupid. A few quick twists of the dial later, the safe was open. Inside were several boxes, stacks of cash, and numerous documents. Rather than sorting through it all, she just dumped it all into a satchel. Once it was empty, she was about to close the safe but suddenly remembered the most important thing. Can't forget that. She put a card in the safe, closed it, and then carefully returned the portrait in place, but not before erasing the combination from the back. Reversing her path, she closed and locked everything as if she had never been there. *****. Cleveland. Douglas Duvall, sometimes called Boss Duvall, was feeling pretty good. As usual, he did most of his business at home and, also as usual, he had gotten up late to do it. A third-generation socialite, he was 2 generations from anyone in his family who actually made any money, but that didn't bother him. With connections, and money, he got his way and this was enough. He sat at his big desk with an even bigger portrait of himself behind him. Okay, you mooks, tell me everything is going our way. One guy who looked like a gorilla in an ill-fitting suit said, seems like it, boss. We got some fellas to slow down the new rail. They got a big boy that scared off some and cracked a few heads, but we have a lot more cheap chumps than they have workers. Next to him was a thin man with glasses that looked like he actually knew how to wear a suit. Our contributions have gotten people to vote properly. We've held them up from getting the permits, arrested some people for various things, and even managed to get the local bank to stop their payroll. Now that's why I call good news. Now that we got that girl's tracks stopped dead, our trains can keep our monopoly. She stopped dead in her tracks, right? Ha 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 ha. He laughed at his own joke and the others laughed as well, having learned the fate of those who didn't find their boss's jokes funny. Enough fun and games. We have some blackmail to use and some people to squash. Clear out and I'll call you back when it's time. His subordinates left the room and Duvall locked it behind them. He rubbed his hands together. This is my favorite part. I love how much they beg when you have them by the balls. He carefully pulled down his portrait and tried to open the safe. Shit, what's that combo again? He tried twice more and then finally looked behind the portrait for the code. Shit. It's all smudged. One more try and he finally called his men back in. Grousing, he said tersely, open it. The gorilla guy just looked confused, but the other man just sighed and unlocked the safe with a few precise motions. Duvall shooed him away so that he could open it. The safe swung open and he staggered backward as the safe was completely empty. What the hell? Who took my stuff? The precise man walked back to the safe. I believe this is a clue, boss. He showed the man a simple card. In plain black print on the white cardstock were some simple words, who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men. Less than 12 hours later, he was whining and begging to Digirekov on the phone, desperate that Tanya not reveal his secrets. Less than 24 hours later, many plans had been withdrawn at a speed that would make one wonder if it wasn't powered by magic itself. Chapter 111, not a real chapter. But Chapter 110 is a real chapter. Chapter text. You can skip this one if you just want fiction, not my rambling, haha. I'm posting this because when I replaced 110 with the actual chapter, I don't think an announcement went out. 2 days and no comments means I'm probably right on this. Why do we love superheroes but hate modern superheroes? First, let's admit that good stories are good stories, no matter what the genre. The problem is that people confuse the genre with the story. Slapping a cape on someone doesn't make them a hero, nor does inserting favorite political theory make for a compelling story. They say, hey, superheroes are popular. Character X makes money, let's keep the name and powers and twist everything else and it's gotta be even more popular. There has been a profound and disheartening shift in superhero movies recently. When you take classic characters, keep what elements some direct writer thinks are essential and change everything else, you can really gut the essence of the character. When you step back and analyze the core of a character, rather than just look at the surface, you see how badly these people fail to understand both the franchises and even basic writing skills. Is anyone still surprised this isn't working? Contrariwise, when you approach an IP with respect and, yes, Even love, you can do remarkable things. DC had a series of one-shot Elseworlds books that would take the beating heart of a character and put them in a different universe and tell great stories. Bruce Wayne is a noble in an oppressive theocracy, Holy Terror, Superman in a mashup with Fritz Lang's film Metropolis, Superman's Metropolis, and the amazing entire DC Universe romp of Kingdom Come show how you can spin a character properly. Marvel similarly had their what if line, but I'm less familiar with those characters. I'll be honest, great art moves me deeply and comics can be art. I tear up when I read Kingdom Come and the last interaction of Superman and Captain Marvel. It's great, it's magnificent, and it's true to the characters. That's how you tell an awesome story. But remember, those are side stories. When you take the main IP and say, forget everything you know. We know so much better. This is what you should buy now, and you are fill in the insult do jour. If you don't love it, you should expect that no one will want it. If you order a steak and they give you a mint julep, even if you like mint juleps, you have every right to be upset and send it back. Whew, sorry about that rant. But, you may have noticed that I have bent not one, but two great characters. Tanya does this quite consciously because she recognizes the power of those classic stories and is completely shameless about it. So she finds a good man with phenomenal magical power, and great ABS, and makes him Superman. She takes a woman who is likewise talented and turns her into a mixture of the Shadow and the Batman. Her ABS aren't as good, though, just sayin'. This is because, in that universe, neither exists. She's not subverting expectations. She's matching expectations as she is the one presenting them. You, as the reader, are on the author's side of the story, not a hapless moviegoer wondering why all these films are crap today. I'm not making a political statement, or a moral one, or even a sociological one. The point is that Tanya doesn't give a crap about race or gender, just results. That's why it works. At least I hope it does, ha ha ha. At any rate, we can always hope for Deadpool 3 to be good, as there's all on the near horizon that looks decent. Too bad they pushed it back because of the writers/actors strike. I hear, though, that the director and the lead actors threatened to walk off if the producers and execs tried to mess with the story, so I have high hopes. Chapter 112, Crossroads. Chicago. One of the conveniences of being a mage is that travel mostly was only an issue when talking about distances of 100 miles or more. Minor matters like vehicles and luggage were mostly a matter of taste and not necessity. High above Chicago, higher than the detectors could sense, 3 mages were floating in the most private place to hold a meeting. Tanya was happy with what she saw. Their costumes were perfect for their roles. Mary's dark clothing hid much of her figure, hiding even her gender unless one could get a close look in a well-lit situation. The scarf pulled across her face hid much of the rest along with the brim of her white hat. John, on the other hand, was dressed more colorfully. The bright primary hues of the skin-tight costume were a somewhat shocking contrast. It was made primarily of a layered anodized chainmail that did nothing to hide his truly heroic proportions. Unlike the traditional outfit, much of his face was covered except for his mouth. Of course, a flowing cape completed the image. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Miss Tanya, do I really have to wear this? Naturally. I realize that I haven't explained fully how this works, but the image is just as important as the actions. She dropped into lecture mode and both of the others had a brief vision of her on a lectern teaching a classroom of students. I've already told you that we are trying to improve the general perception of mages and that requires boldness. The constant repetition of these ideas will turn it from a fiction to a reality. That hardly applies to me, though. Mary said. You think so? Crap, there's no word for memes yet. Concepts will sink into the public consciousness. You are the Dark Knight, an avenger that strikes at those who think they are invulnerable to law or punishment. Even if no one ever sees you, they will know about you, think about you. And then when they find your little messages, well, those concepts will rush back and affect them instantly. She smirked, it's like the idea is living in their head. A big, colorful guy like John Henry here will trigger the hero thought and people will react to that. A criminal will hear a voice coming out of the darkness behind them and the vigilante idea will cause them to panic or freeze. Sue frowned, that sounds unpleasantly like the Dybbuk. That creature was similar. But ideas are only alive when they are inside of someone. She tapped her head. There are bad ideas, evil ideas that are in people's heads, but there are also good ones. People will always have something in there, so the trick is to make sure their heads are full of the right stuff. Tanya smirked, although perhaps I'm being generous when I said that people always have something in there. The big man nodded slowly. So those comics are to give people these ideas. Comics, and other ways. You'll keep doing what you're doing, but beyond just protecting TVD properties, you are free to stop any crime you see. In fact, please do. If there's anything that requires money, I can provide that. The purpose of the Man of Steel is not just to oppose evil. You will inspire people to be their best selves. Likewise, Shadow can wreak havoc on the less obvious thugs like politicians and businessmen along with the usual riff-raff. Just that? I mean, sure, if people need help, I'm happy to help. Tanya smiled brilliantly. Don't worry, I'll handle the rest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Various places. The newsstand operator grabbed a stack of string-bound papers to put out on his stand. Other bundles were piled to the side, so they wouldn't block the sidewalk. Local newsboys for area would come by to restock their supply with the understanding that they wouldn't stay too close to his stand when they hawked their wares. The newsies were gathering around as he cut the string. Mornin' boys. Got a fun one for you today. There were several types of newspapers but a new one had been gaining popularity. He put out the English edition of Die Wahrheit. The international news section was the same but half of it was focused on local stories, including the covers. Watch agate, pops. The kids looked at the colorful cover, so different from the normal papers. On this cover was a beautifully framed shot of a costumed John Henry flying while carrying two thugs, one in each hand. The frightened look on the men's faces was captured perfectly. Wow, this is amazing. It's even better than the comics. Another boy nodded. Who knew that it was a real person, right? You think? You know how hard it would be to fake that? Besides, my cousin saw him fly in and rescue such kids from a burning building. No way. How many big guys wearing costumes like that you think are flying around? They talked while they were loading their bags, knowing the newsstand owner didn't want them getting in the way. To their surprise, he interjected in their conversation. I know for sure he's real, boys. How's that? He just pointed up and the sight of the man of steel flying by shocked the newsies to their cores. He seemed to notice their look and gave them a wave as he continued to fly by to the amazement of the early morning crowds. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chicago Embassy Radio Station. In recent news, the man of steel has been spotted at the site of the attempted robbery of the International Bank and Trust on 5th Street. And, folks, by spotted, I mean that he handled the situation as soon as he arrived. According to eyewitnesses, there was quite a bit of gunplay about which they said, and I quote, the bullets just bounced off of him, ... The announcer turned the page and continued. Bank officials announced that there would be a reward but the costumed hero merely told them, even a rich city has people in need, please use the reward to help them before he flew off. The chief of police, when asked about the situation said that this clearly fell under the concept of a citizen's arrest and that the intervention of civic-minded citizens was welcome. He added, however, this only applies if you can handle yourself, being able to deflect bullets is a plus. In other news, the Midwestern rainfall issue has been declared to be a drought by the National Weather Bureau. There was also a sharp downturn in some stock prices including the New Haven Railway which continues a series of losses for the past 4 quarters. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Professor Heidel's graduate students, like graduate students everywhere, were doing all the work that the professor didn't want to do. In this case, however, it was more than just getting his dirty clothes to the laundress or other menial chores. All around the room were newspapers, reports, letters, and other paperwork. It was truly a staggering amount of information and there really wasn't a good way to organize it to make the most sense of it all. 2 students were sleeping under long tables having given up going back to the dormitory, instead using the time it would have taken to go there and back to get that much more sleep. The reason they were under the tables is that every available other surface, including couches and padded chairs, were stacked with papers, and more papers. Adalbert woke up from a combination of the hard floor and the grey early morning light. He was covered by his jacket and his pillow was the softest newspapers he could dig up. Yawning and groaning, he got up, patting the dust off of his clothes. He saw his comrade still asleep in the corner and poked him rudely with the toe of his shoe. Fuehrer. Wake up, we still have to get through a few months of financial records for Waldstadt before the morning meeting. Ugh. He rubbed his eyes and said blearily, I can't do this anymore. He looked around the endless piles of work. With despair in his voice, he said, what say we just burn it all down? Adalbert laughed bleakly, they would just make us do it all over again. What makes you think I'd leave the room? He sighed and said, what first? A voice from the doorway got their attention. I was hoping that this work wouldn't inspire thought of suicide. They said Archimedes was killed while working on math but in his case, it was a Roman soldier and not self-immolation. Oh, Professor. The students instinctively, and futilely, tried to neaten their clothes. Don't worry about your appearance, gentlemen. Instead, let's get some breakfast. But, what about the meeting? I've called it off. Food and then sleep. Fuehrer thought, does it have to be in that order, but didn't dare say this out loud. The 3 gathered at a local eatery that catered to students who were up early, or late. Plates of Pfannkuchen, Weisswurst, Butterbrezeln, and either beer or coffee, depending on tastes, filled the table. Like most young men, the students were digging in while their teacher ate more calmly. So, why did you cancel the meeting? It can't be because we're done, surely not. No, Of course not. When does the search for knowledge ever end? But in this case, just the initial analysis of what we already have is sufficient to start drawing conclusions. The noisy restaurant hid what he was saying and, even in a university town, most people wouldn't understand much of it. TVD has, effectively, an independent economy now. None of our models or calculations make sense if we treat them as part of Germania, but once we extracted what we could and put it independently, everything fell into place. He chuckled and added a dollop of coffees on as he refilled his coffee. It was rather like turning on a light suddenly after stumbling in the dark, though it did take significant recalculations. That's bold, sir. How sure are you of this? As certain as one can be without a divine revelation. I'm ashamed that I thought of this months ago when speaking with Professor Wagner, but lacked the intellectual courage to follow it through until now. He laughed self-deprecatingly. The idea sounded preposterous even to me, the one who thought of it. We still have issues with measuring its full scope and range, which means you two will have to go back to work. He saw the looks on their faces. Tomorrow. Adalbert sipped his beer and finally asked. I know it's early, and the data is incomplete, but where would you rank them by GDP now? You asked the question everyone wants to know the answer to. Honestly, it's almost impossible to tell. As a singular enterprise, with so much happening perfectly internally, and yet having so many divisions, it's a nightmare to untangle. Especially their forays into the unified states, which is far and away the world's economic leader now. He mulled the question, his nimble mind going over the numbers and making extrapolations, but cautious and wild, to come up with a guess. I would put them 8th, roughly. In a dead heat with Canada, Ildoa, and Ispagna. Mein Gott. That's remarkable. Of course, it's not a truly fair comparison. They don't have the same issues and expenses of a true nation, but one could always argue that they pay for these things to their host countries in taxes, and it works out much the same. Folker chuckled. They may not be building infrastructure, but there's one responsibility of government where that they've fully fleshed out. Oh. He smirked, their military forces, ha 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 ha. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya and Oscar, decidedly not dressed like they were going for a day at the consulate, went into the jazz club. They were just trendy enough to fit in, but not so trendy as to stand out, at least not too much. It was rather difficult for a very attractive blonde woman and a tall, handsome man not to draw some attention, but they did their best. The doorman/bouncer nodded to Oscar, obviously recognizing the Germanian, as they approached and let them in the disguised doorway. A walk down a dimly lit flight of stairs led to a wide room bustling with sound that was inaudible from the street level. Her eyes sparkled at the living history in front of her that didn't involve munitions or imminent peril to her well-being. A genuine speakeasy. Not that I care about what people are drinking, I'm no hypocrite, but it's amazing what lengths people will go to get a drink. What she saw matched her knowledge of the places from her old world. It was a surprisingly eclectic and multiracial crowd. Whites and blacks mingled freely with a smattering of other races, even a couple she judged to be kinds and even an Irishman. Unlike the lower-class dives, this was an upscale place, with elegantly dressed patrons, chandeliers, and waitstaff that had suits that were just a step down from being tuxedos or evening gowns. The brightest areas were the stage for performers and right around the bar. The rest of the room was moderately lit, resembling a nightclub in ambience. So, you come here often, then? Tanya asked with a smirk as they were led to a reserved table. He held out her chair and gracefully pushed it in. It was only through quick wits, and quicker reflexes, that she reacted appropriately. Not exceedingly so. My tastes aren't as diverse as yours nor my talents. But I thought I'd do some work as well as get some entertainment. Our competitors are doing a fine business despite the fact drinking at the consulate is quite legal. There's no need for us to dominate everything, just what we really need to. Besides, this establishment serves needs other than just drink. Something we won't get involved in, of course. The waitress came over. What would you like to drink this evening? Would you like to see the wine list? The woman had a keen eye and could tell these two were well heeled. Tanya took the lead. Not tonight. Before the woman could be disappointed, she added. We're just here for the show, but we will tip you generously if just come by the table once in a while to keep our beverages topped off and not try to upsell any alcohol. I'll have a Pepsi, though. She gave the woman a 20, which the waitress managed to make vanish without the use of magic, and glanced at Oscar. Seltzer water, twist of lime, no ice. Coming right up. The woman sashayed away, marveling at her good luck and hoping that the $20 bill might multiply several times before the evening was done. So what made you choose this place? The music or the scenery? She glanced at the waitresses. The music, he said abruptly. Ahem. The best jazz players in Chicago work in places like these. They have money and can afford the best talents. There are other clubs, with other styles, but I've found this one to be the most consistent. I'm looking forward to it. Their drinks appeared as if by magic and the waitress said, You need anything else, just ask for Sheila. She glanced at the two and emphasized, anything else before leaving. Tanya's eyes were raised. Are you sure? Quite. Besides, it would be poor form to abandon my date after arriving, would it not? Before she could finish, the lights lowered slightly around the room, but the ones on the stage brightened. The MC, a woman in a heavily sequined evening gown, spoke into the microphone with a sultry voice. We have one of our favorites for you tonight, please welcome back Mr. Robert Johnson. There was a round of applause, neither tepid nor overwhelming, as a young black man with a neat suit and an obviously well-used guitar took the lone seat set out for him in front of the mic. Pleasure to be here, y'all, but I know you didn't come to hear me talk, so I'll get to it. He waited a few seconds for the laughter to fade before he started playing. Tanya's eyes sparkled. This is it. Chapter 113, check please. Chicago. Charles's voice was good but not spectacular, but his guitar playing was inspired. Tanya half closed her eyes in pleasure as she let performance wash over her. Oh, he's even better than I thought. Much better than those crappy old recordings. He really has talent and his improvisational skills are superb. That's exactly what I need now. Oscar glanced at her, pleased that he had chosen well. When the musician took a break to have a quick beer and a smoke, he said, enjoying yourself? He's a real talent. I want him. Honestly, he's wasted playing here and he needs a wider stage, much wider. Oscar felt an unpleasant pang as she said this and was puzzled by it. It occurred when she indicated she wanted to hire that man so forcefully. What's this? Surely not jealousy? Her age only is, not really that far away? Somewhere in his head, he still imagined her according to her wartime image, a wunderkind of war and business, an eternal child that kept producing miracles. But she isn't anymore, is she? She's very nearly an adult, not that has matter much amongst the nobility. Most of us had our future spouses semi-selected since we've been teens. She continued, not noticing that he was distracted by his thoughts. I'm slightly jealous of their business here, actually. She sighed and shook her head. But the downside of the other activities that draw too much risk and the wrong crowd. No doubt stronger drugs, prostitution, and maybe even gambling helps their bottom line. No, we don't need those legal risks or open ourselves to that element. He looked at her scheming figure with fresh eyes. She really is quite attractive, both physically and mentally. I'm never bored around her, her intellect is equal or superior to the adults I normally deal with, and she has a wicked wit. Moreover, she's a noble, though barely, but has absolutely no respect for titles or wealth beyond the practical. He harumphed inside his head. Fawning sycophants and lickspittles on one side and titanic egos on the other. Oscar, can you really do better? The waitress refreshed their drinks and Tanya noted that there was a folded slip of paper under her glass. A phone number? A surreptitious glance showed a similar note under Oscar's drink. So, she's amoral, ambitious and flexible? She would make a good politician if she's also smart. Her assistant ambassador didn't miss the notes, either. This is a bit interesting, he said in Germanian for a bit more privacy. Isn't it? She responded similarly. It's rather impressive. She's a waitress here but probably makes good money with her extracurricular activities. Phone lines are still rather expensive, so she's willing to invest in her future. He raised an eyebrow. You're not offended? Tanya looked surprised. Offended? She just doing what she can to get by, perhaps even to become prosperous. There are so many who have no choice in what they do to survive, so, no, I cannot look down on her. That's very open-minded of you, Tanya. I'm not saying that I would ever take such a path. No, I rather die than become a prostitute, but neither do I think less of her for that. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Perhaps she would be equally horrified if she had to do what I've done to survive. Oscar was startled and then laughed as well. Ah, it's so easy to judge as if one were superior, and it's indeed jarring to be on the other side. I can only imagine that would cool the ardor of other suitors, but it wouldn't bother most military men. But since we're looking at things from the other side, what am I bringing to the table? This was even more unsettling, but he stuck to it. I'm arguably handsome, tall and well-built. I have a noble family, money, and a good reputation. While my military record isn't as storied as hers, it's still quite respectable. The question is, would any of this be attractive to our little colonel? What can I provide that she doesn't already have? You've been pretty quiet, Oscar. Lost in thought. She glanced between the paper in hand and back at the man. Surely you're not considering calling her? Wait, did you think I was going to? No. No. I was just wondering what your ambitions are? You've survived the war and your business ventures are doing quite well. Where do you envision yourself in the future? Oh. Well. I've always envisioned myself after a successful career retired with a comfortable house by the ocean. Some place warm with nice beaches, specifically. She made a dismissive wave. I've had enough of snow piled higher than my head and other miserable weather. It will still rain wherever you may go. Ha. I'll take my chances. Nothing like high walls made of money to buy a nice place, right? Add enough land so that your only neighbors are the ones you invite to live near you, and that's as close to paradise as I can imagine. Wealth and land, not a high position, eh? That seems more like a classic noble than more modern forms of power like fame, which she has in spades already. So the only thing she lacks is social power and influence. Despite being just an ex-prince, I can provide that at least. I guess people would call us a good match, then? Ah, so you are going to be a country lady? Well, there are worse goals, no doubt. Tanya was about to argue the point, but the next set of music was starting and she was unwilling to miss a second of it. If anything, the second set was better than the first. Robert hit his stride and soon had the audience enraptured again. One patron was an exception, however, and was loudly and drunkenly talking over the music. His date tried to shush him to no avail. Why are we listening all this darky music? Turn on the damned lights and play something other than this shit. Soon enough, he had plenty of negative attention from all the patrons but refused to be quieted. To his credit, Johnson just ignored him and continued playing, but that just seemed to incense the drunk man. Suddenly, he just dropped to the floor as if he had been bludgeoned. The waitstaff helped carry him out, trailed by his red-faced date who was complaining at the unconscious man. I just want to have a good time. Why do you have to be thick as a damn tree, hey? Oscar glanced at Tanya and just saw her nodding in a satisfied way. While he couldn't prove she had done something, her expression convinced him that not only was she responsible, but that she wasn't even the slightest bit guilty about magically bludgeoning a stranger. Honestly, he didn't blame her, and the rest of the crowd seemed equally pleased by the results. Before long, Robert took another sip from an unlabeled bottle of beer and said, "You just can't keep all my fans from making noise, hey." The general laughter led into his next song. His fingers danced on the strings as his powerful performance claimed the attention of all around. Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door. Early this morning, ooh, when you knocked upon my door. And I said, hello, Satan, I believe it's time to go. Tanya's foot tapped as she sank into another song. Her conviction that this was the right choice growing stronger by the second. Anyone who can make music like this can bring my guitar to life. Bring in some talented newcomers and you have the next wave ready to literally rock and roll. You may bury my body, ooh, down by the highway side. So my old evil spirit can catch a Greyhound bus and ride. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Australia. The local clever person was meeting his brother in a bar far enough outside of Sydney that they wouldn't be hassled for being too obviously native. Or at least not as much. Technically, they were half-brothers, and Jimmy, as he was known in town, looked very different from his brother. They shared a half-abo mother and different fathers, so their appearances were very different. Guru Mara was the very image of an Aboriginal Australian, while Jimmy could easily pass for white. Mara, it's been too long. I've come every month as usual, but it's been nearly 2 years, I had a truly lengthy walk this time, Jimba. There are things afoot. He took a long swallow of the warm beer. Other than you, I gather. He laughed, also drinking heartily. Okay, tell me everything. He finished the beer and called for another before starting. You spend too much time away from the lands, so there's much to discuss. Jimmy waved that off. You'll have to explain it like I was a greenhorn, I know. Do your best, haha. HRM, well. The great ones, the higher ones, for all their abilities use only the tiniest fraction their powers. That's because there's no difference between their actions and their own being. He nodded, satisfied for having explained a very difficult concept so easily. I may have been too long in town, that sounds nonsensical. Or maybe not. Have another and let me think. Now that I'll definitely drink too. The two finished their beers, which were quickly replaced. After having gathered his thoughts, he said, if they want to touch the world, they have to rip off part of their own selves. Small touch, small part. Big touch, big part, hey? Must be painful. It sounds like the story of the clay man that could build anything, but he had to use pieces of his own body. Who are we to question their method of existence? Be that as it may. This is why they work through proxies, rather than directly. He dug into the bangers and mash that had been dropped on the table along with more beer. I don't know how they view it, but that's as close as I can describe it to you town folk. Hey. Sure, you've always been a bit smarter, Mara, but I have my skills, right? I'd be the last to say otherwise. So now I can tell you what I found. He lowered his voice. I felt a shift, like the world had stopped moving for a half step before starting up again. So is that a small touch or a big touch, then? Guru Mara drained his beer. When you're our size by comparison, what's the difference? What would make one of them do something like this? How would I know? But something big. He sighed. I felt tiny tremors during the Great War and afterward, but this dwarfs anything like that. They were silent for a while and then said to each other simultaneously. We need to talk to Mum. *****. Germania Baron. Vish's secretary saw how her boss was dressed and said, oh, another date with Ignatz, is it? Donna smirked and tossed her head, causing her curly blonde hair to bounce. The color was natural but the curls carefully maintained with much effort. She said primly, please, it's our first date. Lunch meetings to discuss business don't count. The woman said knowingly, right. Those don't count at all, do they? She smirked, but that all depends on who is keeping count, doesn't it? First date for you, but what does Herr Zollinger think? Nonsense. We even split the checks, you can see them on the expense reports. She covered the bottom half of her face with documents in a classic coquettish display while batting her eyes. Oh, so tonight's soiree won't be on this month's budget, then? Visha rolled her eyes. Don't you have anything better to do? Certainly. I need to finish up here and go home to my husband. One of us is married all. She called out over her shoulder as she walked out, for now, that is. Ta. Truthfully, the vice president was dressed up, but it was rather a requirement for the restaurant they were going to. She had found in Ignatz a fellow food enthusiast and they had hit a new eatery whenever her schedule would allow it. She glanced at a mirror in her office and saw a tasteful young lady with a blue dress with a white clutch, white heels, and a small white cap with blue polka dots. She inventoried her purse to make sure she has the necessaries. Lipstick, ID, key, money, collapsing mage baton, okay, I'm good. She snapped the clutch closed and left the office to the waiting cab. I've been putting it off, but the company really needs its own vehicles. Tanya said that she had something in the works, but with so many projects that could be anywhere from 5 days to 5 years. Until that is resolved, perhaps a Ford or maybe the Duesenberg. A bit ostentatious, and hardly economical, but sometimes you need to make an impression. So maybe 2 cars? One for daily use and the other for events? There was a light, cool drizzle when she arrived, but she had no compunctions about putting up a shield to keep it off of her. She had had enough of miserable weather, thank you very much. The restaurant was riding the line between upscale and hearty, but it did it aplomb if rumor was correct. They had a maitre d' who was dressed nearly as well as the average guest, and better than a few, who led her to their table efficiently. Zollinger stood as she arrived, but the maitre d' helped her with her chair so they sat at the same time. You look lovely, Visha. Is that dress new? I should say it's just something I found in the back of my closet, but it's actually a new design from Zart. I am but a poor guinea pig, forced to endure the whims of mad designers. Surely you see how I'm suffering. Nonsense, it suits you well. I expect we'll see those on the market soon, then. You'd be better suited if you looked at your watch than a calendar, actually. We don't schedule to the fashion shows, but instead whenever we finish a product. Doesn't that cause problems? I hear that the world of fashion is rather a slave to rules, written or otherwise. She shrugged. The president has never been a slave to anyone, much less rules. Why should I be? Some retailers have complained as we make extra work for them, but most are happy to give people a new reason to shop. As long as people are buying, aren't we all better off? The waiter came and Visha didn't stint on either drinks or her meal. Ignatz had been shocked the first time she had ordered a full meal like this, but now he was, barely, used to it. The waiter, however, stumbled a bit when she ordered for herself but managed to recover. Very good. Your drinks will be arriving soon. She had a large glass of Asbach Uralt in front of her, and Ignatz knew from experience that its smooth exterior hid the heart of a demon. He, on the other hand, contented himself with a much less imposing Himbeergeist more suited to his tolerance level. They had to tell the waiter who delivered the drinks which belonged to whom when they arrived. The topics were mostly kept light, touching on business primarily. That, and food, were their main topics of conversation since, for a while at least, the world seemed mostly at peace. While she made steady progress on a steak that was twice the size of his, he said, I hear your boss will coming back to Germania soon, her birthday, I believe. You know about that? Well, yes, I suppose you would, since we have meetings with all manner of governments and businesses then. Hardly a minute will be unplanned. Though her tone was light, he caught a wistful look in her eyes. Unless she's going to be a career ambassador, and every indication is that she doesn't intend that her term of service will be up in a few years. A few years. I guess you are right, she sighed. But let's talk of more pleasant things. Oh, like what? Like dessert, she said with sparkling eyes. He saw that her steak, the stack of baby potatoes and the succulent greens were but a memory of her plate and raised his finger to attract another waiter. Chapter 114, Decisions, Decisions. Tanya waved over the waitress and whispered in her ear and gave her a folded bill. The woman smiled and nodded and went about her business. A few minutes later, the musician came over with an easy mosey reminiscent of the South where he grew up. His feet never left the invisible furrows in a way that would incense a military trainer. Not that Tanya cared. She was neither his trainer, nor in the military currently. I take it you fine people wanted a word with me. He sat down and leaned back in his chair. Tanya granted him a small smile. Indeed we do. Thank you for taking the time out of your break to talk to us. He laughed and patted his wallet. Mr. Cleveland was very convincing and 4 more brothers following along behind was even more convincing. So, how can I help you? How would you like to make far more than that, Mr. Johnson? Quit playing in dives such as this place, always looking over your shoulder for the feds to busting in at any minute. Maybe they would, maybe not. The owner is pretty smart, pays the graft on time, never a complaint. He drank from his beer, Oscar paid for it, and didn't look too interested. Could be. You might even make more here than with me, I'm not making any promises. The blonde youngster grinned. But you have talent and it's being wasted here, grinding out day after day. One day, you'll look back and realize that you have nothing to show for it, or you'll be dead and not care about such things. If I recall correctly, he died young of some genetic condition, but it could have easily been bad booze or a heart attack. Money's not a cure-all, but it can get you a good doctor, at least. Robert sat up a bit straighter. He felt a tiny chill on his back. What his grandma called old scratch steppin' on y'all's grave. What are you offering? You get to keep the rights to all your songs, but we produce them and you get a percentage of the sales. You can use the studios as much as you want, but I want you to do about 20 hours a week of musical research and helping me play songs for my other albums. With pay, of course, and a percentage of any song you play on that we release, but those will be my songs and I'll keep the rights. Tell me about the pay, ma'am. She mentioned a figure. A very large figure. Is that the monthly salary? Tanya shook her head. Of course not. That's weekly. Paid holidays, medical care, and housing. She glanced down at his hand. I'll bet the beer's better there, too. Now, miss, you haven't really compared them. Old Tom's brew ain't bad. I'd rather not take my chances with wood alcohol poisoning and blindness, thank you very much. This all sounds good, but promises are just farts in the wind, pardon my language. How do you know you can make 'em real? I thought you knew. I'm Tanya Digirekov, the Germanian ambassador. TVD runs its own radio station, recording studio, brewery. Everything I've already promised you is what we pay everyone there, at a minimum. You work hard, especially at the research, and you'll laugh at how much your starting salary was a year from now. She locked eyes with him and he found he couldn't look away even though he wanted to. I keep my promises, sir, and this? This is easy. Once you are my person, no one touches you, and no one looks down on you. That feeling he had came back strong, stronger than ever. He had made songs and performed them about meeting the devil at the crossroads, and some people even said the story was true and that's how he got his musical talent. It was all nonsense, of course, but he never bothered to deny the rumors because it added to his mystique. But now? Now he could see those lonely dirt roads, clear as if we're standing there now. A full moon throwing shadows from the fields around and a cold wind crawling into his clothes. Not a stitch of color anywhere to be seen except from the girl looking at him and smiling, her golden hair blowing in the moonlight breeze. He knew then that she was being absolutely honest. She would keep every promise, whether he wanted her to or not. He was at the crossroads and she wanted to know which way he was going to travel. Finally taking this seriously, he took a deep breath, and an even longer drink of beer. Okay, I'm in. When do I start? Come by the consulate tomorrow, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to show you something that will make you immortal. Figuratively speaking, of course. What did the frogs call her? Devil of the Rhine, was it? We laughed at them for being so afraid of a little girl, but, fuck it all, maybe they were right. He said with a very dry throat, wishing he had another beer. I look forward to it, Miss Digirekov. ******. Baron TVD Research Facility. Per protocol, Visha had sent her need for a vehicle to the engineering and warehouse teams. The company had so many resources, spread out over multiple continents, that it was impossible to keep track of everything. Even Tanya's excellent memory was stretched to the limits and she had grumbled about need a computer to keep everything in line the last time she called. Visha had been puzzled by the comment at the time. One of those girls who calculates things? I wonder how they could be of use? But the flow of conversation had swept past and she had forgotten to ask. Within a day, several reasonable vehicles had been procured from a recently purchased inventory of an estate sale in the Republic and would be in Baron soon. Satisfied with the result, Visha gave it no more thought. No one, however, had told the research team that the matter had been resolved. One of the machinists had seen the request and it had intrigued him. He dragged together a few of his fellow auto enthusiasts together to brainstorm a solution. Their department was 4 times its original size, and growing every week, so there was a large pool to draw from. So a car for the boss, eh? Oh, this will be fun. A tall, lanky man of Mix's Russie/Germanian descent shook head. Germanian auto was ruined by the war, what wasn't converted to tanks and planes is having a hard time keeping up. I'm not surprised that she can't find one that suits her. Let's start from scratch, then. Even if it's just a concept car or two, we can put together something suitable, right? Okay, what's the motive force? The other stared blankly for a second. Oh, that's a good one. 2 real options, for now, petrol and magic. The design would be totally different. Either way, safety would come first. Remember how she complained about the V1s being death traps? You put something on the road that isn't reliable and safe, the least you expect is a dressing down. Okay, let's split into 2 design teams. One for liquid fuel and the other for magic, air, fuel. One of the men, a metallurgist, had been very quiet, which was unlike him as he was one of the most enthusiastic car nuts of them all. Yakov, what is it? Surely you aren't sleeping. Ah, no. But this might dovetail into my research into the uses of aluminum. Well, that will certainly come in handy. Lighter metal, corrosion resistant and, hey, we could even use the anodizing process instead of paint. That has worked well for the Stahl project, why not cars? No, not that, that's already proven tech. I mean the new stuff we working on from the idea file. The project is called transparent aluminum but it's more like an artificial sapphire and aluminum ceramic compound. The thing is, we've made small batches that are quite clear and amazingly tough. We were thinking that bulletproof glass could be developed from it once we have a manufacturing process nailed down. Oh ho! Sounds like pure fiction, but how exciting. He paused. You said artificial sapphires. Yes? We make them all the time now. Getting real sapphires was too expensive and once we got some mages involved, they became quite easy to produce. Much easier the artificial diamonds, let me tell you. When are you going to commercialize these? Surely, we would have heard about it. Oh, we have. We make some very high-grade abrasives. Main got, man. Please send a report to the main office, as soon as possible. You make diamonds and all you think about is sandpaper. He shrugged. We needed sandpaper, not diamonds. Arg. Send. That. Report. Make sure you detail the size and clarity of what you can make. Fine, but what about the car? Let the rocket team help with the aerodynamics, use their test facilities. This will be a rocket on the road and we want the world to know how fast we can go, J.A. ******. It should be noted that several rocket engineers had to be talked out of using actual jet fuel as what they were most familiar with was noxious, toxic and explosive. And also banned by treaty. *****. Francois countryside. Etienne and his dauntless dog were about to move forward when Camille growled softly and turned to the right suddenly. A person was standing there wearing tough outdoor gear, suitable for hunting or walks in the country. The odd thing, though, was that he was wearing a dark hood with gold symbols stitched onto it. He held up a finger to his lips and said in a quiet, though horribly accented Francois, "Shush, and please keep your dog quiet as well lest we be discovered." Despite his accent, his vocabulary was excellent and Etienne could understand him clearly. "Who are you? Are you with those people?" "Then, hardly." He snorted, though still keeping his voice low. "They are doing something quite troublesome and I have to decide whether to interfere or to report back." He paused. "Oh, you can call me Arsenic. It's as good a name as any. And you, lad?" "Etienne. And this is Camille. Good names. Strong names. You will have to work hard to live up to it, but you have assistance so you have the tools needed." He nodded sharply. "I've decided. With your help, we'll proceed forward." Wait, to do what?" He almost let his voice rise enough to be audible. "Why, to rescue the princess, of course. Step lively, boy, time is not our friend, no it is not. *****. Baron restaurant near the High Command. It had been a long, trying and rather frustrating time after the surrender but finally the dawn was approaching. The 2 old soldiers, though only a fool would think of them as old men, were sharing a dinner far from the official dining hall. Zader said mildly. "We could have eaten in and saved a few marks." "Have you become an open masochist since the war?" Rudersdorf said with a laugh. "Though the fare had improved remarkably since the war, it will never be my first choice, given other options. It will continue to, I assure you. I took a page from Tanya's playbook and told the staff that if we spent so much time, effort and money to produce bad food, it would be better to fire everyone and simply have meals catered in as necessary. I still ended up trimming their department by 50%. I'm glad your staff reductions are continuing. The rest of the army is more resistant but the peace treaty is a might large stick and I'm not afraid to swing it. I must say, if not for the fact that it took an embarrassing defeat to give me that stick, I wish I had had it years ago. Learning can come in good times, but wisdom only through adversity, my friend. Tell me some numbers and let's see what wisdom we've gained, et. I've gotten the latest from Rirujen and it's good. Good, et? How good? Good. We've met every drawdown quota imposed. Even exceeded them in some areas, but our actual ability to project force will be double what we had at the start of the war in 10 years. Zetter looked mildly surprised, but pleased. That's faster than what we had planned, but great to hear. Anyone getting suspicious? The Americans don't care, and the Francois Hawks took such a beating in the war that they don't dare to raise their heads in complaint. Our newly enthusiastic intelligence department thinks the English have figured it out. They have some good people on their side, unfortunately. Anyone else? Oh, there's always the Russies, but they are just publicly spouting off complaints that we are hiding something out of a general hatred. No one is taking them seriously, much less the other nations. You've left out the alliance. Shouldn't I? They are a shadow of what they were before the war, hardly worth mentioning. They were the tiny spark that dragged the whole world into the bloodiest conflict in all history, Kurt. No matter what, you have to keep that in mind. He shook his head. Unfortunately, there may be trouble coming from direction again. What? Have they learned nothing at all? I got this through unofficial channels. Very unofficial, even our intelligence department doesn't know about this yet. But the Council of 10 has been making some odd moves, and a friend of a friend was kind enough to send me a message. Rudersdorf looked grim. What are you planning on? I'm going to let Rirujen look into. An adjutant entered the room after a perfunctory knock, per protocol when there was important news. Sorry to interrupt, generals, but there's been movement in the Bundestag. He quickly outlined the intel. Zetter closed his eyes wearily while Rudersdorf leapt to his feet. Those insufferable idiots. I swear, if I had any V1s left, I'd launch it right now, right at them. Sit, please. We knew this would happen, or at least something similar. He motioned to the adjutant. Get a message to Ambassador Digurakov immediately, leave out nothing. He paused. Oh, Serebryakov, as well. They'll want to coordinate. Dinner all but spoiled, they moved to serious discussion and even more serious drinking for the rest of the evening. Chapter 115, All Europa. Chapter text. Events that change the world are not always as obvious as an amazing invention, an earthquake, or even a war. More often, it is the death of an otherwise minor figure, a crop failure, or the passing of an unassuming law. Professor Frederick Wagner, Tanya von Digurakov, An Unauthorized Biography, Volume 2. *******. Berlin, Bundestag. As with most legislative bodies, the Bundestag had numerous meeting rooms of various sizes, and degrees of affluence. The men were meeting in one of the more opulent though of modest size. Part of the reason was that due to the nature of secrets, too many people and you no longer have a secret. The walls were very well soundproofed. There were 3 men in this meeting, which is one more than the official maximum for keeping a secret. The truly paranoid would be wondering who the weakest link was and preparing for their elimination at the slightest sign of talkativeness. Fortunately for Chancellor Muller, the vote had been cast and the results were favorable. That man patted the light sheen of sweat from his forehead. Ah, it's done. The legislation will be signed by the end of the week, if not sooner. I have to make sure to be deliberative about it, after all. Albrecht, always ready as if a camera might catch him at any moment, was smiling. Take the time you need. There's little she or her few allies can do in a week. She can hardly even come here in that amount of time, even assuming she was on a boat right now. Bruning carefully lit a cigar while the others talked. It was a Guamatoro that he had been saving for just the right occasion. Its twin was carefully stored in a humidor awaiting his final victory. His mood, for the past few months, had become eerily calm. It had started the moment that hateful devil had left the shores of Europa. Right now, he couldn't imagine it going away, as it was a constant, comforting companion. Muller asked, how soon until we enforce the more stringent aspects of the law? Albrecht sighed. Don't worry, you'll know when the time is right. The theoretical leader of 3, at least by rank, looked puzzled. How so? Bruning said mildly, we'll tell you. He cut the end off of his cigar with a small silver knife he kept just for that purpose and lit it elaborately while the others waited. The timing is essential. We need to ride the wave of popularity and manage things at just the right time. When we solve the reparations issue, there is little chance we can't propel ourselves to the top, the real top. After that, we can do as we will. This little law is just the start. Muller actually looked surprised, not having heard this before. The start, Aiden? What more would we need at that point? Bruning laughed softly. Of course, it's just a start. That's enough to acquire the power, but to keep it, that requires more effort. Still, it won't be hard. We'll have the votes, and the public will, and that's enough to make all the changes we need. He tapped the ash of cigar into an ashtray, heedless that a stray bit had fallen to the carpet below. We'll break that schlamp and fit her with a harness and bit. He smiled slowly, but there was a mania lurking just below the surface unbeknownst even to him. And if she chooses not to pull the plow, she'll find we can be far more effective than that Muscovy pervert, et. Baron TVD headquarters. Due to proximity, and the odd hour the legislation had been passed, Vice President Victoria Serebriakov was the first of the TVD executives to be alerted. Thank you for coming here, Eric, but surely you could have used the telephone. He shook his head. This is too important to trust to such technology. Soon, you'll have all the details, but, unofficially, the High Command wants to coordinate our response with you. She looked a little grim and they sat down at the meeting table, comfortable enough to waive formalities. Tell me more. We both know they were planning something in the political office, but they managed to keep the details hidden. I'm shocked considering the people we are talking about, but that's hardly important now. He grimaced, looking at her directly over his glasses. The new law is about taxing multinational businesses. The percentages are punitive. She sucked in her breath and her eyes widened. How could they pass something like that? There are enough businessmen and those put in by businesses in there to block anything like that. Also, the appearance of such a law would make them seem like thieves at best. That's the damnable part. They narrowly focused it on multinational businesses. And only those of a sufficient size. Due to the Great War, that means there's only one business that would be affected. The ones before the war had most of their foreign holding taken, mostly illegally, I might add. After the war? Those that meet those criteria can easily divest themselves to the point where they won't be affected. Visha growled nearly subsonically. Do these people have no other tricks? It's like the tribunal court all over again. She pounded the table in a way that reminded him of Rudersdorf. We can beat them with public opinion. He shrugged. Creativity isn't their strong suit. But how they are framing it is quite diabolical. The premise of the law is that those who took advantage of the conflict, war profiteers, should be punished for their supposed ill-gotten gains. That's hard. We can hardly deny that we grew greatly because the country was in such dire straits. Buying failed businesses was the vast majority of our growth. And I'm sure they know that. It's hard to defend against it, I'm afraid. Plus you add on those military contracts to help us clear out the warehouses and it looks very much like government funds were being used to supply TVD with cheap stock. You can argue against that logically, of course, but once you're arguing, you've lost the emotional appeal of your position. It's never good to play defense with emotions. She smiled grimly. But Tanya has never been one to play defense. François, Irene. Camille wiped the sweat from her face with little obvious result. Between the sweat and the rock dust there was a fine coating of impromptu cement on her skin that even a thorough scrubbing would barely dent. But now, she was finally finished. Ah, done. I need to bathe for a day and sleep for a week. Her assistant nodded and handed her a warmed, damp towel. He had marveled at her skills, her drive, and her dedication, but this? The final result exceeded all his expectations. Though he didn't say it aloud, he felt as if he were with the master, Rodin, and was learning from him on a daily basis. He looked at the final sculpture, a mixed expression settling on his face. So, Sean, what do you think? She was genuinely interested even though she wouldn't change an iota of her vision. There was always the next project for that. I feel like someone has assaulted me. I want to look away, I need to look away but I can't. Technically, it's near flawless. It's as if they could get up and walk at any moment. But the subjects. The story. That's what's making me profoundly uncomfortable. I can't decide whether I want to yell, or cry, or go get drunk. He closed his eyes and took in a shuddering breath before opening them again. It hit him again, harder this time, experience providing no increasing resistance. She smiled, satisfied. Ah, so it's good, then. Such a simple word but, yes, it's good. God help us, it's very good. She never let him see a sculpture in progress. She stared at it with him. You know, it affects me the same way. She touched it only with hesitation, as if asking for permission. So our work here is completed. We will install in the dead of night like thieves but ones that brings rather than takes. All the crates are ready. Yes, all even to this last one. He gazed at it again before pulling a tarp over the work to keep casual eyes from spying it. But if I found this in my house this winter, I think I would fear that Papa Noel was upset at my misdeeds in the past year. She laughed and said, you know, I can put off bathing and sleeping for now, let's take your last option and drink to a job well done. It was only until they had laid waste to the fifth bottle of wine that they fell asleep on the floor of the studio, the draped sculpture looming over them like a shadow in ill-fitting clothes. Eidolon border near Germania. Lorenzo looked at the construction going on below the cliff he sat on. Another Digirekov rail line, At first I thought we were a long way from Baron and yet, here they are. His companion, Matteo, nodded. No surprise to those who kept up on such things, my friend. Their steel is spreading quickly and, if you are talking about their Cellini cars and tracks, quietly. No one objects. How can this be? Just the considerations would be staggering. Matteo puffed on his cigarette and used it to gesture to the construction below. Normally, yes, but they took the easier route and just bought out the old rail. Repairs are expensive, and the administration was one more accident away from nationalizing the entire thing, so they were happy to unload it. Still, this seems unlikely. You'd have to know where half a dozen bodies, or mistresses, were being kept to get past the stubborn ones. You would think so. But the local mayors got very happy when they found out it was brand new steel going down, at no cost to them. They were quite pleased. Being connected to Europa again, it's a grand thing, is it not? He snorted. We were never disconnected. You haven't tried riding on those terrible roads. If that isn't disconnected, I don't know what it looks like at all. TVD is even rebuilding part of the seaport near Roma to handle the new container ships, and there's even talk about a bridge to Sicily in the works. I'll believe it when I see it. Laying rail is one thing, but a bridge of that size. He scoffed and borrowed his friend's cigarette to light his own. Matteo took back his cigarette and lit a new one off of it, tossing the butt off the cliff, though it didn't come anywhere near the workers below. Believe what you will. I've given up trying to predict what the world will bring since the Great War. Not willing to give up the argument, Lorenzo continued. You know rail and roads and bridges, but I know people. This is too smooth, too easy, and far, far too fast. Even simple jealousy would cause some to oppose her. Her. Especially her. You sound particularly bitter. I'm not. Well, maybe a little. He sighed. I guessed wrongly with my investments in the war. When I bet she'd lose, she won. And then when I bet she'd win, she lost. Still, I can't be the only one who hold a dislike to that Germanian Bruja, right? Matteo didn't answer immediately, just staring out in the distance. I'm going to tell you something, and if you dare repeat it or say I told you, I'll slit your throat and claim you had a secret boyfriend and died in a fight with him. Not fazed by threats, he just said. I'm listening. I have a friend. Who has a friend? Who knows someone who went to America recently to escape a bit of official attention? Before Antonio left, he reminded everyone not to touch Digirekov or TVD. He was very clear about that. And then he sent word back again that anyone with any sense should run away if they even saw her shadow on the horizon. There was a long pause. Do you think? I don't think about anything. He took another drag on his cigarette, but it didn't taste as good. What I know is that there are some things you don't do. And messing around with her? Well, that's one of them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. François Republic Paris. A gaggle of boys were playing mage cards with their friends in the schoolyard. They had been collecting the cards much as one would baseball cards, but a set of rules had been released recently showing how you could use them to play games against each other. The colorful cards were weighed down with pebbles as the wind wanted to play with little regard for the rules, however. Given their allowances, and odd jobs, most of them had a fairly competitive deck for the past few weeks. That was until one of them started dominating their little matches. He had quite a few rarer cards, but, more importantly, he was able to create well-coordinated decks with synergistic effects and now rarely lost. How are getting all these cards, Adelard? Has your father inherited a gold mine? His opponent threw down his hand after his third loss. Not only do you have a strong deck, you have one designed for nearly every country from the Great War, even your Dacian deck is nothing to scoff at. Sensing something interesting about to happen, the others gathered around the two. The boy looked smug, but the ugly expression soon turned made him contrite, or at least apparently so. Ah! I might as well tell you. I've been doing chores for my sister and she gets me cards in return. Don't give us that sad lie. You would have to do chores from dawn to dusk every day. The others nodded at this conclusion. And hasn't she moved out already and is living with her new husband? That depends, now doesn't it? She makes money, too, working at the railway. I've told you she's a big fan of von Digirekov, right? Yeah, so. Well, she and her friends have bought Tanya's recordings and books, and then they heard there would be a Tanya card in the game and they kinda went crazy. They bought so many packs. So I do chores every weekend and get to pick up a stack of cards. He got an aggrieved expression. Unfortunately, she figured out that I can't pick the ones I want. I have to get the ones from the top and leave it to chance. That's brilliant. You are so lucky. I think my cousin likes her too, maybe I'll tell her about this. I won't tell them that she finally got the Tanya card and her Germania decks regularly beats all my other decks. No, that'll be my secret. Chapter 116, It Goes to 11. Chicago. Their business conducted, the ambassadors were about to settle down to enjoy the rest of their evening, but the expected next performer didn't come up on stage. Robert scowled and muttered, "Damn fool," under his voice. "Is there a problem, Mr. Johnson?" Tanya asked, quirking an eyebrow. He sighed and nodded. "That dumb guy. Petey is probably drunk again. I told them not to give him any hooch until after his set, but did they listen? Now I'm gonna have to play all night solo. I realize you have responsibilities here, Mr. Johnson, but I would like you at your best tomorrow. Sorry about that, but I gotta do what I gotta do." He sighed again and was about to get up when she stopped him. "Perhaps I can help this once. I don't expect to be back here again. Can you introduce me to the stage manager or whoever is in charge?" "Hey, sure, if you think it will help. But that Patrick's a stubborn sort. I don't think he'll let me off just like that." "That shouldn't be a problem. Lead on, sir." The owner turned out to be a rosy-cheeked man, the rosacea leading Tanya to suspect he was no stranger to the drinks he served here, who was yelling at a drenched man on the floor. The source of the water was obvious from the bucket he was holding. "Get up, you drunken gold-bricker. Or I'll toss you so hard that you'll be drinking river water next." Blissfully unconscious, the snoring man ignored everything. Noticing their arrival, he dropped the bucket, which hit the sleeping man's head with a clang, but was also ignored. "What are you doing here?" he said with a reduced volume but still close to a roar. "Get on stage." "Sorry, but this here lady needs to talk to you first, Mr. Pat." He stepped to one side so the man could see Tanya. "Ahem, of course. How can I help you, ma'am?" His voice immediately took on the tone more easily found in the better part of town, like a chameleon. "Mr. Johnson will be performing for me tomorrow and I can't have him exhausted tonight." His face hardened. "That's all well and good, but I need him out there tonight. May I propose a compromise? I can substitute for him, at least enough so that his voice isn't overly strained. You can play. Assuming that Upright I Saw is tuned, certainly. Although I can perform a cappella if not." Patrick glanced at the black man who nodded. "You can trust her, boss, she's the real deal." Torn, he finally gave in. "I guess I have no choice. You'd up and quit if I tried to force you, wouldn't you?" Robert laughed softly. "I always knew you were a smart one." The older man just waved, Go on, go on. But don't blame me if they get rowdy." She smiled brilliantly. "I've dealt with tougher crowds, trust me." Without further ado, she walked onto the stage to the surprise of the audience. One guy shouted, "I was here for booze and music, but I didn't know we'd get a show, too." Others joined in his laughter. Patrick took the microphone and said sternly, "Quiet down, this here is a lady and she's kindly agreed to provide us some entertainment. I'd like to entertain her, just ask any of the other ladies I know. That's it. You're cut off. Toss 'em out, boys, and make room for someone else." That was handled despite the man's protests and the owner left the stage. The single spotlight turned toward the piano and caused Tanya to shine in the semi-darkness of that end of the bar. "I would apologize for the sudden replacement, but I can't stand people who can't hold their liquor, so I'll just say I hope you enjoy the performance." Her voice commanded attention and few people noticed that she didn't bother using the microphone, as all could hear her as clearly as if she was sitting next to them. Scan still shows no active orbs close enough to cause a problem. "This should be fine then. I guess I'll start with a bit of Elton John." She started recording on her own orb, put her hands on the keyboard, and began to play. Elton's tenor barely fit in her lower range, but she could sing without strain. "What have I got to do to make you love me? What have I got to do to make you care? What do I do when lightning strikes me? And I wake to find that you're not there? What do I do to make you want me? What have I got to do to be heard? What do I say when it's all over and sorry seems to be the hardest word?" There was a silence and then scattered applause soon led to the whole bar joining in. She decided to switch to an up-tempo song next, using her habit of mostly alternating slow with fast. "This one is written for a man to sing, but you'll have to make do with me, I'm afraid." "We don't care, just play," yelled a more polite but still inebriated patron. To everyone's shock, she stood up and started pounding out the song on the keyboard. "You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man insane. You broke my will. But what a thrill. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire." When she finished, the applause dwarfed the previous time with people banging on their tables demanding even more. She waved Oscar up to the stage. He looked surprised but came up. The audience looked surprised but willing to give her the benefit of doubt after that performance. Tanya whispered to him, "You can sing bass and baritone, right?" "Yes, but I'm no performer. For this song, you don't really need to be." She quickly sang the song to him and he nodded. "Ja, I have it. But only because it's so simple." Used to public appearances, if not quite in this kind of venue, he sang into the microphone with confidence. "Blame it all on my roots, I showed up in boots. And ruined your black tie affair. The last one to know, the last one to show. I was the last one you thought you'd see there. And I saw the surprise and the fear in his eyes. When I took his glass of champagne. And I toasted you, said, honey, we may be through. But you'll never hear me complain. 'Cause I've got friends in low places. Where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases my blues away. And I'll be okay. Yeah, I'm not big on social graces. Think I'll slip on down to the oasis. Oh, I've got friends in low places. Tanya harmonized at a higher register and encouraged the patrons to sing along to the easy chorus. By the time they hit the third repetition, everyone had it down and most were singing along merrily. She followed this up with I'm So Lonesome, I Could Cry, Joy to the World, the Three Dog Night version, of course, Piano Man, and Sweet Caroline. Content that she had more than filled in for the unconscious Petey. She stood up and said. Thank you, everyone, please have a good evening, and don't forget to buy some more drinks and tip your waitress. There. Now just wait for it. No. Please, more music. Encore. Just one more song. And there it is. Well, maybe one more. She let them convince her. Experience had told her to save at least one song for the encore. Thankfully that movie just came out. With only minor changes to car models, she dived into Jim Croce's most popular song. Well, the south side of Chicago is the baddest part of town. And if you go down there, you better just beware of a man named Leroy Brown. Now Leroy more than trouble. You see he stand bout 6'4". All the downtown ladies call him treetop lover. All the men just call him sir. And he's bad, bad Leroy Brown. The baddest man in the whole damn town. Badder than old King Kong. Meaner than a junkyard dog. Again, she encouraged everyone to sing along to the chorus and they nearly brought down the house. They were so loud that one of Chicago's finest came in. Apparently, though, with the permission of the owner and full knowledge of where he was as he went straight to the bar and got a beer. She waved off requests for a second encore and went backstage with Oscar and Robert. I believe you can finish your shift now, Mr. Johnson. SHHHH, he finished awkwardly. You expect me to follow that? This is the perfect time. People will want to sit and talk and drink. My music is too much of a performance and demands too much attention for this venue. Please have confidence in yourself. I don't hire the incompetent or unskilled and you have talents I never will have. We'll see you tomorrow, yes? Yes ma'am. The ambassadors left by the back entrance and made their way back to the consulate. Tanya was well pleased with the results and unconsciously had a smile on her face as she hummed Freebird quietly. You really do enjoy performing, do you not? Oh, I suppose so. Originally, it was just a means to an end and I likely would have denied it. But there's an energy to having a receptive audience that I have come to enjoy. I've always liked music, of course, but going onto stage? On purpose? No, that was unexpected. No regrets, then? You could always change your careers as you are so young and have the wherewithal to do whatever you want. It's a hobby, she stressed. Even though enjoyable, I could never see myself as a full-time celebrity. I can do it when I wish, stop when I wish, and it makes me a little money on the side. Isn't that a perfect pastime when not working? Oscar, well familiar with her income, might have questioned Tanya's use of the phrase little money, but compared to her total funds, he had to admit it was accurate. It's very much like you that your hobby equates to many people's entire careers. I'll say no more on this, then. Speaking of which, I recorded that little performance and I think it will make a nice new album with a bit of cleaning. Even with the decidedly non-professionals included. She shrugged. It's a live recording. We'll do a studio one as well, but the feeling is different and people's tastes will lead them to their preferences. Tanya scowled a bit. It'll certainly be better than that drat blue dress recording. Oscar carefully didn't admit that he rather enjoyed those songs. She had repeatedly refused to release a studio recording of any of them for some reason. That didn't stop her from making money off of it, though. I think I understand. The raw, rather frenetic performance was quite powerful. Why, do you enjoy simple music, Prince? She chuckled. As much as you do, Colonel. When they arrived at the consulate, the guard on duty rushed forward to their car. Ambassador. What's the matter, Hans? She saw the worried look on his face and hear the tone of his voice. There is big news and I was told to ask that you go to the consulate HQ as soon as you arrived. Telephone ahead and inform them we are on the way. She said, I'll fly ahead. Meet me there. Setting action to word, she stepped out and was in the air within seconds. Unlike Baron, there were no rules against flying over the consulate, at least none for her. She landed lightly on the balcony outside her office. Gisela was waiting for her inside and opened the balcony door for her. Ambassador, you're finally here. Obviously. What's happening? She closed the door and felt the warmth of the room wash over her. As a tall man, the Salaryman had had no problems with even very cold weather, but for Tanya? She insisted that both insulation and heating meet her high standards. The Bundesrat has passed the new law finally. We are waiting on the details now. Any information at all yet? She sat at her desk and retrieved a pen to take notes. Gisela shook her head. Not much, I'm afraid. There had been dozens of proposals floated before the vote. No doubt to obfuscate which one they would finally settle on. The rumor is that it's one of the worst ones, though. Tanya simply nodded, seemingly unperturbed. So that's how they want to play it. Very well, we'll wait on the final details from Baron, but please tell everyone to prepare for Operation Endkrieg immediately. The assistant sucked in her breath but just said, yes, Ambassador. At once. So they think something so simple will take me down? They obviously don't realize what dangerous waters they are swimming in. Some part of her was very angry, but somehow that just made her grin all the wider. Garmisch several months ago. Herr Sommer had been transferred far from Baron, at his own request, to the city of Garmisch, just a stone's throw from Waldstadt in Adola. It was viewed as a demotion by many and, on paper, it certainly was. But it took him far from the machinations of the political office and far from anything that had to do with a certain ex-colonel, so he viewed it as a quality-of-life promotion. Certainly, it was easier on his nerves. Instead of a mid-ranked exchequer, he was now a tax agent in a remote corner of the empire. He sat on his porch and sipped his coffee while looking at Zugspitze in the distance. The mountain was called the top of Germania, and the eternal ice at its peak reflected the sunlight in a way that soothed his soul. He had to forego a few luxuries with his move, but the relative lack of fine restaurants, the expense of good wines, and the necessity of walking because he didn't have access to a staff car had caused him to shed nearly 40 pounds. Frankly, he found the changes much more pleasant than he had expected. While he missed a few things, there were surprisingly few that he truly needed. A little more money so I could indulge in travel would be nice, and a healthy bank account would make finding a wife easier, too. What he hadn't expected was that his old life would come looking for him. An approaching figure interrupted his musings. The man waved and inquired, Herr Sommer. Yes? That's me. Who am I speaking to? That's not necessary. I'm just someone who works for a certain someone. He got up, startled. Stay back. I did everything she said and haven't interfered with her at all. The man held up his hands defensively. I mean no harm. We would just like to request certain help, possibly, in the near future. Do you know how much trouble I could get into? My career was in tatters because of those funds transfers. How would you like to refurbish your reputation and make a bit of money for yourself? And, before you ask, you won't be doing anything illegal, unethical, or immoral. Just doing your job efficiently. You are an agent of the tax bureau now, yes. Almost against his will, he was interested. Hadn't he just been thinking that a healthier bank balance would be pleasant? Tell me more, he said cautiously. Chicago Germanian Consulate. The full text of the Fairness in Taxation Law had finally arrived on the auto-telegraph. Oscar had already arrived and he and Tanya read it in turn. Isabel kept the coffee coming while they absorbed the large document. He raised his eyebrows. Rarely have I seen a piece of legislation so carefully designed to attack one company. Every single clause is bad for TVD in general and you specifically. She nodded. Rather amazing, isn't it? They took the most extreme of all the options possible. Even I thought this was just a trial balloon to test the waters, but they went ahead with it. At least it made our response somewhat simpler though harder. He grinned wolfishly. Sometimes the simplest things are the most difficult. I take it you'll be heading back to the fatherland, then. With a few stops on the way, of course. François, specifically Irene. I had hoped to visit the Commonwealth as well, but the Bundestag threw that plan out the window. They can be dealt with later, thankfully. Churchbull is well named, but I think he can be reasoned with once our interests align. Any last-minute instructions? Just stay on course. I think Canada will fall in behind the Unified States. If you can swing Mexico to our side for the rail contracts, we'll push forward the North American combined rail proposal. The president said he'd endorse it once we get a commitment from the other two, even unofficially. Oh? I hadn't heard that we had that much support from him. We're about to make the Unified States a lot of money very shortly. We're his best friend right now. She winced a bit. In a fair world, we'd be making that money, not them. But I like to think of it as a necessary loss or even an investment in the future. Goodwill and all that. It would be the most expensive bribe in the history of the world, haha. Please. Bribes are illegal inducements. This was just friendly advice to a like-minded man. Completely different things. So he'll be inclined to take your advice in the future, then. Advice that turns to gold is always the most pleasant. Fuehrer came in with a worried look. Your bags are packed for the trip. Good work, but I won't be leaving just yet. 2 days, say, so make sure my tickets are purchased. If there isn't a boat available in that time frame, I can probably hop on one of our container ships and call it an inspection run. She stood up and stretched. That's enough for tonight, I think. Everyone rest well and we'll see what happens once I'm back on European soil. *****. Chicago Consulate next morning. Robert Johnson was a bit nervous about his visit since a lot of money, to him, was riding on this. But she said I already had the job, right? This is just to show me, something. What the hell is that something? The gate guard, a cute Germanian woman of all things, waved him in after hearing his name. Oh, you are expected, Mr. Johnson. Just take the silver trolley to get to the consulate the quickest. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. No problem, just doing my job. I hope you enjoy your stay at the consulate, the happiest place on earth. He was a bit dazed as he ambled toward the trolleys. Without trouble, he boarded the proper one and sat back to enjoy what amounted to a tour of the consulate. Hey! Nice place she has here. Clean as my grandma's guest parlor, I'd say. This was high praise from him as his grandmother preserved that room like the president or pope might drop in for a visit. The crowds were already starting to build up, despite the early hour, and the trolley occasionally had to wring people out of the way. Most knew to stay off the tracks, however. Lots of smiles here, hey. This might actually be the happiest place on earth. I think people live here but everyone is acting like they are on vacation. I guess most of them are visitors? Isn't this supposed to be mostly an embassy or something like that? This reminds me of, whatchamacallit, a resort town? He hopped off as they got near the consulate and the gate guards let him in after confirming his identity. A cute maid with a Francois accent guided him to a conservatory that had a variety of instruments in it, including not one but 3 grand pianos. He was trying to puzzle the reason for that when Tanya arrived. Welcome. Thanks for coming, Mr. Johnson. Well, you're the boss so it makes sense, don't it? There are a surprising number of people without sense so I'm glad you aren't among their number. Let me show you why I invited you here today. Please try to keep an open mind as this will be unlike anything you have ever heard. Robert's imagination was racing around like a dog looking for a trail but not having an scent to work from. It must be a guitar, right? She turned on the lights to a mini stage that came with the conservatory. Curtains were drawn back, this time with the help of maids to the sides, to reveal a gleaming instrument on a special stand. It is a guitar but, not. No sound hole. And are those bridges? Why so many of them? Knobs? What kind of guitar has knobs? This, my friend with the talented fingers, is an electric guitar. She pointed at the mystery bridges. These are pickups for vibrations and this level determines which pickups are listening to the strings either 1 or 2 at a time. The cable leads to an amplifier that takes the vibrations and, well, amplifies them so they are easier to hear. She pointed out what the knobs do and how they affect things. But all that means nothing, right? It's all about its sounds. She strapped on the guitar and turned on the amp. I have to apologize but I pre-recorded the other parts. I may know how to play the piano but it's hard to do that as well as play the drums and so on. Have a seat and enjoy. She nodded and Fuehrer started the music as he sat. The drums kicked off the piece and then the piano came in with a simple AAA notes setting up the guitar to come while she kept the beat with her head. Robert felt a shiver race up his back at the first chord and he jumped up in surprise. What the ever-loving hell is that? The music hit him like a hammer, literally assaulting his senses and demanding to be heard. Tanya just smiled and continued to play but didn't bother to sing, just letting him experience how the instruments interacted. She played up until the first guitar solo but flubbed and then stopped with a laugh. I'm sorry, but my fingers can't keep up with what's in my head. That thing. He pointed a nervous finger. Can I give it a go? How was that solo supposed to go then? She explained the key changes and slides. How about you and I and Fuehrer? She's decent on the drums but not professional quality quite yet. They went through the hard parts a few times before he nodded. Time to jam. He played a power chord, unlike his normally style and sound filled the room. She grinned and they ran through the song together. Yeah. Once through and he's already better than me, a lot better than me. Well, that's why I hired him, right? On their second attempt, they nailed hold the line. After that came Johnny B. Good and then she let him play some of his own music, modifying it to the new instrument. He finally, reluctantly, stopped. His hands were shaking, not from exertion but from excitement. That's what you want me to play? And you'll pay me to do it? Certainly. Well, that one is mine but there's another one waiting for you, in Germania. I hope you like to travel. Chapter 117, Hands Across the Water. Atlantic Ocean. As it turned out, the fastest reasonable comfortable ship actually was one of the recently commissioned container ships. The design was much simpler than a standard ship and they were designed for efficiency. One accidental feature was there was more than the usual amount of space for the crew and passengers. Luxurious it wasn't, but there was plenty of room and the cook was willing to let Tanya's maids have access to the kitchen to prepare coffee and snacks between meals. She spent her time planning her mini tour of Europa and feeding Johnson song after song from her repertoire that only lacked the instrument and performer to bring them to life. He seemed to be a man driven, barely eating and having to be forced to sleep. Only years of hard-earned calluses kept his fingers from being torn apart, though Tanya gave him a handful of new guitar picks that they planned to sell at the same time as the new guitars. Feelite's skills on the drums advanced as well, possibly making her the first female drummer that Tanya had met or even heard about in this new life. The flighty maid had become quite focused on her new skills, though rather less than Robert. Like the guitarist, Tanya gave her tips and drum riffs she remembered so that she could help introduce countless rock songs that only lived in her head right now. She couldn't spend all her time making music, however, there was the Germanian situation to think about. But, to the untrained eye, she was simply relaxing. She sipped a fresh cup of coffee while Mercedes was carefully brushing her hair. Perhaps something more daring? 2 side braids with a natural fall. As long as it's professional, she won't care, yes? Then, the answer is yes. Mercedes chatted while she worked, her hands and eyes completely separate from her mind and voice. I do not understand.